Chapter 1, Hypnosis and Enslavement. I became the protagonist of an adult anime. Talents are classified according to their rarity, from low to high, from D to S grade. On the podium, teacher Chin Mu's clear, cool voice traveled through the loudspeaker to every corner of the classroom. She was tall and slender, and even her well-fitting teacher's uniform couldn't hide her breathtaking curves. Her exquisite face made the sunlight outside the window seem to pale in comparison. As one of the school's two most beautiful teachers, Chin Mu's classes are never short of students, even when she is teaching the awakening theory that has been repeated countless times. Rank D and Rank C are the most common, such as basic strength and speed enhancement. 9 out of 10 awakened individuals fall into this category. Rank B and Rank A are quite rare. Elemental control, transforming wings, mental impact. Once awakened, their future potential is limitless. As for S rank, that's legendary, and there are only a handful of records in the entire Dragon Kingdom. As soon as Chin Mu finished speaking, an uncontrollable commotion and buzzing of discussion erupted in the classroom, like a group of firecrackers with lit fuses. Tomorrow is Awakening Day. In this world where monsters abound and strength reigns supreme, awakening one's talent is like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Even the most ordinary D rank can secure a place in an awakened university, bidding farewell to their ordinary status and never having to worry about food or drink again. If you get an A grade, top universities will fight tooth and nail for you, and money, status, beautiful women, everything you've ever dreamed of will come knocking on your door. S class? That's a walking legend, a ticket to instant success. Teacher, how do I determine if I have a high probability of awakening? A bold boy shouted at the top of his lungs, which drew a burst of laughter. Chin Mu pushed up her glasses, which weren't actually on her nose, a little habit she had when she was thinking. Generally speaking, the faster one progresses in martial arts training, the stronger one's physical potential, the greater the probability of awakening, and the higher one's talent level may be. Whoosh! Almost instantly, more than half of the class turned their attention to the seat in the first row. Lin Yuqing. The most beautiful of the 4 campus beauties, a girl whose name alone can cause a storm on the school forum. She sat there quietly, seemingly unaware of the commotion around her, her long, smooth, black hair making her swan-like neck appear even whiter. She is not only beautiful, but also a recognized genius. He consistently ranks among the top 3 in martial arts assessments and is considered by all the teachers to be a shoo-in for an A-level awakening. Feeling the gazes of everyone, Lin Yuqing simply turned a page of her book, as if it had nothing to do with her. That composure and confidence captivated many boys. The last row of the classroom, in the most inconspicuous corner. Xin Shen silently withdrew his gaze from Lin Yuqing, and the last remaining flame in his heart dimmed even further. The faster you cultivate martial arts, the greater your chances of awakening. For him, those words were a verdict. Having been in this world for 3 years, he knows his own limitations better than anyone else. A martial arts failure. These 4 words, like a brand, are firmly etched onto his dignity. For 3 years, he trained like a madman. His clothes, soaked with sweat, were piled up higher than a person. The result was that, apart from being much stronger than the corporate slave in his previous life, he made no progress in martial arts cultivation. In this world, without strength, you have nothing. Awakening talent, to me, it really is just a legend. Xin Shen gave a self-deprecating smile, slumped back in the cold chair, and turned to look out the window. Never mind, let's leave it at that. To live an ordinary life, quietly until old age, far removed from the bloody battles, seems well. Without warning, a muffled groan escaped from Xin Shen's throat. It felt like a red-hot steel needle had pierced the back of my head, and excruciating pain instantly swept through my entire body. The world before my eyes suddenly twisted and spun, turning into bizarre and colorful blocks of light. The voice of teacher Chin Mu on the podium and the students' discussions were all stretched and distorted, finally merging into a sharp, extremely loud buzzing sound that violently pierced his eardrums. Ha, ha! Xin Shen opened his mouth wide, but no sound came out, only a hissing sound like a broken bellows could be squeezed out of his throat. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his back, and he gripped the corner of the table tightly with both hands, his knuckles losing all color from the excessive force. This inhuman pain came quickly and went quickly. About a minute later, but for Xin Shen it felt like an eternity, the excruciating pain subsided like a receding tide. Xin Shen slumped back in his chair, utterly exhausted, panting heavily, his chest heaving violently. He looked around, still shaken. The students were still excitedly discussing tomorrow's awakening, while teacher Chin Mu on the podium was tidying up her lesson plan, preparing to get out of class. No one noticed his unusual behavior in the corner. It was as if the excruciating pain he had just experienced was merely a hallucination. No, it's not a hallucination. Because, in his field of vision, a semi-transparent panel that only he could see was quietly floating. Name, Xin Chen. Talents, slave god seal unique, myriad transformations unique. Exclusive servant, none. Servants, none. Slave god seal, can be used on any living being. Once successful, it will alter the creature's cognition from the very root of its soul, making it eternally and absolutely loyal to the user. Note, for targets stronger than the user, it will only take effect if the target actively accepts the change or is in a state of unconsciousness. Wanhua randomly changes into a new ability each month. Exclusive servant, a servant can be contracted as your exclusive servant for targeted training and enhancement. Note, only applicable to awakened players. Servants cannot be strengthened, but can be broken down into power sources to strengthen the master and their exclusive servants. Xin Chen's breath hitched for a moment. Golden finger? The golden touch that was 3 years overdue has finally arrived? But, this ability description. The mark of the slave god? A change of perception? Eternal loyalty? And then there's the disintegration of servants, which sounds completely unrelated to the word humanity. A chill ran through him. This ability is too bizarre. He looked up at the vibrant faces in the classroom. They discussed the future and dreamed of glory, completely unaware that a useless person in the corner had just gained the power to turn them all into puppets. For the past 3 years, he has lived in this class and this school like a ghost. He had no friends, no followers, and hardly anyone could even call him by his full name. He was completely marginalized in this world that values strength above all else. The resentment, humiliation, and anger that had been suppressed for 3 years found an outlet at this moment. What am I still hesitating about? Inside Xin Chen's chest, a cold and wild heart began to beat violently. This world is a dog-eat-dog world, where the strong are respected. As long as it allows me to reach the top, what does humanity matter? What evil path? I want everything that's usable. As if in response to his determination, his character panel underwent a new change the moment that resolute thought arose. Talent, versatile unique hypnosis rank D. Hypnosis, through mental suggestion, the target can be induced to behave in a short period of time. Xin Chen was stunned. Enslavement, then hypnosis. Good heavens, they're determined to send me on a wild and unorthodox path. Chapter 2, So what if you're a genius? If you mess with me, you'll have to be my dog. The class was nearing its end. Students, make sure you get a good rest tonight so you can be in the best mental state for your awakening tomorrow. This will increase your chances of a successful awakening. I hope everyone can awaken the talents they are satisfied with. Teacher Qin Mu concluded her last lesson before awakening. The classroom instantly erupted in chatter. The boys and girls, who had been feeling stifled all day, chattered excitedly about tomorrow's awakening ceremony, their faces filled with anticipation and trepidation for the future. Hey, do you guys think I could awaken a C-level talent? Rank C? You're dreaming. You're lucky you even managed to awaken. That's not necessarily true. Looking at the expectant and cheerful students, she sighed softly. As someone who has been through it all, she knows very well that these students are looking forward to a bright future. But the reality is harsh. Leaving aside some martial arts failures, if half of the remaining students have awakened their talent, that would already be quite good. After tomorrow, some will be happy and some will be sad. However, students who cannot awaken their talent but have martial arts aptitude can still apply to guard schools that maintain urban security, and they will also have a permanent position in the future. As for those martial arts failures, Qin Mu couldn't be bothered with them, they were from a completely different world than him. In the corner of the classroom, Xin Chen silently packed his school bag, his movements unhurried and deliberate. All his attention was fixed on the aloof and cold figure at the front of the classroom, like iron filings drawn to a magnet. Lin Yueqing. She comes from a distinguished family, is stunningly beautiful, and is recognized as a martial arts genius in the entire grade. She is hailed as the most likely to soar to new heights at tomorrow's awakening ceremony. In Xin Chen's plan, this proud daughter of heaven would be the first sacrifice for his slave god seal. The hypnosis ability only works on ordinary people. Once Lin Yueqing awakens tomorrow, I will have no more chances. Therefore, he must make his move tonight. When investing, invest in the most valuable, high-potential stocks. Lin Yueqing slung her shoulder bag over her shoulder and walked out of the classroom like a proud white swan, amidst the awe and envy of the crowd. Shinshen zipped up his backpack and followed at a distance. After passing through the bustling main road of the campus, Lin Yueqing did not head towards the girls' dormitory. Instead, after saying goodbye to the girls who were with her, she turned alone towards the quiet old teaching area at the back of the school. Shinshen was certain that the place was secluded and perfect for taking action. He suppressed the tension and excitement rising in his heart because of the upcoming hunt and quickened his pace. After turning 2 corners, a narrow and deep alleyway appeared before us. At the end of the alley, Lin Yueqing's figure stopped there, seemingly having already noticed the tail behind her. It's within the plan. Shinshen muttered something to himself, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. The alley was dimly lit, and the air was filled with a damp, musty smell. Aren't you tired of following me all this way? A cold voice came from ahead, filled with undisguised disgust. Lin Yueqing slowly turned around, and when she saw that the person who came was Shinshen, her disgust instantly turned into naked contempt. I thought it was some blind fool, but it turns out it's you good for nothing. She looked Shinshen up and down, as if he were a lump of mud stuck to the sole of her shoe. Let's talk. Shinshen's voice was calm. Lin Yueqing scoffed as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. What could we possibly have to talk about with a piece of trash like you who can't even get past the basics of martial arts? Shinshen, I'm warning you, after tomorrow, we'll be from 2 different worlds. Put away your unrealistic fantasies and stop bothering me. It only disgusts me. The harsh words were like knives, but Shinshen's mind calmed down completely. Very good. This arrogant superiority and the condescending disdain that he took for granted completely washed away the last bit of hesitation and reluctance in his heart. Lin Yueqing, do you know? Shinshen suddenly smiled. Your voice is actually quite nice, but the words you say sound like they've been pulled out of a sewer, stinky and harsh. Lin Yueqing's face turned cold. Shinshen took 2 more steps forward, closing to within 5 meters of her, his smile becoming increasingly playful. However, I must thank you. What you just said makes me feel much better. I was wondering if it was a bit too much to use such methods on a girl, but now it seems I was overthinking it. What exactly are you trying to say? Lin Yueqing's patience had clearly run out. I want to say. Shinshen's tone suddenly became frivolous and malicious. I'm really curious, what would it be like if a high and mighty genius like you knelt before me like a dog? You're asking for it. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Yueqing's figure suddenly blurred. A strong gust of wind rushed towards him, and before Shinshen could even react, he felt a muffled churning in his abdomen, and his whole body instantly curled up like a boiled shrimp. Vomit. The acid in his stomach mixed with the smell of blood rushed to his throat, and the excruciating pain made his vision go black in waves. That woman is ruthless. The power of that punch was definitely beyond the range of an ordinary high school student. If it weren't for his unwavering training over the past 3 years, which has given him a physical condition far exceeding that of ordinary people, he would probably have already suffered internal organ rupture and passed out by now. However, just as Lin Yueqing's fist was still embedded in his abdomen and had not yet been withdrawn. Despite the excruciating pain, Shinshen's seemingly powerless hand, which had been hanging limply at his side, suddenly shot out like a venomous snake, clamping down on her wrist. You've taken the bait, Miss Lin. He raised his head, his face contorted with pain, but his eyes burned with a mad, triumphant flame. Lin Yueqing was startled. The force on her wrist made her feel something was wrong. Just as she was about to exert force to break free, she met Shinshen's strange eyes. Hypnosis. Shinshen roared inwardly. The next second, Lin Yueqing's eyes, which were originally filled with coldness and anger, dimmed rapidly as if swallowed by a black hole, becoming empty and blank. It's a success. Shinshen could no longer hold on. He released her wrist and slumped against the cold wall, breathing heavily. His back was already soaked with cold sweat, and the excruciating pain in his abdomen continued to assault his nerves. To create this opportunity for close contact, he deliberately used his own body as bait, betting on Lin Yueqing's arrogance and underestimation of him. The bet was won. It took him a while to finally straighten up and look at Lin Yueqing, who stood there like a delicate doll. Then, let's begin the second step. Shinshen walked up to her, extended his slightly trembling fingers, and gently pressed them against her smooth brow. In my name, I etch an eternal mark. Slave God Seal, implant. A complex and eerie dark gold rune flashed across Lin Yueqing's brow, then silently seeped in like a drop of water merging into the ocean. At the same time, Shinshen's panel information was refreshed. Servant, Lin Yueqing. It's done. This future darling of heaven already belongs to him at the very core of her soul. Hiss. The excessive excitement aggravated the wound in his abdomen, and Shinshen gasped in pain. He leaned against the wall and gently snapped his fingers at Lin Yueqing, who remained motionless. The snap of the fingers was crisp and clear. Lin Yueqing's empty eyes regained their light. But this time, there was no coldness or disgust inside, nor any confusion or bewilderment after waking up. She looked at Shinshen quietly, her gaze incredibly complex, as if she were looking at her creator, her god, filled with the purity of newborn, absolute dependence, and a deep-seated fervor. It was as if the aloof Lin Yueqing from before was just a clumsy disguise. "Oh nar." She spoke, her voice soft and devout, a stark contrast to her previous coldness. Shinshen's chest heaved as he suppressed the excruciating pain from his wounds and his inner elation, speaking in a hoarse, commanding voice. "Lin Yueqing, kneel down." "Yes, master." Without any hesitation or doubt. The genius school beauty who was arrogant and looked down on him as trash a second ago, knelt down obediently in front of him the next second. She raised her head and looked up at him. His exquisitely beautiful face was filled with sacred loyalty. At this moment, the stark contrast brought an unparalleled sense of impact and an unprecedented sense of satisfaction in conquest, like a volcanic eruption, instantly swept over Shinshen's entire body. The law of the jungle prevails, the strong are respected. So this is what it feels like to trample geniuses underfoot, wonderful. Shinshen from the old world is dead from that punch. And the reborn him will tread upon the corpses of these so-called geniuses to ascend to the highest throne. Chapter 3, The Genius School Beauty is Actually a Hidden Pervert? In the old town, in a dilapidated apartment building slated for demolition, a room on the second floor is Shinshen's doghouse. The single room, less than 30 square meters, was filled with the smell of cheap instant noodles. The plaster on the wall is peeling off because of the dampness. Discrimination is everywhere in this world. Martial arts failures like him don't even qualify for boarding school and can only barely maintain their last refuge by working odd jobs at convenience stores. The wound on my abdomen was still throbbing, and the cold force of the punch seemed to linger on my skin. But Shinshen's heart was burning with passion. He didn't turn on the light, letting himself sink into the sofa, becoming one with the darkness. He was waiting for his trophies to come to him. In his previous life, he had already died from Lin Yueqing's punch. The one that is alive now is a demon that will devour everything. He glanced at the ticking clock on the wall. It was almost time. Thump, thump, thump. The knocking was neither too loud nor too soft, but carried a peculiar rhythm, and it rang precisely on time. Shinshen did not get up, but spoke in a hoarse voice. "Come in, the door's unlocked." The door hinges creaked open with a sickening sound, and a tall, slender figure walked in, then skillfully closed and locked the door behind her. It is Lin Yueqing. At this moment, she was wearing a large hooded trench coat, the hood pulled low, completely hiding her stunningly beautiful face in shadow. "Oh nar." Her voice rang out in the small space, soft yet carrying a deep-seated devotion. Shinshen did not respond, but simply looked at her quietly. In the darkness, Lin Yueqing seemed to sense his gaze, and her body trembled slightly. Without hesitation, she slowly walked to the sofa, and then... thump! He landed on his knees, the hem of his expensive trenchcoat scraping against the dusty floor with a dull thud. She knelt before him, took off her hat, and looked up. Her exquisitely beautiful face gleamed with an ivory-like luster in the faint moonlight streaming through the window. Her beautiful eyes, once filled with frost and disgust, now held only pure, unreserved fervor and dependence. "Master, I've arrived." She spoke softly, as if reporting her whereabouts. "Where's the gift you said you'd prepare for me?" Shinshen's voice was as cold as ice. He enjoyed this feeling of being high and mighty, and the thrill of manipulating his former goddess. A beautiful blush appeared on Lin Yueqing's cheeks. She bit her lower lip, seemingly a little shy, but more excited than anything else. "Bringed." She reached out her slender fingers and unbuttoned her trench coat. When the oversized trench coat was taken off and slid to the ground, Shinshen's breath hitched. Beneath the trench coat was not that conservative school uniform at all. Instead, it was a pure white JK uniform that accentuated the curves of a young girl to the extreme. Underneath the pleated skirt, two long, slender legs wrapped in knee-length black stockings were tightly pressed together, forming an absolute territory that no man could resist. Innocence and allure, these two contradictory qualities, are perfectly blended in her, creating an explosive impact. "You." Shinshen's voice even changed slightly. "This outfit was a birthday gift from a friend, and I've never worn it before." Lin Yueqing's voice trembled slightly, revealing a hint of anticipation. "I think the master might like this." She slightly puffed out her chest, as if displaying her most precious treasure. Do you like it, my master? As she spoke, she even knelt down and gently moved her body, turning around in front of Shinshan, her skirt fluttering, looking incredibly glamorous. That vixen. Shinshan could no longer maintain that cold facade. The primal desires within him erupted like a volcano that had been ignited. He suddenly leaned forward, scooped up Lin Yuqing, who was kneeling on the ground, and strode towards the only single bed in the room. Ah! Lin Yuqing let out a short gasp, then hugged Shinshan's neck tightly, her cheeks flushed and her body burning hot. She knew exactly what was going to happen next. Or rather, this is the deepest desire of a soul transformed by the slave god seal. He threw her onto the bed, then leaned over her, looking down at her from above. That punch of yours really hurt. His fingers traced Lin Yuqing's cheek, his voice carrying a hint of cruel mockery. So tonight, you'll have to pay it back, with interest. Yes, master. Lin Yuqing's eyes welled up with tears. Yuqing will make it up to master properly. The night was still long. This dilapidated rental house is the stage for a madness that outsiders cannot imagine. The once aloof and arrogant martial arts prodigy used every means to please this good-for-nothing she once regarded as trash. From initial awkwardness and shyness, to gradually becoming skilled and proactive in order to satisfy their master. Shinshan fully experienced what it meant to enjoy the life of an emperor and the ultimate pleasure of trampling geniuses underfoot. He's also going further and further down the path of becoming the protagonist of hentai anime. The next day, early morning. Shinshan opened his eyes as the first ray of sunlight shone through the dirty window. He shifted his body and felt something soft and warm pressing against his chest. Looking down, he saw Lin Yuqing's smooth, jade-like arm, wrapped around him like an octopus. She was sleeping soundly, with a trace of glistening tears still clinging to the corner of her eye. Her exquisite face showed a hint of fatigue, but more than that, a languid feeling of being completely satisfied. Shinshan's gaze swept over the messy ground. The pure white, slightly wrinkled JK uniform was carelessly tossed on the floor. Beside her were a pair of black stockings that were over her knees, torn in several places and covered in unidentified stains. He pried open the jade-like arms covering his chest and sat up. In order not to affect tomorrow's awakening ceremony, he ultimately retained his last shred of rationality and did not truly break through that final line of defense. But apart from that one step, all the training that could be done was repeated several times. Lin Yuqing, get up. Shinshan reached out and patted her smooth face. Master. Lin Yuqing let out a soft, cat-like murmur and snuggled closer to Shinshan, as if wanting to absorb more of his presence. What day is it today? Have you forgotten? Shinshan's hands roamed restlessly over her body, pinching her amazing softness. Lin Yuqing opened her eyes groggily, then instantly woke up as if she had been electrocuted. Oh right. Today is Talent Awakening Day. She sat up abruptly, ignoring her aching body, and hurriedly began picking up the clothes from the floor. Are you planning to go out wearing this? Shinshan raised an eyebrow as he watched her pick up the JK uniform, which already had a rather complicated smell. Lin Yuqing's face flushed bright red instantly. I only wore this outfit yesterday. It's okay, I'll put on a trench coat later and change as soon as I get back to the dorm. The smell is too strong. Shinshan pulled out a clean set of his school uniform from the closet and threw it over. Wear mine. That school uniform, with its faint scent of soap, seemed like a priceless treasure to Lin Yuqing. She hugged him tightly, buried her face in his clothes, closed her eyes, and revealed a fascinated and intoxicated expression, greedily inhaling Shinshan's scent. Thank you, master. This is a blessing bestowed upon me by master. Seeing her like this, the last shred of morality from the old world in Shinshan's heart completely vanished. It turns out she was also a hidden pervert. That's really interesting. Tianyu High School, girls' dormitory. As soon as Lin Yuqing opened the door with her fingerprint, a figure rushed up and hugged her. Yuqing. You're finally back. Tell me honestly, where did you go all night? You didn't answer your phone. The person who hugged her was her roommate and best friend, Lu Weiwei, a cute girl with pigtails. No. I didn't go anywhere, I just stayed at a friend's house for one night. Lin Yuqing's eyes darted away, and she quickly pushed her away. Friends? Male or female? Lu Weiwei's expression immediately became wary. Suddenly, she sniffed the air and then brought her nose close to Lin Yuqing's hair. Ha! Yuqing, you have a weird smell on you, it doesn't smell like your shower gel. It's just your imagination. Lin Yuqing panicked and immediately took off her trench coat, grabbed a clean school uniform, and rushed into the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower first. Lu Weiwei stood still, her eyes narrowed. Her intuition told her that something was definitely going on. At that moment, another roommate, who was putting on makeup, suddenly spoke up. Weiwei, did you notice that the school uniform Yuaqing was wearing just now seems to be a men's size? It looks really big. Boys' school uniform? A strange smell? Staying out all night? Several keywords strung together in Lu Weiwei's mind, and a terrifying conjecture made her expression change drastically. She couldn't care less about anything else, grabbed her phone, rushed out of the dormitory, and dialed a number. The call was quickly answered, and a slightly arrogant young male voice came from the other end. Weiwei? What do you want? Young Master Wang. Something terrible has happened. Yuaqing, it seems she's having an affair. Chapter 4, Rejecting an S-class prodigy in front of the entire school, my mate only blushes for me. Tianning City, Tianyu High School, Playground. The talent awakening ceremony is underway, and the air is filled with a mixture of tension and anticipation. On the high platform, a series of tragicomedies are unfolding. Shang Zhong's talent awakening has failed. Yan Xiaoyan, talent awakening has failed. Su Bing, talent awakening has failed. Yuan Chong, awakening successful. D-level talent, muscle growth multiplier. Uxin, awakening successful, C-level talent berserk. A series of D-level and C-level talents drew envious sighs from the crowd, but could not stir the slightest ripple in Shinshen's spirit. These mediocre people don't even deserve to be his servants. He came here today ostensibly for awakening, but in reality for hunting. His prey must be at least grade B. Next up, Yi Qingjun. Recording the teacher's voice helped Shinshen, who was feeling drowsy, to perk up a bit. Here it comes, the first target worth paying attention to. Yi Qingjun, one of the foremost beautiful girls in the academy, rose to prominence from humble beginnings with beauty that rivals Lin Yuaqing's and remarkable perseverance. She and Lin Yuaqing are two completely different styles. With her neat single ponytail and clean, unadorned face, she still attracted the attention of most of the boys in the room. She walked to the awakening stone and placed her palm on it. Buzz. The awakening stone shone brightly. Yi Qingjun, awakening successful. B-rank special talent, copy. Whoosh. The crowd erupted in excitement. This was the first B rank today, and a rare special type at that. Congratulations! Yi, you have a bright future ahead of you. The teacher exclaimed excitedly. Yi Qingjun clenched her fists, her cheeks flushed with excitement. A B rank special talent, copy. Not a bad toy. Shinshen's gaze swept over her shapely figure. I've accepted it. Once awakened, even at the D rank, he can be forcibly cultivated into a top-tier combatant through a contract. What's more, she's a beautiful school beauty with B-level talent. After Yi Qingjun, it was another dull, meaningless session. Until the appearance of one name reignited the atmosphere. Next up, Lin Yuaqing. Shinshen straightened up. The show was about to begin. Finally, we've met the campus belle of Lin University. With her martial arts talent, she's at least at B level, and could even reach A level. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yuaqing walked lightly onto the platform. She subconsciously searched for that familiar figure in the crowd, and when her eyes met Shinshen in the back row, her heart trembled, and her nervousness was instantly replaced by a surge of fervor and admiration. For my master. She placed her delicate hand on the cold awakening stone. At this moment, the entire playground was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, and thousands of eyes were fixed on the awakening stone. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold erupted from the center of the awakening stone. Blue and white light shot into the sky, turning the sky into the color of ice crystals. Lin Yuaqing, awakening successful. The teacher in charge of recording the data was so excited that her voice cracked as she looked at the data on the instrument. A level talent, Frost Witch. Holy crap! It really is grade A. Frost Witch. Just hearing that name makes her incredibly powerful. The cheers nearly lifted the entire playground. Lin Yuaqing stepped off the stage, her face flushed with excitement. She ignored everyone's congratulations, lost in thought. My master will be very satisfied with my A-level talent, right? How will he reward me tonight? However, Lin Yuaqing's A grade is not the end. Next up, Wang Ningyu. Wang Ningyu, one of the three great martial arts geniuses, took to the stage, once again igniting the entire audience. Wang Ningyu, awakening successful. Grade a mental talent, mental domination. The teacher in charge of taking notes was so excited that his hands were trembling. Another a rank. And an even more unpredictable and powerful mental type. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the teachers and students below erupted in thunderous cheers once again. Yueching, did you see that? Wang Ningyu stepped off the stage and stared intently at Lin Yueching. You and I are a match made in heaven. Unfortunately, Lin Yueching was completely absorbed in her fantasy of being rewarded by her master and paid no attention to him at all. The appearance of two consecutive A-level talents brought the atmosphere to its peak. When yet another name was called out, everyone's emotions were ignited. Next up, Chen Yang. He's here. Chen Yang, the top of the three geniuses. He's definitely a grade. It's not like I'm having diarrhea while doing a handstand. Chen Yang, the undisputed number one genius of Tianyu High School, calmly placed his hand on the awakening stone amidst a sea of fervent gazes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds passed. The awakening stone did not react at all. What happened? Did it fail? Just as everyone was filled with doubt and uncertainty, a strange change suddenly occurred. Boom! A blinding crimson light burst forth from the awakening stone like a nuclear explosion. It was as if a crimson sun had appeared on campus. A terrifying energy pressure swept across the entire field, and the temperature on the playground rose sharply, as if we were in a lava volcano. Holy crap! What's with all that noise? Ugh! My eyes. This light is so bright I can't even open them. As the light faded, the teacher stared blankly at the letter that had never appeared before on the instrument and in a trembling voice, stammered. Chen Yang, awakening successful. S-rank talent, Blazing King. Dead silence. After a deathly silence of 3 seconds, a frenzy of shouting and clamor erupted. S-rank? Did I hear that right? S-rank. Record broken. Tianning City has never produced an S-class before. Ah. Chen Yang. I want to have your babies. Amidst the frantic screams, the girls nearly fainted. Chen Yang felt the surging power within him, a power powerful enough to scorch mountains and boil seas, and an unprecedented confidence filled his chest. He ignored everyone else, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yueching, and announced loudly in an unquestionable tone. Lin Yueching, I love you. Be my woman. The entire room fell silent instantly, and everyone turned to look at Lin Yueching. Damn it! Lin Yueching will definitely not be able to refuse Chen Yang's confession. S-rank. That's S-rank. How could I possibly refuse? Ah. How romantic. I wish I were Lin Yueching. To everyone else, this was an irresistible and grand confession. However, Lin Yueching merely raised her cool eyes, glanced at Chen Yang, and spoke indifferently with her red lips slightly parted. Sorry, I'm not interested in you. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like two resounding slaps to Chen Yang's face, as well as to everyone else present. What? He was rejected? Chen Yang, who possesses the S-rank talent, Blazing King, was rejected after confessing his love in public? Chen Yang's face instantly turned a deep purplish red, and he clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. I will not give up. Amidst the uproar and astonishment, he slunk off the stage. The host was stunned for a moment before picking up the microphone, coughing, and trying to continue the proceedings. He glanced at the list and read out the next name. Next up, Xin Chen. Chapter 5, Decomposition and Enhancement, a divine skill that kills without leaving a trace. Xin Chen's face darkened when his name was called. Damn it, putting me after the number one martial arts master is definitely intentional. Xin Chen cursed inwardly, but his face remained expressionless as he walked onto the platform amidst the commotion. Below the stage, almost no one paid attention to him, this famous martial arts failure. The focus of everyone's discussion was still on the grand confession of the S-class genius and the unbelievable public rejection. That's an S rank. What is Lin Yueching thinking? Hey, maybe they have someone better? Bullshit. Is there anything better than S-class? Xin Chen ignored all of this and placed his palm on the cold awakening stone. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds passed, and the awakening stone remained dull and unresponsive. The teacher glanced at him, as if not wanting to waste even a second looking, and wrote the conclusion on the table without looking up. Xin Chen, talent awakening, failed. The sound was not loud, and was drowned out by the clamor of voices, without causing the slightest ripple. Fail? That's perfectly normal. After all, awakened talents will not trigger awakening stones. Shinshen looked down at the audience, who were still making a ruckus and paying no attention to him. Come to think of it, it's not surprising that someone who's a martial arts failure would fail to awaken their talent. Until Shinshen saw Lin Yueqing staring intently at him. Unlike the others, his adorable little maid didn't whisper among herself. Her cool, clear eyes followed him intently from the moment he stepped onto the stage until he stepped off. When she noticed Shinshen's gaze, a hint of tension and worry, imperceptible to others, appeared on her exquisite face. This scene brought a slight smile to the corners of his mouth. It seems my little maid has learned to care for her master quite well. She deserves a good reward. After some time, the last student completed his awakening, and the lengthy awakening ceremony finally came to an end. All students have completed their awakening. Now I will announce the number of awakened students. The principal of Tianyu High School, holding a form, stepped onto the awakening platform and loudly announced. The main campus has a total of 553 students, with 51 awakened. The branch campus has a total of 350 students, with 33 awakened. Let's congratulate these 84 students who have successfully awakened, and wish you all smooth sailing on your future paths. Those who failed to awaken can now go home. Those who successfully awakened, please stay and register your resumes, and choose the university you wish to attend. In short, the playground was divided into two worlds. The losers walked dejectedly and listlessly toward the school gate, their future bleak. The successful ones, on the other hand, were overjoyed and huddled together, dreaming of a bright future where they could rise to the top in one fell swoop. Human joys and sorrows are not shared. After leaving the school, Shinshen stretched leisurely. It's finally over. Let's go back and wait for Yueqing. But before he had gone far, three thugs blocked Shinshen's path with ill intentions. Hey kid, looks like you haven't awakened your talent yet. Shinshen glanced at them indifferently. It's you guys. What's up? He recognized these three people. They were seniors from the original martial arts school. After failing to awaken their powers, they became incompetent and engaged in extortion and blackmail. The targets are also students who have failed to awaken and whose future is bleak. Previously, Shinshen, relying on his status as a quasi-awakened one, had ruined many of their plans. With the awakening ceremony imminent, they dared not make a big fuss, fearing that if Shinshen awakened his talent, he would come back and settle scores with them later. Now that Shinshen is also a failed awakening, they don't need to worry about anything anymore. He, you know exactly what's going on with us. Come with us. Three thugs surrounded him, and one of them grabbed Shinshen by the neck and forcibly dragged him into a nearby alley. Shinshen did not resist and let them drag him into the depths of the alley. Kid, you've ruined a lot of our plans. How are you going to make it up to us? Compensation? Sorry, I'm usually penniless. Shinshen spread his hands, showing no sign of panic. No money? No problem, your body parts are all pretty new and worth a lot of money. Upon hearing this, Shinshen's eyes narrowed, and the air in the alley instantly turned cold. Judging from your appearance, it seems like you do this quite often? Haha, these days, plenty of people die in the mouths of monsters every day. Who cares if a few people go missing? The leader of the thugs laughed wildly, as if he had already got Shinshen cornered. Really? Then I'm relieved. As he spoke, Shinshen raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap. Instantly, the light in the eyes of the three thugs vanished, and they froze in place. In fact, he had already been hypnotized when they surrounded him, but Shinshen just didn't activate it. Slavery. With a thought, Shinshen engraved 3 invisible slave god marks into their brows. Next comes decomposition and enhancement. Shinshen opened the character panel and selected the trio of thugs in the slave section. Choose, decompose, and strengthen yourself. The moment you click OK. Before the three thugs could even let out a scream, they turned into countless specks of light and vanished, merging into Shinshen's body. A warm current surged through his body, and Shinshen felt that his strength and physique had increased several times over. He feels like he could kill a bull with one punch. So this is decomposition and reinforcement. It's simply a divine skill that kills without leaving a trace. I wonder if strengthening him with an awakened one would allow him to inherit his innate abilities. As Shinshen pondered this, he walked towards his residence. I'm home. Shinshen turned on the TV, took a can of drink from the refrigerator, and lay on the sofa to kill time. At that moment, a news report on television caught his attention. Traces of the monster shadow leopard have been suspected in the eastern wilderness of Tianning City. The eastern area has been completely sealed off.
Citizens are urged not to approach.
The shadow leopard is a particularly troublesome monster among demonic beasts. It can manipulate shadows and move using them, appearing and disappearing without a trace.
If it wants to escape, there's nothing you can do.
If you don't chase it, it will find an opportunity to come out of the shadows and ambush you. It's the most cunning of all monsters. Shinshan recalled what he knew about the shadow panther.
Sudden. He had a flash of inspiration. The slave god seal is designed for living beings, so demonic beasts should also be within its enslavement scope.
Enslaving monsters to strengthen oneself and create exclusive enslavement.
In that instant, it was as if Shinshan had opened the door to a new world.
No. We'll set off and give it a try after Lin Yueqing arrives.
Shinshan suppressed his excitement and waited for Lin Yueqing's arrival. Time passed. After what seemed like an eternity, there was finally a knock on the door. Shinshan opened the door.
Before Lin Yueqing could even speak, he pulled her along and headed to the Awakeners Guild to apply for a hunting permit.
Chapter 6: Enslaving Monsters. Holy crap! Invincible.
200 years ago, numerous void rifts suddenly appeared on Earth, and a large number of monsters poured in through the rifts. In an instant, humanity was slaughtered by powerful monsters. The guns and missiles that humanity was so proud of were completely useless against the monsters' bizarre abilities.
Humanity was forced to hide underground and eke out a living.
Until one day, a group of humans suddenly awakened their talents and gained the ability to fight against monsters. This group of humans was called the Primal Awakeners. Led by the Primal Awakeners, humanity emerged from underground, reclaimed the land, monitored numerous void rifts, and built walled cities. In order to protect the continuation of humanity, the Primal Awakeners established the Awakeners Guild and set a rule that only Awakeners could go out of the city to hunt. This rule has continued to this day. Only those who have obtained a hunting permit from the Awakeners Guild are allowed to leave the city.
Tianning City, third branch of the Awakeners Guild. Shinshan and Lin Yueqing came here to apply for hunting permits.
Because both of them were wearing trench coats and hoodies, their attire was extremely suspicious, so they attracted the attention of the receptionist as soon as they entered. The saleswoman had a professional smile on her face, but there was a hint of wariness in her eyes. To obtain a hunting permit, Shinshan said in a low voice, stating his purpose directly.
Are you too awakened ones? The receptionist asked in a formulaic manner as she looked them over. Please show your awakened one identification, we need to verify it. Shinshan didn't move. He simply raised his head, and in the shadow of the hood, a pair of eyes quietly looked at the other person. Hypnosis activated.
The saleswoman's question abruptly stopped, and her eyes instantly became somewhat lost and empty. We can't show our documents, but we need to leave the city urgently. Just issue us 2 temporary permits with the highest level of authority, and encrypt the files.
Okay, no problem.
The young woman immediately lowered her head and her fingers flew across the keyboard.
In less than a minute, 2 brand new metal cards were handed out. My lords, it's done. Thanks.
Shinshan took the card, pulled Lin Yueqing around, and left in a smooth and effortless manner. Only after the two disappeared through the door did the counter lady momentarily dazed. She blinked, only remembering that she had just served 2 important figures with complete paperwork, but she couldn't recall what they looked like at all. After obtaining the permit, Shinshan immediately hailed a taxi on the roadside. Master, to the north gate. Shinshan closed the car door and said to the driver. The driver glanced at the 2 men in the rearview mirror, especially noticing their disguises that concealed their faces, and hesitated.
The north gate? That's the gateway out of the city, you.
Without saying a word, Shinshan directly extended a metal card in front of him. The unique eagle wing emblem and shimmering light on the card caught the driver's eye, instantly dispelling his previous hesitation and causing his attitude to completely change.
Are you awakened ones?
The driver glanced at the 2 people a few more times in the rearview mirror, then hesitated for a moment before asking.
All right, Awakener, hold on tight.
The driver stepped on the gas, and the car shot forward, while he started chatting enthusiastically.
Is this your first time hunting outside the city, gentlemen? Be careful if you're a beginner going into that forest outside the north gate. Don't be fooled by its proximity to the city, the monsters inside don't discriminate. Oh? Master, you're very familiar with this place?
Shinshan replied casually. Hey, I've heard it so many times from awakened masters, I'm quite familiar with it. Most of the monsters in that forest are beginner level, with the occasional intermediate level one.
However, even the beginner level ones are divided into different grades. Take that swift eagle for example. It's not very big, but it's incredibly fast. Its feathers are as stiff as steel plates. Many rookie teams have fallen victim to it on their first outing. They call it the rookie killer. Xin Shan seemed to be deep in thought. This information did match the knowledge he had in his memory. An hour later, the taxi stopped in front of the magnificent metal gate. My lord, we can't get any further ahead. We wish you both a successful hunt and a bountiful catch. After paying the fare, Xin Shan and Lin Yuqing walked towards the giant gate that was 100 meters high. The guards at the entrance were fully armed and exuded a calm and collected aura. They were clearly seasoned veterans of awakening. Show your license. A guard reached out and stopped them. Xin Shan handed over the card. The guard swiped his hand on the portable device, which then emitted a green beep. He looked up at Xin Shan and the other person, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but still waved them on. Authorization approved, proceed. The heavy metal door rumbled and slowly opened a crack just wide enough for two people to pass through. The moment I stepped out of the city, a primitive and desolate atmosphere rushed towards me. Before me stretched an endless, dense forest, with towering ancient trees blocking out the sky. The air was filled with the damp smell of soil and plants, mixed with a faint, almost imperceptible stench of blood. Based on the currently known evaluation levels of monsters, they are categorized as beginner, intermediate, advanced, high-ranking, and extraordinary. Corresponding to the beginner, intermediate, advanced, superior, and special levels of awakened individuals. Moreover, the farther away from the city, the more monsters there are, and the stronger they are. However, generally speaking, high-level monsters will not appear within 3 kilometers of urban areas. They are mostly low-level or mid-level monsters. Of course, this is just a general evaluation based on a certain standard, and there can be huge differences in strength even among those of the same level. For example, if 100 is set as the standard for judging the intermediate level, then the range from 1 to 99 is all considered the beginner level. Of course, reality is not as precise as the numbers. There may be instances of inflated or understated figures. As it was his first hunt, Xin Shan planned to practice within a 3,000-meter radius of the city. Yuqing. Xin Shan's voice rang out in the quiet forest. If we encounter a monster later, don't kill it. Just beat it until it can't move. His purpose in coming here was to test that crazy idea. If successful, his strength will undergo a true transformation, and he won't have to worry about enhancement materials anymore. Moreover, dissecting a monster is much easier than dissecting one's own kind. Yes, master, I understand. Although Lin Yuqing didn't know the purpose of doing this, since it was her master's order, she would just do as she was told. The two men, one in front and one behind, cautiously ventured deeper into the forest. After walking for about 10 minutes, the light overhead suddenly dimmed. Chirp! A sharp, piercing cry rang out from the sky, and a huge shadow was cast down like lightning, completely enveloping the two of them. Xin Shan looked up abruptly and saw a giant eagle with a wingspan of over 5 meters, its claws like hooks, swooping down at them with astonishing speed. It's Swift Eagle. Just as I predicted, it came true. Careful. Lin Yuqing reacted even faster. Almost at the same time Xin Shan looked up, she stepped forward and stood in front of him. She raised her fair right hand, and the moisture in the air condensed rapidly. Thump! With a heavy thud, the Swift Eagle crashed into a thick ice wall that had appeared out of nowhere. Ice shards flew everywhere, and it let out a painful cry, flapping its wings wildly as it struggled to rise. Such a fast reaction speed, such a strong ability to mold ice. Xin Shan gained a new understanding of the power of Lin Yuqing's A-level talent, the Frost Witch. The experimental materials have come to us of their own accord. Xin Shan licked his lips. Yuqing, cripple its wings. Yes. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yuqing's eyes. She raised her hand and made a grasping motion. 3 crystal-clear ice spears instantly materialized beside her, their tips bearing spiral patterns and radiating a bone-chilling cold. She swung her arms suddenly. Whoosh! 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 3 ice spears, accompanied by a shrill whooshing sound, shot out in a triangular formation, heading straight for the Swift Eagle in the air. The Swift Eagle clearly sensed the deadly threat. It shrieked and twisted its body with all its might, trying to use its speed, which it was so proud of, to evade. However, the ice spear is even faster. Put! The foremost ice spear precisely tore through the air, its spiraling tip piercing deep into the root of the Swift Eagle's left wing. Those feathers, which were said to be as strong as steel bars, were as fragile as paper in front of this ice spear. Large amounts of blood instantly stained the sky red.
The swift eagle let out a shrill scream, its massive body losing its balance. Like a kite with a broken string, it spiraled and plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the ground in front of the two with a loud thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. It struggled frantically, but it couldn't fly no matter what it did. He killed them in one hit. Is this the power of an A-rank talent? Although Shinshan was mentally prepared for the power of a level talent, he was still greatly shocked. Master, it has lost the ability to resist. Lin Yueqing ran up to Shinshan, tilting her head slightly, like a kitten waiting for its owner's praise. Yes, Yueqing did a great job. Shinshan reached out and ruffled her hair, and Lin Yueqing squinted her eyes comfortably. After giving Lin Yueqing a brief compliment, Shinshan strode up to the swift eagle that was constantly wailing. Now! He concentrated his mind and used the slave god seal on the enormous creature before him. Slavery! The next second, a brand new avatar appeared in the slave section of his character panel. It was a miniature version of a swift hawk. It worked! It really does! Holy crap! That's invincible! Shinshan was overjoyed and forcibly suppressed the roar that almost escaped his lips. His heart was pounding wildly, and his blood seemed to be boiling. This means he has opened a stairway to the gods, an invincible path. Next step, decomposition and reinforcement. Without hesitation, Shinshan selected the swift eagle icon, focused his mind on the two options, decompose and strengthen self, and then quickly confirmed. Buzz! The swift eagle's massive body instantly disintegrated into billions of golden light points, like a dazzling meteor shower, all of which poured into Shinshan's body. Ugh! Shinshan groaned. An unprecedented burning and tearing sensation swept through my entire body. He could clearly feel every muscle in his body being violently torn apart and reassembled, his bones cracking as if being reforged by the hand of a god. This feeling is 100 times stronger than when I broke up those 3 thugs last time. After the enhancement was completed, Shinshan slowly straightened up and clenched his fist. An explosive sense of power surged through his limbs and bones. He even had the illusion that if he wanted, his skin could instantly tighten and become as tough as the feathers of that swift eagle. Just then, his character panel automatically appeared before his eyes, and the changes on it made him gasp for breath. Name, Shinshan. Talent, Slave God Seal Unique, Myriad Transformations Unique Hypnosis D, Speed Enhancement D+. Personal Servant, Lin Yueqing. Servants, none. He really inherited the talent. Shinshan stared intently at the words Speed Enhancement D that was the talent of the swift eagle. What made his heart race even more was that next to the new talent, Speed Enhancement D, there was a small plus sign. What does this mean? Could it be that one's talent itself can be strengthened and upgraded by decomposing other demonic beasts? Shinshan's heart pounded as he considered this possibility. Yueqing, let's go. Let's continue hunting monsters. He wants more monsters to experiment with. Chapter 7, Creating an S-Class Maid Squad? I like this goal. Boom! With a mournful cry, the carcass of another swift eagle fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the forest clearing and kicking up clouds of dust. A figure followed closely behind, landing lightly beside Lin Yueqing. It was Shinshan. At this moment, he was no longer the weakling who needed to hide behind Lin Yueqing 3 hours ago. Master, there is dust on your face. Lin Yueqing stepped forward, stretched out her fair hand, and gently brushed the dust off Shinshan's cheek, her eyes filled with undisguised admiration. This was the 5th swift hawk that Shinshan had personally dealt with since they entered the forest. Shinshan nodded to her and walked straight toward the still convulsing Sunying. Without the slightest hesitation, his spiritual power surged. Slavery! The familiar process followed. Swift hawk's image appeared in the slavery section. Decompose to strengthen yourself. Buzz. The swift eagle's massive body instantly disintegrated into billions of golden light points, transforming into a dazzling stream of light that all entered Shinshan's body. A familiar burning sensation washed over him again, but this time it wasn't the excruciating pain of the first time. It felt more like a scalding torrent, precisely washing over his legs. Every muscle, every tendon, trembled with pleasure under this force, becoming lighter and more explosive. After the enhancement ended, Shinshan slowly opened his eyes, and his character panel automatically appeared. Name, Shinshan. Talent, Slave God Seal Unique, Myriad Transformations Unique Hypnosis D, Speed Super Enhancement C+. Personal Servant, Lin Yueqing. Servants, none. It really upgraded. Looking at the golden Speed Super Enhancement C in the talent bar, Shinshan's heart started pounding wildly again.
Just as he expected. It took dismantling 5 Swifthawks with the Speed Enhancement D talent to finally transform this talent from D to C. Moreover, the little plus sign is still there, which means that as long as there are higher level materials, this talent can continue to increase. Through 3 hours of experiments with nearly 30 monsters, Xinshen basically figured out the pattern of enhancement. To strengthen yourself, the level of the materials you use cannot be too much lower than your own, otherwise the benefits will be negligible. Thinking you can become infinitely stronger by farming low-level monsters like goblins is simply wishful thinking. The enhancement of talents is even more demanding, requiring talents of the same type, level, or higher. It's like using a D-rank Swifthawk talent to fill a C-rank talent's experience bar. The efficiency is visibly low. It seems that we can't extract much more from low-level demonic beasts anymore, Xinshen muttered to himself. Of course, if it is a monster with other new talents, then that's a different story. Of these 30-odd demonic beasts, only the Swift Eagle possesses innate talent, which explains why it's known as a newbie killer. In that case, Xinshen's eyes lit up. Do those rookie killers who are on par with Swifthawk also have talent? The moment that thought crossed his mind, he was instantly filled with energy again. Just as he was about to lead Lin Yueqing deeper into the area, he caught a glimpse of a Swift Eagle dozing off under a large tree not far away. He initially intended to simply walk around it, but then he suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Lin Yueqing beside him. The little maid tilted her head in confusion, looking puzzled. Xinshen's lips curled into a smile. Yeah, I've been so focused on my own enjoyment that I haven't even upgraded my personal maid yet. The poor Swift Eagle was enslaved in its sleep, and its frustration turned into countless specks of light that flowed into Lin Yueqing's body. Ah! Lin Yueqing let out a gasp. She could clearly feel a warm current flowing through her limbs and bones, and every part of her body was undergoing a wonderful change. Master! I feel like I've become so much stronger. She covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief, then realized what was happening and looked at Xinshen excitedly. It was made by Master, wasn't it? Thank you for the reward, Master. This huge surprise made the girl so excited that she was almost incoherent. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Xinshen on the lips. Faced with this sudden kiss, Xinshen was stunned for a moment, then took the initiative, wrapping his arms around Lin Yueqing's slender waist and deepening the kiss. Xinshen only released the girl in his arms when she was so weak that she could hardly breathe. Lin Yueqing's face was flushed, her eyes were glazed as she slumped into his arms, her chest heaving violently. Xinshen didn't rush to savor the moment. Instead, he eagerly opened Lin Yueqing's interface. Personal servant, Lin Yueqing. Talents, Frost Witch A+, Speed Enhancement D+. Really? Lin Yueqing not only inherited Swift Eagle's talent, but her own A-level talent also has a plus sign after it. Above grade A is grade S. This means, as long as there are enough high-level demonic beasts as nourishment, wouldn't he be able to mass-produce S-rank talent awakeners? This thought made Xinshen's mind go blank, and the whole world seemed to go silent. S-rank talent. In the entire city of Tianning, since its establishment, only one S-class individual has ever been born in official records. But he possesses the ability to create S-class talents. This world lacks everything, except monsters. Okay. It's settled then. A fire ignited in Xinshen's chest. Let's set a small goal first, to build an exclusive maid squad with all members possessing S-rank talent. Boom! Just as Xinshen was immersed in his grand plan, a deafening roar suddenly came from the depths of the distant forest, and even the ground beneath their feet trembled 3 times. Immediately following were the cracking sounds of trees falling and the angry roar of some kind of giant beast. Is it a battle between demonic beasts? Or a fight between awakened beings? In either case, it means opportunity for him. Come on, Yueqing, let's be fishermen for a day. Without saying a word, Xinshen, along with Lin Yueqing, sped off in the direction the sound came from. An open area in the forest. 3 girls, their clothes somewhat tattered, were running frantically, their faces filled with terror. Behind them, a giant brown bear, 5 meters tall, was strutting around with earth-shaking strides, frantically chasing after them, each roar stirring up a stench. Sister Zhui. How could there be a high-level monster like the Power Rock Bear in the outer area? A petite and cute girl screamed, her voice trembling with tears. How should I know? The tall, beautiful girl in the lead retorted impatiently. Stop arguing. Run. One hit from it and you'll be turned into mincemeat, another girl with a sexy style shouted anxiously. Just then, Su Zhui, the girl in the lead, spotted Xinshen and Lin Yueqing approaching from the side. A resolute and ruthless glint flashed in her eyes. I've got an idea. Come with me. She suddenly changed direction and charged straight at Shinshan and the other person. Just before they crossed paths, Suzhui flicked her wrist and threw a small red ball the size of a lychee at Shinshan with all her might. Lin Yueqing's expression changed drastically. Master, this is bad. It's a demon-attracting bomb. Hold. Shinshan instantly understood the other party's malicious intentions. These three bastards wanted to use them as scapegoats. Just as he was about to pull Lin Yueqing back, a strong, pungent, fishy stench hit them. Roar! A deafening roar tore through the air, and a bear paw larger than a millstone ripped through the pink smoke, obscuring the light of day, and with immense force, slammed down towards Shinshan's head. Master, be careful! Lin Yueqing screamed, and a surge of cold air erupted, causing a thick ice wall to rise from the ground in the blink of an eye. However, in the face of that devastating bear paw, this ice wall was ridiculously fragile. Click! It held for less than half a second before the ice wall became covered in cracks and exploded into a sky full of ice crystals. But that half second was enough. Shinshan, holding Lin Yueqing, rolled to the side at the extreme. Boom! The bear slammed its paw down on the spot where he had just stood, causing the ground to tremble violently and instantly creating a terrifying crater. The violent shockwave, mixed with dirt, rocks, and grass clippings, slammed into the two of them, sending them flying. Puff! Shinshan felt as if he had been hit by a speeding truck. He felt a sweet taste in his throat and uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood. He held Lin Yueqing tightly in his arms, his gaze passing over the swirling dust, coldly locking onto the three figures running further and further away in the distance. Very good. You've successfully provoked me. Is Master all right? Lin Yueqing, who was in his arms, looked at the blood at the corner of Shinshan's mouth with concern and anxiety on her face. Fine. Shinshan shook his head, his gaze fixed on the demonic beast that had attacked them. Only then did he see the monster's appearance clearly. Chapter 8, Disaster? No. It's an opportunity. Power Rock Bear. Shinshan's face instantly darkened. Although the Power Rock Bear is not considered strong among high-level demonic beasts, it is nothing short of a natural disaster for them now. Thick-skinned and incredibly strong, it can also manipulate earth elements. These three characteristics combined are a nightmare for low-level awakened beings. If you can't break through its defenses, you can't take damage without damage, you're invincible. But if it hits you even once, you're done for. It can be said that this is the monster with the worst compatibility with them right now. Suddenly, Shinshan's gaze fell on the side of the Power Rock Bear, and his eyes lit up. There was a wound there, and blood was still oozing out. It's injured. Perhaps this is their chance. Master, you go first, I'll hold it off. Lin Yueqing gritted her teeth, a resolute look appearing on her face. A chill gathered in front of her, as if she intended to fight to the death. Yueqing, this might be our chance. Shinshan reached out and pressed Lin Yueqing's shoulder, leaned close to her ear, and spoke rapidly in a voice only the two of them could hear. Did you see the wound on its belly? I'll be the bait. You find an opportunity and use your strongest attack to smash that wound to pieces. Did you understand? After explaining the battle plan, Shinshan looked at Lin Yueqing's face. Lin Yueqing nodded. She had unconditional and absolute trust and obedience to her master's choices. All right, let's begin the battle. Before he finished speaking, Shinshan's figure had already shot out. With the boost from his sea-level speed enhancement talent, he shot towards the Power Rock Bear like an arrow released from a bow. He gathered all his strength in his right fist and slammed it into the giant bear's chest. Thump! A loud bang, like a battering ram hitting the city wall. Shinshan felt a terrifying recoil force surge up his fist, and his entire right arm instantly went numb and sore, as if the bones were about to crack. As for the Power Rock Bear, it only swayed slightly, but was completely unharmed. Hold! Shinshan cursed inwardly. His current physique was still far inferior to that of this giant. Just then, a deadly sense of crisis enveloped my heart. Without thinking, Shinshan suddenly exerted force with his waist and fell headfirst to the ground. Call! A bear paw larger than a millstone, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind that tore through the air, swept almost past his scalp. The bear paw whipped up turbulent currents like wind blades, leaving a jagged trench in the ground behind it. At this moment, Shinshan understood that he absolutely could not be hit, otherwise he would surely be smashed into a pile of minced meat. Before Shinshan could catch his breath, the Power Rock Bear's second attack followed immediately. Its huge paw was raised high, like dark clouds pressing down, before slamming down again.
Shin-chan rolled awkwardly and jumped backward, narrowly creating distance between them. Boom! The bear paw landed, and the ground shattered. The pain from the abdominal wound made it extremely irritable, and now the human in front of it, who was scurrying around like a fly, ignited all its anger. Roar! Amidst the deafening roar, Shin-chan suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet begin to tremble violently. It's controlled by earth element. His expression changed, and he retreated again without hesitation. Sizzle! 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 The next second, 3 sharp spikes suddenly shot out from where he had just stood, flashing with a dangerous earthy yellow light. Upon landing, Shin-chan didn't linger, he turned and ran. Behind him, one spike after another burst from the ground, chasing after his heels, making the scene extremely dangerous. Damn! That was so exciting! In this life or death struggle with zero tolerance for mistakes, his spirit was compressed to the extreme, his adrenaline surged wildly, and deep in his heart, a morbid, exhilarating pleasure welled up. Holy crap, am I some kind of hidden battle maniac? Just as Shin-chan couldn't help but complain in his heart, the power rock bear, which had been unable to break through his defenses for a long time, completely lost its patience. Roar! It roared, and with a burst of power from its hind legs, it leaped high into the air. It intended to crush the annoying insect with the force of a mountain crashing down. This movement caused its enormous body to stretch out in the air, while also completely exposing the bloody wound on its side to the sky. Now! Shin-chan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted at Lin Yueqing, who was not far away. Yueqing! Make your move! Lin Yueqing, who had been waiting for this moment, did not hesitate at all. Buzz! The temperature in the air suddenly dropped, and a spiral ice spear, shimmering with an icy blue light, was instantly formed from compressed extreme cold air. Call out! The ice spear ripped through the sky, leaving a clear white trail in the air, and plunged precisely into the wound on the side of the power rock bear at a tricky and ruthless angle. Roar! A whoa! The roar of the power rock bear instantly turned into a shrill wail. The intense pain caused it to lose its balance in mid-air, and its massive body crashed heavily to the ground like a falling meteorite. Boom! The earth shook violently, and smoke and dust filled the air. The pain coming from the wound was no longer just intense, but a bone-chilling, piercing cold. The power of extreme cold frost is spreading wildly into its body through its blood vessels and muscles. Roar! Its bloodshot eyes, filled with excruciating pain, stared intently at Shin-chan. It roared and, dragging its stiffening body, pounced on him again in a frenzy. But this time, its movements were noticeably slower. Shin-chan easily dodged to the side. The cold air is working. He was overjoyed. The scales of the battle were beginning to tip in their favor. Yueqing, don't stop. Use the ice picks to keep attacking the wound and freeze its internal organs. Yes, master. What followed turned into a bloody and brutal war of attrition. Shin-chan transformed into the most agile bullfighter, frantically teetering on the edge of death. With each dodge, he redirected the power rock bear's attacks into empty space, and with each provocation, he fueled the power rock bear's rage, causing it to ignore the fatal changes taking place inside its body. Lin Yueqing, on the other hand, became the most composed archer. She continuously condensed small but extremely penetrating ice spikes, and took advantage of the gaps that Shin-chan created to shoot them one by one into the giant bear's already bloody and mangled wounds. Puff! 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 The icicles continued to penetrate, and the cold air continued to spread. The power rock bear's movements became slower and stiffer, and its brown fur began to be covered with a layer of white frost. Its roar, which started with anger, turned into a mournful cry of resentment and weakness. Finally, after another failed attack, its forelimbs went limp, and the joint at its knee made a crisp crack sound, as it had been frozen solid. Its massive body could no longer support it, and it collapsed to its knees with a thud, finally crashing heavily to the ground, unable to move any further. Huff, huff, huff. Shin-chan and Lin Yueqing were both panting heavily, their clothes soaked with sweat. Shin-chan, in particular, had almost exhausted all his strength just by dodging the attacks. High-level demonic beasts, they're definitely not to be trifled with. Shin-chan was still shaken. If he had made just one mistake, the two of them would be 2 puddles of minced meat on the ground right now. But then he grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement. However, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. He walked up to the power rock bear, who had lost all ability to resist and could only look at him with desperate eyes, without the slightest pity. Slavery. Break down. Strengthen.
Under the smooth 3 command sequence, the poor power rock bear didn't even have time to let out its final mournful cry before its massive body transformed into countless points of light, like a torrent, surging wildly into Shin Chen's body. Boom! An unprecedented surge of power exploded through his limbs and bones. His muscles bulged instantly, brimming with explosive power. Shin Chen roared and slammed his fist down hard on the ground beside him. Boom! The solid ground cracked open, revealing a terrifying crater, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading outwards. This is power. Shin Chen slowly opened his palms, feeling the surging, roaring power within his body, as well as his terrifying physique, which was many times stronger than before. A pale blue panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Shin Chen. Talents, Slave God Seal Unique, Myriad Transformations Unique Hypnosis D, Speed Super Enhancement C+, Earth Element Manipulation B+. Personal Servant, Lin Yueqing. Servants, none. It inherited the terrifying physique, ferocious power, and B-rank talent of the Power Rock Bear. He has now stepped into the ranks of advanced awakened beings. Shin Chen slowly stood up, clenched his fists, and his knuckles cracked like popping beans. He turned his head, his cold gaze fixed on a certain direction in the distant forest, the direction from which Su Jui and the other two had fled. A chilling killing intent emanated from him. Very good. Now, it's your turn. Chapter 9, Plastic Sisters? Then kneel down and be my dogs. The outskirts of the forest. 3 figures leaned against a thick tree trunk, panting heavily, their faces still showing the relief of surviving a disaster. Sister Jui, are we really just going to abandon them like this? The petite Ji Tian had pale lips, and her voice trembled with guilt. What else? Wait to die? The tall and slender Feng Jui wiped the mud off her cheeks, her tone cold and disdainful. Anyone who dares to leave the city should be prepared to die. Every year, countless awakened beings die in the mouths of monsters. They can only blame their bad luck. Yes, Sister Jui is right. Huang Kersen, with her fiery style, immediately chimed in, forcibly suppressing the unease in her heart. It's a dog-eat-dog world. They're too weak, so they can't blame us. As soon as he finished speaking, the chirping of insects around him stopped abruptly. A chilling coldness suddenly shot up from the soles of my feet, and the temperature around me seemed to plummet into an ice cave. Something's not right. Feng Jui, being an A-level talent, reacted the fastest. She flipped backward, grabbed 2 dry tree branches from the ground, and activated her talent, which instantly transformed them into 2 sharp daggers gleaming with metallic luster. Who? Show yourself! She shouted sharply, her eyes scanning the surrounding dark woodland warily. Ji Tian and Huang Kersen, who were behind her, were not so lucky. Ah! My foot! I can't move. This is ice? To their horror, the 2 women discovered that their legs had been frozen solid to the ground by a thick layer of ice. The chill spread upwards from their calves, and the biting cold made their bodies stiffen. The response is good. A faint voice came from the depths of the forest. Shin Chen, holding Lin Yueqing's hand, strolled out leisurely. With each step he took, a layer of white frost condensed on the fallen leaves on the ground. The moment she saw the person who had arrived, all the color drained from Feng Jui's face. It's them! Those 2 guys who were used as bait. They're still alive? Hee hee, it seems you still remember us. There was not a trace of a smile on Shin Chen's face, only an unyielding coldness. He glanced at the 3 women and had to admit that their looks were indeed top tier. The leader, Feng Jui, was in no way inferior to Lin Yueqing in appearance and demeanor. The other 2 were also exceptional beauties, 1 in 100. Very well, he has already figured out how to punish them. On the other side, Feng Jui glanced indifferently at her 2 frozen companions, and without the slightest hesitation, turned and darted into the dense forest in another direction, her movements as swift as a cheetah. She's not stupid. To survive the attack of the high-level demonic beast Power Rock Bear and even appear here unscathed, the strength of these 2 people has exceeded her expectations. Staying means certain death. Sister Jui? Ji Tian and Huang Kersen stared blankly at Feng Jui's disappearing figure, their faces filled with disbelief. They were abandoned? They were treated as expendable pawns without hesitation. Haha, what a touching sisterhood. Shin Chen's mocking laughter rang in their ears, like a resounding slap in the face. How does it feel to be used as a scapegoat? He walked step by step to Huang Kersen. Huang Kersen was so frightened that she trembled all over and screamed in a fierce but cowardly manner. Don't come any closer. I'm telling you, my dad is.
Shin-chan was too lazy to listen to her nonsense, and simply lifted his foot slightly. Boom! Suddenly, the ground beneath Huang Kursen's feet turned into a quicksand-like swamp. A tremendous suction force pulled her in uncontrollably, and the mud instantly submerged her waist. Just like you said, quite a few awakened beings die at the hands of demonic beasts every year. Shin-chan looked down at Huang Kursen, who was struggling in the mud, his voice completely calm. So, you can only blame your bad luck for dying here. He reached out and touched Huang Kursen's cheek. Now, what do you think? The soil seemed to come alive, transforming into a giant hand that tightly covered Huang Kursen's mouth and nose. Wah-ah! Wah-ah! The fear of suffocation gripped her instantly. She struggled frantically, flailing her arms, but could only grasp at the slippery mud. Her brain began to go black due to lack of oxygen. Tian, who was standing to the side, watched this scene with her own eyes wide open, and was so frightened that she was about to activate her talent when a crystal-clear ice blade was pressed against her throat. Lin Yueqing's icy voice rang close to her ear. If you want to live, don't move. I was wrong, please, let me go. In the mud, Huang Kursen's struggles grew weaker and weaker, tears mingling with the muddy water as she uttered incoherent pleas. Shin-chan then waved his hand, and the mud dispersed. Huang Kursen lay sprawled in the mud like a fish out of water, breathing in the earthy air, her eyes and nose running, looking utterly pathetic. Shin-chan squatted down, grabbed her hair, and pulled her mud-covered face up to his face. Now you know how to beg for mercy? It's too late. From the moment you used us as bait, you were already dead to me. The cold words, like a poison knife, completely crushed Huang Kursen's last bit of hope. She was just a 17-year-old girl who had only recently awakened to her true nature. She had never experienced such torment as death looming close. Seeing her completely break down, Shin-chan knew that the time was right. He leaned close to her ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. However, you have a good appearance, so I'll give you a chance. To die, or to become mine, completely and utterly. I choose the second one. I'll go with you. Please don't kill me. Huang Kursen, as if grasping at the last straw, screamed without thinking. A smart choice. Shin-chan released his hand, and a complex dark gold rune flashed and disappeared on her forehead. Clean your face. Yes, master. Huang Kursen's body trembled, and the fear in her eyes was instantly replaced by fanatical obedience. She actually began to wipe the mud off her face with her sleeve. Get one sorted out. Shin-chan turned to Tian, who was already terrified. With Huang Kursen as an example, the whole process was easy and without any problems. Alright, now only the fastest one is left. Shin-chan looked in the direction where Feng Zhui had disappeared, and a playful smile finally appeared on his lips, like a cat toying with a mouse. Deep in the forest, beside a pond, Feng Zhui leaned against a huge rock, panting heavily. She had run quite a distance and was certain she had shaken off her pursuer. Damn it, who are they? Just as she was trying to regain her strength, a familiar, teasing male voice rang out above her head. Have you rested enough? Not going to keep running? Feng Zhui felt a chill run down her spine. Without thinking, she turned around and prepared to disappear into the forest again. But she had only taken 2 steps when a figure blocked her way. It was Lin Yueqing. She hurriedly turned to the left, only to see Huang Kursen's submissive face. On the right is Tian, shivering but also blocking the way. Behind him, Shin-chan walked slowly towards him. She was surrounded. Her teammates whom she had just abandoned, and the demon she most wanted to escape from. Tian, Huang Kursen. Feng Zhui was both shocked and furious. Huang Kursen lowered her head and spoke in a tone that was a mixture of comfort and pity. Give up, Sister Zhui, you can't escape your master's grasp. Owner? Feng Zhui stared intently at Shin-chan. What did you do to them? I didn't do anything, I just told them that if they didn't want to die, they should come with me. Of course, this applies to you too, Miss Feng Zhui. Shin-chan spread his hands, as if he were stating a trivial matter. You think you've got me cornered? Feng Zhui's eyes suddenly turned fierce. Her pride as an A-level talent prevented her from bowing her head, and 2 daggers reappeared in her hands. I am. Before he could finish speaking, everything went blurry. Shin-chan's figure appeared in front of her as if he had teleported. Wow, so fast. Before she could react, a hand like an iron clamp gripped her throat and lifted her off the ground. Vomit. At the same time, a heart-wrenching pain shot through her abdomen as Shin Shen's knee slammed into her stomach. The dagger slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. Instinctively, she tried to cover her stomach, but she was being choked and could only struggle in vain.
And now?
Shin Shen brought his cold, handsome face close to hers and asked indifferently.
At that moment, Feng Zhui regretted it.
She regretted getting involved with this man and regretted her own cleverness.
What, not going to say anything?
Shin Shen suddenly increased the force in his hand.
The
feeling of suffocation overwhelmed her instantly, the air was completely sucked out, her face turned a purplish red, and she saw stars before her eyes. The hands that were gripping Shin Shen's wrist gradually lost their strength.
Please, don't kill me.
In the last second before her consciousness completely faded, Feng Zhuju mustered all her strength to squeeze out a plea for mercy from her throat. Shin Shen then let go of her hand.
Cough cough, cough cough cough.
Feng Zhui knelt on the ground, like a dying dog, greedily breathing in every breath of air, coughing so hard it was heart-wrenching.
Lift your head and look at me.
A cold voice sounded from above.
Feng Zhui froze, not daring to disobey in the slightest.
Suppressing her fear, she slowly raised her head. Shin Shen crouched down, pinched her smooth chin, and forced her to look him in the eye. Her beautiful face was streaked with tears from the violent coughing. She looked terrified and pitiful.
Don't be so afraid. I've always been very good to my own people.
As soon as he finished speaking, the slave god seal was quietly engraved.
Feng Zhui's body trembled violently, and the fear and resentment in her eyes quickly faded, replaced by an almost obsessive admiration and submission.
She moved her knees closer to Shin Shen's feet and whispered in a dreamlike voice.
Master.
Shin Shen looked down at the A-level school beauty kneeling in front of him, who had just been incredibly arrogant, and then at Huang Kersen and Ji Tian standing respectfully beside her.
An unprecedented sense of satisfaction exploded in his chest. He reached out and gently patted Feng Zhui's cheek. Tomorrow, the three of you will come back to school with me.
The real show is just beginning.
Chapter 10, The Trial Begins, Successfully Infiltrated.
As evening approached, the smell of blood in the forest was dispersed by the evening breeze. Shin Shen stood in the clearing in the woods, his gaze sweeping over the four girls in front of him. Lin Yueqing remained aloof as ever, but in her icy blue eyes, only absolute loyalty to him remained. Huang Kersen and Ji Tian stood with their hands at their sides, as docile as two tamed cats.
The most interesting one is Feng Zhui.
The A-level school beauty, who had just been as proud as a peacock, was now kneeling on the ground, looking up at him with her pretty face still wet with tears, her eyes filled with fervor and adoration that was almost overflowing.
Master.
She called out softly once more, her voice sweet and cloying.
A sense of exhilaration, as if he were in complete control, welled up within Shin Shen. Name, Shin Shen.
Talents, Slave God Seal Unique, Myriad Transformations Unique Hypnosis D, Speed Enhancement C+, Earth Element Manipulation B+. Personal Servants, Lin Yueqing, Feng Zhui, Ji Tian, Huang Kersen.
Servants, none. Exclusive Slave, Lin Yueqing. Talents, Frost Witch A+, Speed Enhancement D+. Exclusive Servant, Feng Zhui. Talent, Enhanced Alchemy A+. Exclusive Slave, Ji Tian. Talent, Bomb Creation C+. Exclusive Slave, Huang Kersen. Talent, Illusionist B+. I had a very fruitful day.
Not only has her own strength been greatly improved, but her maid core has also been expanded.
That's all for today. Let's clean everything up and get ready to return to Tianing City. Shin Shen's voice broke the silence.
He reached out his hand, and Feng Zhui immediately understood. She obediently took his hand and stood up, then naturally took his arm. The movement was so natural, as if she had done it 1,000 times before. Huang Kersen and Ji Tian, who were standing next to them, showed a hint of envy in their eyes, but dared not overstep their bounds in the slightest. Just as the group was about to leave, Lin Yueqing, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Master, tomorrow is the unified trial day for the new batch of awakened individuals at Tianyu High School.
Do you still need to go back to school?
Her voice remained cool, but there was a hint of warning in her tone.
Trials?
Shin Shen paused, only then remembering this matter. Every year after the Talent Awakening Day, the school organizes freshmen to enter a monitored low-level void rift for a 7-day practical training exercise, which has become an unchanging tradition. Although those fissures are not very dangerous, their internal environment is complex, and they occasionally give birth to rare monsters with special abilities, making them an excellent place for treasure hunting and honing combat skills. Void Rift Trial Grounds. I'm not a recent graduate, so it'll be a bit difficult for me to get in. Shin Chen muttered to himself. If Master wants to go in, I might have a way. Huang Kersen, who had been quiet all along, suddenly spoke in a low voice. Shin Chen looked at her with great interest. Oh? Tell me about it. Huang Kersen lowered her head even further, but her voice carried a hint of triumphant joy. My illusionist talent allows me to perfectly simulate another person's appearance, aura, and even the information fluctuations on their student ID card. As long as we can avoid being with the students in the simulation. Shin Chen understood. He pinched Feng Jui's soft cheek, then looked at Huang Kersen, who was full of anticipation. Very good. Tomorrow, you will all come back to school with me. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning. The playground of Tianyu High School was bustling with activity. 51 students who had awakened their talents had gathered here, and each of their faces was a mixture of tension, excitement, and unease. At the very front of the crowd, a tall and distinguished young man was surrounded by more than a dozen people, treated like a star. He was none other than Chen Yang, the only S-level talent awakener in this year's competition. Ignoring the awe or envy in the eyes of those around him, he walked straight up to Lin Yueqing, who was all alone, with what he considered to be his most charming smile on his face. Yueqing, the trial is dangerous. Join my team. With me here, I guarantee you can get the best score safely. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone around him, immediately eliciting gasps from all around. Lin Yueqing didn't even lift her eyelids, only uttering a few cold words from her lips. Are we that close? That undisguised disgust was like an invisible slap, landing hard on Shen Yang's face. The smile on his face froze instantly. Put. A sneer came from the side, undisguised. It was Wang Ningyu, a member of the Wang family, one of the 4 great families, who watched the scene with schadenfreude. Young Master Chen, it seems school beauty Lin isn't giving you any face. Chen Yang took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger, and once again adopted a gentlemanly demeanor, preparing to continue speaking. Lin, I know you are very strong, but teamwork? Who said Yueqing doesn't have a team? A crisp, slightly languid voice interrupted him. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw another stunningly beautiful girl walking over with 2 obsequious followers. It's Feng Jui from the branch school. That a level school beauty. Oh my god, why is she here too? Shouldn't she be at the branch school taking the trials? Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Feng Jui walked straight to Lin Yueqing's side, affectionately took her arm, and looked at Chen Yang provocatively. Yueqing has been one of our team for a long time, so there's no need for young Master Chen to trouble himself. Huang Kersen, standing behind her, went even further, pinching her nose and waving at Chen Yang as if shooing away flies. Yeah, hurry up and leave, don't block our way, go. Go! Go! Boom! The crowd erupted in uproar. Holy crap! Lin Yueqing has joined Feng Jui's team? 2 A-level school beauties teaming up? This combination is amazing. Their looks and talent are off the charts. Why do I feel like their team is even more attractive than Chen Yang's S-class team? Look at the 4 of them standing together, they're simply a sight to behold. Wait a minute, who is their captain? It can't be that Ji Tian with C-level talent, can it? Countless gazes swept back and forth between Lin Yueqing and Feng Jui, filled with speculation and curiosity. Chen Yang, left standing there, turned pale and then flushed. He, a dignified S-class talent and a future prodigy, was humiliated in public by 2 A-class individuals. Just you wait, I'll make you beg me on your knees one day. Despite his inner turmoil, Chen Yang managed to force a charming smile onto his face. I see. I was presumptuous. I wish you all the best in your trials. After saying that, he turned around and returned to the center of his squad. Only under the admiring gazes of his teammates did he regain a shred of dignity. Just then, the principal's voice rang out across the entire playground via the loudspeaker. The trial will last for 7 days. During these 7 days, there will be no teachers, no protection, you can only rely on your companions and yourselves. Also, please note that team members should hold hands to avoid getting separated during teleportation. Now, I declare the trial begins. As soon as the words were spoken, the huge instrument in the center of the playground hummed, and a dazzling light gate opened out of thin air. The students began to enter the portal in an orderly fashion, in small teams. Before long, the noisy playground became empty. All students have entered. Prepare to close the space gate. The teacher operating the equipment glanced at his watch and was about to press the close button. Wait. Teacher. Wait. Me too. A panting figure came running from the direction of the teaching building. The teacher frowned and looked at the newcomer. Which class are you in? Why are you so late? Teacher, I am Gao Jie from class 3 of senior 3. I have a C-level talent. I just had an upset stomach and stayed in the toilet for too long. I'm so sorry. The student blushed and scratched his head in embarrassment. The teacher pulled up the student's file and compared it with the photo. Although the boy in front of her seemed a bit thinner than in the photo, his facial features were basically the same, so she didn't think much of it. Alright, go in now, we've been waiting for you. Okay. Thank you, teacher. Gao Jie felt as if he had been granted a pardon and rushed excitedly into the closing portal. After a slight dizziness, he found himself in an unfamiliar jungle. He looked around warily, and after confirming that no one was around, he raised his hand and wiped his face. The ordinary face that belonged to Noble instantly rippled like water, revealing Xinshen's cold and stern face. Huang Kerson's transformation master is indeed very useful. Xinshen stretched his body, feeling the abundant void energy in this space. The reason he waited until the very end was to avoid clashing with truly noble people. Now, he's successfully infiltrated. Chapter 11, The First Signs of B-Rank Talent. This is the killing domain. Xinshen took a deep breath. The air was filled with a unique scent, a mixture of the fresh fragrance of grass and trees and the smell of decay, and the concentration of void energy was far greater than that of the outside world. He wasn't in a hurry to find Lin Yueqing and the others. The 7-day trial period was long, and there would be plenty of opportunities to reunite. Now, he needs to adapt to the environment first, and also test his newly acquired power. Just how powerful is a B-level earth elemental manipulation technique? Xinshen looked at the bushes not far away, slowly raised his right hand, and a thought crossed his mind. A slight tremor came from the ground beneath my feet, as if something was awakening underground. Squeak! A sharp, piercing cry came from the bushes not far away. The next second, more than a dozen monsters, the size of wild dogs, covered in grayish-brown bristles and with blood-red eyes, suddenly sprang out. It's a low-level monster, a gold-eating rat. They feed on metal and energy crystals, are ferocious, and usually appear in groups. For ordinary new teams, being surrounded would be quite a troublesome problem. However, in Xinshen's eyes, they were just guinea pigs sent to test his B-level earth element manipulation. The lead gold-eating rat seemed to regard him as a delicious prey. With a sudden burst of power from its hind legs, it pounced like a cannonball, its gaping mouth revealing sharp teeth that gleamed with a chilling light. Xinshen didn't even lift his eyelids, he simply calmly pressed his raised right hand down gently. Boom! A dull, loud bang. The gold-devouring rat, which had pounced into the air, was struck as if by an invisible giant hand, and its body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. And this is just the beginning. Puff! 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 Beneath the ground, countless sharp earth spikes burst forth without warning, piercing precisely through the abdomens of each gold-devouring rat, lifting them high into the air. Blood flowed down the soil spikes, instantly staining the ground red. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. More than a dozen gold-eating rats were all wiped out. Xinshen didn't even move an inch. This is the power of B-level elemental manipulation ability. With a mere gesture, one can control an area and turn it into their own killing field. He walked to the carcass of the largest gold-eating rat, extended his finger and gently touched it, and the hard soil spikes immediately turned into dust. He pried open the monster's head with his bare hands and took out a gray crystal the size of a fingernail that emitted a faint energy fluctuation. The crystal of a demon beast allows awakened individuals to absorb its energy and strengthen themselves. Previously, he had always strengthened himself by enslaving and breaking down monsters. This was the first time he had ever seen a monster crystal. Xinshen examined it for a few moments, then casually tossed the crystal into his backpack and turned his gaze to the deeper parts of the jungle. These low-level demonic beasts could no longer satisfy him. His target in the Void Rift was those demonic beasts with special talents. He determined the direction, then vanished into the dense forest in a flash. Meanwhile, in another area of the Void Rift. Sister Yueqing, there are things coming from about 30 meters to the left front. There are probably about 30 of them. Ji Tiantian closed her eyes, her small hands nervously pressing her temples, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Although her talent is the weakest among them, at sea level, her perception range is the widest among the 4. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yueqing's beautiful eyes immediately locked onto that direction.
prepare for battle. Her voice was as cool and clear as ever, but it instantly calmed Ji Tiantian and Huang Kursen down from their initial nervousness. Hey, perfect, I'll use these to try out my new trick. Feng Zhui licked her lips, a glint of excitement flashing in her eyes. She took out an ordinary iron ingot from her backpack and held it in her palm. Rank A talent, enhanced forging, activated. The iron ingot twisted and deformed in her hand at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in just a few seconds, it turned into a huge metal mace with an exaggerated shape and covered with ferocious barbs. Roar! With a frenzied roar, more than 30 low-level demonic beasts, black firehounds, their bodies engulfed in black flames, charged out of the forest. Leave it to me. Feng Zhui shouted, wielding a huge spiked club that was completely disproportionate to her petite figure, and instead of retreating, she advanced, becoming the first to meet the attack. Sister Zhui, it's the same as always. Huang Kursen muttered something to herself, but her hands moved quickly without slowing down. Her B-level talent, Illusionist, activated, and her figure blurred as she instantly conjured 3 identical Huang Kursens on the spot. They rushed towards the beast horde from different directions, effectively relieving Feng Zhui's pressure. In an instant, the sounds of metal clashing with flesh and blood, and the screams of monsters echoed through the forest. Feng Zhui was like a valkyrie every time she swung her spiked club. She could smash the head of a black firehound to pieces. Black flames splashed onto her, but couldn't even ignite the hem of her clothes. Her talent, Enhanced Alchemy, can not only change the form of matter, but also endow it with extraordinary properties, such as magic resistance. Sweetie, cover for me. Huang Kursen's phantom clone was attacked from both sides by 2 black firehounds and was about to be torn apart when she hurriedly shouted. They're here. Ji Tiantian, who had been hiding in the back, immediately took out several pink balls the size of marbles from her pocket and threw them forcefully. Boom! Boom! The seemingly cute spheres exploded in mid-air with a bang, and pink smoke instantly enveloped the area. The black firehounds affected by the smoke immediately became sluggish, as if they were stuck in a quagmire. This is Ji Tiantian's bomb creation, which can not only create offensive bombs, but also produce auxiliary special bombs with various negative effects. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Huang Kursen's phantom immediately escaped. However, there were simply too many black firehounds. After dealing with 2, 3, or 4 more immediately took their place. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, a cold voice rang out. Have you had enough fun? Lin Yueqing finally made her move. She simply raised her hand, and a visible chill emanated from her, instantly sweeping across the entire battlefield. Snap snap. The air seemed to freeze. The black firehounds that were still baring their teeth and claws stopped running abruptly, and along with the black flames burning on their bodies, they were frozen into lifelike ice sculptures. The whole world was deathly silent. Huang Kursen paused, looking at the spectacular scene before her, and couldn't help but swallow. Is this the terrifying power of the A-rank talent, Frost Witch? In the face of absolute power, quantity is meaningless. Smack! Lin Yueqing snapped her fingers. All the ice sculptures shattered instantly, turning into countless ice crystals, along with the black firehounds inside, which were reduced to dust. The battle ended instantly. Wow! Sister Yueqing, you're so cool. Ji Tiantian's eyes were full of stars. Feng Zhui pouted, somewhat unconvinced, and put the spiked club back into an iron ingot. TCH, always trying to steal the spotlight. Despite saying that, the look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Yueqing carried a hint of apprehension that she herself was unaware of. Although both are a level, Lin Yueqing's A is clearly a level higher than hers. Lin Yueqing ignored their reactions and silently walked to an open space. She took out a clean towel and water bottle from her backpack and carefully wiped her hands, as if she had just done something insignificant. Her gaze kept drifting into the depths of the jungle, as if she were waiting for something. I wonder where my master is now. Chapter 12, The Invisible Enemy? We'll raise your whole lair to the ground. Shen Shen continued his advance into the depths of the dense forest. He did not deliberately conceal his whereabouts. The aura of an awakened being emanating from him was like a torch in the night, constantly attracting the surrounding monsters. Put! A sharp spike suddenly shot out from the ground, piercing precisely through the neck of a windblade leopard that was trying to ambush him from behind. Shen Shen didn't turn his head and continued walking. This was the 10th wave of monsters he had dealt with since venturing deep into the jungle. From the initial hordes of gold-eating rats to the later sporadic appearances of wind-blade leopards and ironclad rhinoceroses, the strength of the demonic beasts gradually increased, but they still posed no threat to him. He didn't even need to stop with a slight thought. The earth beneath his feet would become its most loyal servant,
tearing any enemy who dared to approach to shreds. Along the way, he had accumulated quite a few more monster crystals in his backpack, but Shinshen didn't even bother to look at them. The energy contained in the crystals of these low-level demonic beasts is really limited. It's not as fast as him directly enslaving and decomposing them. As they delved deeper, Shinshen gradually sensed something was amiss. It was too quiet around us. The chirping of insects and birds that had been going on just moments before had vanished without a trace. A faint sense of oppression permeated the air, and even the wind seemed to freeze. Logically, the deeper one goes into the void rift, the higher the density and strength of the monsters should be. But now, he has been walking for nearly 10 minutes, and he can't see a single monster, let alone a flying insect. Something unusual must be going on. Shinshen slowed his pace, his gaze becoming wary as he carefully scanned his surroundings. The trees in this area are taller and denser than before, with thick vines coiling around the trunks like giant pythons. The ground is covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves, which are soft and yielding, making almost no sound when stepped on. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to an inconspicuous ancient tree in front of him. Among the branches of that tree, a fruit the size of a fist, with a strange purple color and golden patterns on its surface, was emitting a faint fluorescence. The fruit seemed to possess some kind of strange magic. Just one glance at it made the energy within Shinshen's body more active. Talent fruit. Shinshen's breath hitched slightly. He had seen records of this strange object in the school library. This is a precious treasure that only appears in void rifts. It can not only awaken the talents of ordinary people and make them awakeners, but also grant awakeners new talents. I never imagined I'd be so lucky to find one. Shinshen suppressed his excitement and did not immediately step forward. Such rare and precious materials are bound to be protected by powerful demonic beasts. This desolate area around us is very likely the territory of that guardian beast. He was fully focused, sensing everything around him, his muscles tense, ready to fight at any moment. However, a minute passed, then 2 minutes passed, and the surroundings remained deathly silent. Nothing appeared. Shinshen frowned. He didn't let his guard down, but tentatively raised his hand. A tiny thorn emerged from the ground beside his feet and silently extended toward the ancient tree. Just as the soil spikes were about to touch the trunk of the ancient tree. Call out. A barely perceptible sound of wind breaking through the air rang out. Shinshen's pupils contracted sharply, and almost instinctively, he shifted his body half a meter to the left. Sizzle! An invisible blade grazed his right arm, tearing a clean gash in the sleeve of his clothes, and a burning sting ran through his skin. A blood stain appeared, but it only broke the skin and did not cause any deeper damage. Shinshen's heart skipped a beat. Such a fast attack. This is the first time since he gained super speed enhancement that something has been able to hurt him before he can even react. He immediately looked around, but his field of vision remained empty. There was nothing but trees. That thing can become invisible. Shinshen immediately understood. Not only can it become invisible, but it can also conceal its aura to the greatest extent possible, making it undetectable even to him. This is troublesome. Call out. Another whooshing sound came from behind, at a tricky angle, aimed straight for his back. This time, Shinshen was prepared. He didn't turn around, but stomped his foot hard, and a thick earthen wall instantly rose up from behind him. Bang! With a muffled thud, a deep claw mark appeared on the earthen wall, and gravel flew everywhere. However, the attack was successfully blocked. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shinshen flashed away and quickly distanced himself from that area. He glanced down at the wound on his arm. It was nothing to him. When he enslaved and dismantled that power rock bear, he not only inherited the power rock bear's terrifying power, but also its terrifying physique. He has now entered the ranks of advanced awakened beings. Although the invisible monster's attack was swift, it was not enough to cause him fatal damage. However, the inability to see the enemy remains a significant threat. He can't always be on the defensive. Whoosh! 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 Invisible attacks came relentlessly from all directions, sometimes as claws, sometimes as whips, the onslaught becoming increasingly dense and fierce. Shinshen brought his B-level earth element control to its limit, with earthen walls rising and breaking apart one after another, and earth spikes piercing the ground but all missing their mark. He moved and dodged within this small space, his mind highly focused, judging the trajectory of the attack by the extremely subtle sound of the wind breaking through the air. In this high-pressure battle, Shinshen's combat experience is growing at an alarming rate. He went from being flustered at the beginning to being able to dodge most of the attacks with ease. But he knew that this couldn't go on. His mental energy was being depleted too quickly under such intense concentration.
We have to find a way to force that guy out.
Shin Shen's gaze swept across the dense jungle, and a bold idea formed in his mind.
Don't you like hiding in the shadows? Then I will completely erase this darkness that allowed you to hide.
After narrowly dodging another whip strike aimed at his neck, Shin Shen stopped defending and instead slammed his hands onto the ground.
Earth element manipulation sand burial. Rumble. Centered on Shin Shen, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly erupted.
The solid ground beneath our feet began to shake violently, churn, and disintegrate. Whether it's the tangled roots, the thick layer of fallen leaves, or the tall trees, they are all turned into the finest sand in just a few seconds, as if thrown into a shredder by this brute force.
The once lush jungle vanished in an instant.
In its place is a huge circular sandy area with a radius of more than 50 meters. The sunlight shone down without obstruction, illuminating the entire sandy area, leaving no corner to hide in. Shin Shen stood in the center of the sand, breathing heavily. Such a large-scale change in terrain was also taking a huge toll on him. His gaze was sharp as lightning, fixed intently on the smooth sandy surface. A series of shallow footprints appeared on the sand. The footprints were moving quickly, trying to escape the area.
Found it.
A cold glint flashed in Shin Shen's eyes.
Still trying to run?
With a thought, a wall of quicksand several meters thick instantly rose from the edge of the sandy ground, completely blocking the opponent's retreat. The owner of the footprints seemed to realize that he had been exposed and stopped moving. The next second, the air distorted at the location of the footprints, and a monster over 3 meters long, covered in scales that changed color with the environment, and resembling a lizard, slowly revealed itself. Shin Shen was slightly startled when he saw the demonic beast clearly. It turned out to be a mid-level Lord-level demon beast, the hidden lizard. Lord-level monsters are different from ordinary monsters. They are larger and stronger, and can be considered boss-level beings within their clan.
If a team of new awakened individuals encounters it, they will almost certainly be wiped out.
Only a few teams with advanced talents might have a chance to escape from it.
After a brief moment of shock, Shin Shen was replaced by excitement.
The hidden lizard is a special kind of magical beast.
By enslaving and dismantling it, you can obtain its special talent of invisibility.
Seemingly knowing there was no escape, the hidden lizard's cold, vertical pupils stared intently at Shin Shen, filled with violence and killing intent. However, Shin Shen just stared at it coldly.
Now, it's my turn.
The moment the words left his mouth, the sand beneath the hidden lizard's feet suddenly transformed into a massive vortex, its terrifying suction force holding it firmly in place. Immediately afterwards, from all directions, countless sharp spears formed from sand shot out towards the immobile hidden lizard. In this desert arena that Shin Shen created with his own hands, he is an absolute god.
Puff! Puff! Puff!
The sounds of sharp blades piercing flesh rang out rapidly. The hidden lizard let out a shrill scream and was instantly pierced by thousands of sand spears, pinning it to the sand. Shin Shen walked step by step to the dying hidden lizard and placed his cold right hand on its head.
Slave God Seal. Successful enslavement. Decompose to strengthen yourself. The entire process was completed seamlessly, with exceptional skill. In an instant, the hidden lizard transformed into countless golden specks of light. A surge of pure energy and a familiar warmth flowed into Shin Shen's body.
As Shin Shen felt the new power within his body, with a thought, his body outline began to blur and eventually disappeared completely into the air. He nodded in satisfaction and deactivated his talent. Then, he turned and walked toward the ancient tree that he had deliberately preserved during the sand burial just now, and reached out to pick the purple gold talent fruit. Without the slightest hesitation, Shin Shen stuffed the fruit into his mouth and took a bite. The fruit melted in his mouth, transforming into a sweet, warm current that flowed through his limbs and eventually settled deep into his mind.
Name, Shin Shen.
Talents, Slave God Seal Unique, Myriad Transformations Unique Hypnosis D, Speed Super Enhancement C+, Earth Element Manipulation B+, Transparency B+, Identification A+. Personal Servants, Lin Yuqing, Feng Jui, Ji Tiantian, Huang Kersen.
Servants, none.
Enslavement, Hypnosis, Invisibility. All that's missing is time stop to have all the mainstream abilities of a main character in hentai. Shin Shen inwardly complained, then turned his gaze to the A-level talent and appraised. I never expected to have this kind of talent.
I wonder if it can help me assess my condition.
Shin Shen thought to himself, while simultaneously giving himself a self-assessment. The next second, a brand new line of small golden characters, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes.
The target cannot be identified.
At the same time, his character panel popped up.
Being watched by an unknown entity.
Seeing this, Shin Shen was relieved at least the A-level appraisal was useless to him.
Chapter 13, Invisible Prank? Master, I thought I'd encountered a pervert.
Deep in the jungle, a faint smell of blood mingled with the fresh scent of grass and trees, filling the nostrils.
Several monster corpses resembling wolves lay scattered on the ground.
They were a size larger than ordinary wolves, and their fatal wounds were covered with a layer of unmelted ice crystals, indicating that they had just died.
Phew, it's finally resolved.
Ji Tiantian supported herself on her knees, panting slightly, looking at the corpses of the wind blade wolves, her face still a little pale. Although these low-level demonic beasts were not strong, they were incredibly fast and numerous. If it weren't for Lin Yueqing's frost talent controlling the situation, the girls would have been seriously injured. Feng Zhui is in much better condition now. She flicked her hand, and the pair of sharp arm blades created by the enhanced forging talent turned into a pool of silver liquid under her thought, flowing down her arm back into her palm and turning into iron ingots. She glanced at Lin Yueqing, the icy beauty who was vigilantly scanning her surroundings. Her cold eyes were more sensitive than radar, and no movement could escape her notice.
Yueqing, relax. This is just the outer edge of the beginner's trial area. What, a lord-level monster is unlikely to suddenly appear here?
Feng Zhui walked up to her and teased her.
It doesn't hurt to be careful.
Lin Yueqing's voice remained indifferent, but when facing Feng Zhui, the chilling aura that kept people at a distance was gone.
Yes, my Miss Lin.
Feng Zhui smiled and responded, then looked into the distance as if she had remembered something. I wonder where the master is, and whether he got in safely. Upon hearing the word master, a look of concern involuntarily appeared on the faces of the girls.
Aren't you confident in your master's abilities?
Lin Yueqing spoke with certainty, but her quietly clenched fist betrayed her inner worry. Just then, Huang Kersen, who had been silent all along, suddenly exclaimed "Ah," and clutched her chest with both hands, her cheeks instantly turning red.
Who?
Lin Yueqing and Feng Zhui reacted with lightning speed, forming a defensive formation back-to-back almost the instant the exclamation rang out, their killing intent palpable.
What's wrong, Kersen? Ji Tiantian was startled by the sudden situation and quickly went over. Someone touched my chest.
Huang Kersen was both ashamed and angry, and she was so anxious that she almost cried. She looked around desperately, but apart from the four of them, she couldn't see a single ghost.
Touch you? Feng Zhui was taken aback.
Lin Yueqing unleashed her full sensory abilities without reservation, and a chilling aura spread wildly from her center, instantly causing a layer of white frost to condense on the grass on the ground.
However, there was nothing there. Nobody's here. Lin Yueqing frowned. Could it be Kersen's imagination?
But the very next second that this thought arose, Feng Zhui also let out a short gasp. She felt a warm, large hand gently pinch her waist, the force and touch making her weak all over and almost unable to stand.
Ugh! You pervert! Feng Zhui's pretty face flushed red.
Without thinking, she slashed a sharp hand chop at the air beside her. The result, naturally, was that the cleavage missed. This completely threw the four girls into a panic.
The unknown is the greatest fear.
An enemy who can perfectly evade Lin Yueqing's A-level perception and do whatever he wants right under their noses is enough to send chills down your spine just thinking about it.
Is it a demonic beast that can become invisible? Ji Tiantian's voice was trembling with tears as she gripped Huang Kersen's arm tightly. No way.
Huang Kersen was also terrified, her face turning pale. Lin Yueqing's expression was extremely solemn, and the chill around her body almost materialized. She was ready to use her strongest talent regardless of the cost. Just then, a warm breath suddenly brushed against her earlobe, and a familiar voice, so familiar it made her bones melt, rang out with a hint of mischief. My little Yueqing, you reacted pretty quickly. Lin Yueqing froze completely, and the murderous aura that had almost frozen the air vanished without a trace. She slowly turned around, looking at the empty space behind her, her clear, beautiful eyes churning with extremely complex emotions. She tentatively called out in a very soft voice.
Owner?
As she finished speaking, the air distorted slightly, and Shin Shen's figure appeared out of thin air, wearing that familiar, mocking smile on his face.
It's me. Owner. Ah. It's Master. Wha? Master, you're so mean. You scared us to death.
Upon seeing who it was, Feng Zhui, Huang Kersen, and Ji Tiantian could no longer contain themselves. They screamed and rushed over, surrounding Shin Shen completely. They complained, but their voices were full of joy and relief at surviving a disaster. Only Lin Yueqing remained still. She stood quietly in place, but her eyes, which were always covered with frost, were now like melting glaciers in spring, so gentle that they could drip water. She just stared at Shin-chan, as if trying to etch his image into her soul. Shin-chan was held tightly by the three girls, and he was in a great mood. He had just used the newbie grade talent, transparency, he obtained from the hidden lizard to orchestrate this prank. Alright, I just wanted to see your reactions. Shin-chan smiled and gently rubbed the head of Ji Tian, who was huddled at the front. Master, this surprise is too scary. Huang Kursen protested, pouting. Exactly. I thought I'd run into some perverted freak. Feng Zhui was even bolder. She simply hung herself on Shin-chan's arm, tilting her charming face up with seductive eyes. However, if it were the master, it wouldn't be a pervert. Her breath was sweet and fragrant, her voice low and alluring. Master, you can touch me wherever you want, anytime you're welcome, to do even more outrageous things to me. These explicit and suggestive words instantly turned Huang Kursen and Ji Tian blushed, and even Lin Yuqing, who was not far away, had her ears turned slightly red. Shin-chan pinched Feng Zhui's smooth cheek. This vixen is really getting better and better at seducing people. Just as the group was joking around, Lin Yuqing's expression suddenly changed. Someone's coming. Almost at the same moment, Huang Kursen also reacted, immediately broke free from Shin-chan's embrace, and quickly wiped Shin-chan's face with her small hand. With a slight flash of light, Shin-chan's appearance instantly transformed into an ordinary, unremarkable face that would be lost in a crowd the very noble look he had previously feigned. The group quickly straightened their postures, spread out their distance, and pretended to be resting. Soon, footsteps echoed through the jungle, and a group of more than 10 people came into view. The person in the lead was none other than Chen Yang, an S-level talent. Chen Yang led his team following the scent of blood, intending to see which fool had stolen his monster. But when he saw Lin Yuqing's aloof and stunningly beautiful figure, his eyes lit up instantly. It's like searching high and low without finding it, only to have it come to you effortlessly. He immediately straightened his collar, put on what he considered his most dashing and charming smile, and strode over. Yuqing, what a coincidence, we meet again. Chen Yang's voice was magnetic, and the female teammates behind him practically had stars in their eyes. Lin Yuqing didn't even bother to lift her eyelids, remaining standing there coldly. Chen Yang didn't care at all. It's normal for an ice queen to be a bit aloof. Yuqing, we've cleared out most of the monsters in this area, so there's nothing interesting here. Why don't you come with us and go deeper? With me here, I'll guarantee your safety. He deliberately puffed out his chest, surrounded by a wisp of flame, as if showing off his power. However, he was still met with Lin Yuqing's indifference. Just as Chen Yang was preparing to press on, Lin Yuqing suddenly moved. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, she walked straight towards the plain-looking Gao Jie, and then made a move that shocked the entire audience. She actually took Gao Jie's arm and leaned her whole body against him, resting her head gently on his shoulder, a beautiful smile appearing on her usually cold face. Her adorable, dependent demeanor was a stark contrast to her usual aloof and arrogant image. No. Lin Yuqing finally spoke, her voice still cold, yet carrying a resolute determination. I have a man now, please don't bother me anymore. Boom! These words, like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploded in the minds of Chen Yang and his team. What? Lin Yuqing, the ice-cold school beauty, has a boyfriend? Or is it this ordinary-looking passerby in front of me, whose aura is even more unremarkable? Chen Yang's smile froze and shattered instantly as he stared at the scene before him in disbelief. How is that possible? He, a top-tier S-class talent, a future prodigy. How could he lose to such an ordinary piece of trash? Yuqing, you, don't joke around. Chen Yang's voice was dry and hoarse. Who's joking with you? Feng Zhui also walked over with a smile, naturally taking Shin-chan's other arm, and giving Chen Yang a provocative glance. Our captain is amazing, unlike some people who just rely on their S-class talent to show off everywhere. Two school beauties, one as aloof as the moon and the other as alluring as fire, are now intimately nestled on either side of an ordinary man. This scene was incredibly stimulating for Chen Yang. The flames of jealousy burned fiercely in his chest, gradually consuming his reason. He stared intently at Gao Jie, who was surrounded by two beautiful women, his eyes so venomous they seemed to want to devour him alive. May I have your name? Chen Yang's voice sounded like he was squeezing each word out from between his teeth. Shin-chan finally lifted his eyelids, lazily glanced at him with his noble face, and then yawned. This extreme disregard is more insulting than any vicious language. I'm asking you a question. Are you fucking mute? Chen Yang completely broke down.
He pointed at Shinshan and roared hysterically. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask our captain's name? Huang Kursen immediately retorted without any politeness. Okay. Chen Yang laughed in anger, and the scorching air around him began to surge uncontrollably, causing the grass under his feet to turn yellow and curl at a visible speed. You dare not say, huh? Fine. He suddenly pointed at Shinshan, unleashing the full power of an S-rank expert, his voice booming like thunder. I, Chen Yang, the S-rank talent, Blazing King, challenge you. Chapter 14, S-rank is all? You can't even touch the hem of my clothes. Flame King, S-rank talent. These 4 words were like rolling thunder, exploding in the ears of everyone present and stirring up a storm. The faces of Chen Yang's teammates instantly lit up with fervent admiration. In their eyes, S-class talents are the chosen ones, the future rulers. A mere passerby dares to offend the dignity of an S-class powerhouse, he's practically courting death. You're challenging me? Surrounded by 2 stunning beauties, Shinshan finally reacted. He lazily raised his head, and a perfunctory smile appeared on his otherwise noble but ordinary face. Are you worthy? These 3 seemingly innocuous words are more jarring than the most vicious curses. Chen Yang's rationality was completely shattered. He was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Are they worthy? He, a dignified S-class talent and a future peak powerhouse, was actually asked by a piece of trash whether he was worthy. Court death. Chen Yang roared, unable to contain himself any longer. The flames surrounding him suddenly surged, transforming into a ferocious fire lion that roared as it pounced on Shinshan. A wave of intense heat swept over us, distorting the surrounding air and turning the grass on the ground to ashes in an instant. Captain, watch out! Team leader! Ji Tiantian and Huang Kursen exclaimed in surprise almost simultaneously, instinctively wanting to step forward. But Lin Yueqing and Feng Jui, who were standing next to them, didn't even raise an eyebrow. The 2 even exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes clearly conveying, the show is about to begin. They voluntarily let go of Shinshan's arm and gracefully stepped aside, leaving the stage entirely to their host. They had an almost blind trust in their master's strength. Just as the fiery lion was about to devour Shinshan didn't even lift an eyelid. He simply stomped his foot lightly. Boom! A thick earthen wall rose from the ground, precisely blocking the path of the fiery lion. With a loud bang, flames scattered and the earthen wall was shattered, but the fierce attack vanished without a trace. A trivial skill. Chen Yang snorted coldly, his hands forming a fist, and 2 basketball-sized explosive fireballs instantly materialized, cutting off all of Shinshan's evasion routes with a sharp whooshing sound. Let's see how you stop this time. This move was fast and ruthless, with an extremely tricky angle. Any freshman facing such an attack would have no choice but to either withstand it or roll away in a sorry state. However, Shinshan remained standing there, as if he were stunned. A cruel sense of pleasure had already appeared on Chen Yang's face. He seemed to already see this reckless guy being blown to pieces. Just a split second before the fireball was about to hit, Shinshan's figure suddenly vanished into thin air. Boom! Boom! The 2 fireballs lost their target and crashed heavily into the ground behind him, creating 2 large, charred craters. Where are they? Chen Yang's pupils suddenly contracted, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Are you looking for me? A mocking voice rang in his ear like a ghost. Chen Yang felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end, and a cold sensation shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Without thinking, he swung a fiery whip back at them. Snap! The flaming whip tore through the air, but only struck a fleeting afterimage. Too slow. The voice rang out again, this time from his left. Chen Yang suddenly turned around and threw another punch. The violent flames burned the ground into a glassy state, but he still couldn't even touch the hem of his opponent's clothes. This way. Or this way? Shinshan's voice, like a leech, echoed around Chen Yang, sometimes in front, sometimes behind, elusive yet clearly reaching everyone's ears. Everyone present, including Chen Yang's teammates, was completely dumbfounded. All they could see was Chen Yang, like a madman, wildly swinging his fists and unleashing powerful fire attacks, blasting the surrounding ground into a wrecked mess. His opponent, an ordinary passerby, seemed like a ghost, strolling leisurely through the raging firestorm. He would sometimes appear on the edge of the fireball's explosion, and sometimes tread the path of the fiery whip, each time narrowly dodging the attack with an incredibly small margin just before it arrived. That's not just about speed, it's about a terrifyingly perfect control over the battle situation, the trajectory of attacks, and the timing.
He was like a highly skilled dancer performing the most breathtaking waltz on a stage called death. The fervor on the faces of Chun Yang's teammates had long since faded, replaced by undisguised horror. Is this really something an ordinary awakened being could do? What the hell is this monster? A team member stammered, voicing everyone's thoughts. Not to mention them, even Huang Kursen and Ji Tian were stunned, their mouths agape enough to fit an egg. They knew their master was strong, but they never imagined he was this strong. That's Chen Yang, an S-level talent. Yet he was completely manipulated by his master, unable to even touch the hem of his clothes. Get out here. Chen Yang went completely insane. He felt an unprecedented humiliation. He was like a blindfolded clown, being played at will, possessing immense strength but unable to even catch a glimpse of his opponent. This feeling of powerlessness was even more devastating than being defeated outright. Flame storm. Chen Yang's eyes were bloodshot as he recklessly channeled all the energy within his body. Boom! A visible fire tornado suddenly formed around him, sweeping wildly outwards. The scorching air currents ignited the trees, and the ground was torn open with cracks, forming a destructive fire zone that stretched over 20 meters. This is an indiscriminate, wide-range attack. He refused to believe that this wouldn't burn that cowardly scum to death. The fiery tornado raged for about 10 seconds before gradually subsiding. In the arena, only Chen Yang, who was panting heavily and had a pale face, remained. The surrounding area was scorched earth, devoid of any living creature. It's over? Just as Chen Yang thought the other party had been burned to ashes and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the devilish voice suddenly rang out above his head. Chen Yang froze, and mechanically, inch by inch, he raised his head. Suddenly, the noble person he hated so much appeared above him, looking down at him. A hint of mockery lingered on that ordinary face. The next second, a foot loomed larger and larger in his field of vision. Bang! A heavy, muffled thud. Under everyone's horrified gaze, Chen Yang was stomped down from mid-air and crashed face down onto the ground. The earth cracked, and dust billowed everywhere. The entire venue was deathly silent. Chen Yang's teammates, like puppets whose souls had been ripped out, stared blankly at the scene on the field that had shattered their worldview. Chen Yang, the S-class genius they revered as a god. At this moment, like a dead dog, it was pinned to the ground by the man's foot, twitching but unable to move. Xin Shen pressed down slightly with his foot, and Chen Yang's face was crushed in the mud, making a creaking sound as if his bones were dislocating. S rank, that's all? Xin Shen's voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the forest. Every word was like a resounding slap in the face to Chen Yang and all his teammates. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Chen Yang's teammates muttered to themselves, their faith crumbling at that moment. You, who exactly are you? Under his feet, Chen Yang mustered all his strength and forced out a hoarse roar. He finally realized that the man in front of him could not possibly be just an ordinary passerby. His seemingly ordinary earthen wall, his ghostly speed, his unpredictable movements. Each and every one of them exudes an eeriness and power. Xin Shen slowly raised his foot and looked at Chen Yang, who was struggling to get up on the ground, but fell heavily again due to exhaustion and injuries. He spoke calmly. Who I am is none of your business. After saying that, he didn't even glance at Chen Yang on the ground again. He called to Lin Yueqing and the others, turned around and left, leaving behind only a proud and aloof figure. Chen Yang lay on the ground, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms and drew blood, but he didn't even notice. He stared at the back of that figure, his eyes bloodshot, filled with endless resentment and humiliation. After walking a distance, Feng Zhui finally couldn't help but lean close to Xin Shen and whisper a question. Master, the way he looks at you is like he wants to devour you. Xin Shen didn't stop walking, and chuckled softly. Let him hate. Just now, during his exchange with the opponent, Xin Shen was already envious of the power of the Blazing King. Although it was only in the hands of Chen Yang, a low-level awakened, it could make Xin Shen, a high-level awakened, feel a fatal threat, which shows how powerful it is. The reason he didn't act directly earlier was firstly because he didn't want the slave god seal to be exposed, and secondly because he wasn't 100% confident of success. During the 7-day novice trial, the school specially equipped these new awakened individuals with life-saving locks to prevent them from dying in the void rifts, which is why he wasn't 100% confident. However, given Chen Yang's personality, he certainly wouldn't let it go so easily. Let's leave the S-rank talent, Blazing Monarch, with him for now. The next time we meet, the S-rank talent, Blazing Monarch, will have changed hands. Xin Shen's lips curled into a chilling smile.
Chapter 15, The Trial Ends, Teacher Qin Mu's Suspicion. The S-rank genius was played.
The 7-day trial passed quietly amidst the baptism of blood and fire. During this time, Xinshan, along with Lin Yuqing and the other 3 women, acted like the most efficient hunting machines, stirring up a bloody storm in the Void Rift.
Countless monsters became nourishment for their growth, and their combat experience increased exponentially.
Ji Tiantian and Huang Kersen, in particular, have gone from being flustered when they first encountered monsters to now being able to skillfully cooperate with Lin Yuqing and Feng Jui to form an effective combat system.
Ji Tiantian's bomb creation is no longer about randomly throwing things around, but about learning to anticipate and block roads.
Huang Kersen's illusionist talent is no longer limited to changing appearances. She can even simulate the forms of some monsters to deceive and lure enemies for a short time.
Xinshan had seen their progress,
and he himself also gained a lot. Although we didn't encounter any more special talented monsters like the hidden lizard, the trip was already worthwhile just by virtue of the B-level transparency talent and the A-level appraisal talent.
Master, it's almost time. The teleportation is about to begin. Lin Yuqing's voice rang out from the side, interrupting Xinshan's thoughts.
She stood beside Xinshan, her eyes, once icy and distant, now filled only with gentle tenderness and pure trust.
Xinshan hummed in agreement and withdrew his gaze from the distance.
He could sense that the entire space was beginning to show a slight, unstable fluctuation, a sign that the teleportation was about to begin.
Remember, once you get out of here, pretend you don't know me.
Xinshan gave one last piece of advice: the identity of Gao Jie should disappear completely after leaving this place.
Yes, Master, the 4 women replied in unison, their tone respectful.
The next second, a soft white light descended from the sky, enveloping all the new awakened ones in the trial field.
Tianyu High School, playground.
With a spatial fluctuation, the once empty playground was filled with flashes of light, and the figures of students appeared out of thin air. Most of them were covered in exhaustion and blood, but their faces were filled with the excitement of surviving a disaster. 7 days of life or death trials shed their last trace of naivety, and their eyes gained a newfound determination and sharpness befitting awakened beings. Chen Yang, however, seemed out of place in the crowd. He changed into clean clothes, and his aura was much stronger than it had been 7 days ago, clearly indicating that the 7 days of frantic hunting had greatly increased his strength.
But his face was frighteningly gloomy.
The man's image was like a thorn, firmly embedded in his heart. He had to find that man and kill him with his own hands in the most cruel way, otherwise his future would be shrouded in darkness.
Chen Yang unleashed his mental power without reservation, sharply scanning each student who had been teleported back. No. Still no. That figure he hated to the core. Still not out?
Chen Yang's patience was wearing thin as he stared intently at the spatial portal in the center of the playground, which had not yet dissipated.
Just then, another group of students were teleported out.
Lin Yuqing, Feng Jui, Ji Tiantian, and Huang Kersen appeared on the playground. The 4 of them stood together, and despite having all undergone 7 days of trials, they showed no signs of distress and remained radiant, a stark contrast to the fatigue of the other students, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Especially the team of Lin Yuqing and Feng Jui, 2 A-level school beauties, was the focus of this trial.
It's school beauty Lin and the others. They're out.
Judging from their expressions, they're sure to gain a lot from this trial.
Chen Yang's gaze was immediately drawn to them, but his focus was completely different.
He clearly remembered that the man was with those 4 women. He suppressed the urge to confront them, knowing that he wouldn't get anything out of them in front of so many people. He merely swept his venomous gaze over the 4 of them, finally fixing it on Lin Yuqing and Feng Jui. Judging from their previous intimate behavior, Lin Yuqing and Feng Jui should have a deeper relationship with that man.
I will definitely make you speak.
At the edge of the playground, the teachers in charge of coordinating this trial were also on high alert.
Qin Mu was among them.
Today, she was dressed in a smart black uniform that accentuated her stunning figure. Her beautiful face carried a serious, businesslike air as she held a tablet and checked the list of returning students. Suddenly, she paused, her delicate brows furrowing slightly.
She sensed an extremely unusual fluctuation of energy, which vanished in an instant.
The aura was very faint and subtle. If she hadn't been a high-level awakened, she would have been almost unable to detect it.
However, the level of power contained in that aura was far beyond what a newly awakened individual could possess. Has a high-level awakened individual infiltrated?
Qin Mu's heart skipped a beat. Without making a sound, he raised his head, his gaze piercing like a sharp sword towards the source of the fluctuating aura.
Almost at the same time,
in a corner of the playground, Xinshan, who was using his transparency talent to conceal his figure, felt a needle-like mental force sweep over him.
We've been discovered?
He hadn't expected that among the teachers present, there would be someone with such keen perception.
Xinshan looked up and met that cold gaze. Teacher Qin Mu? Detection technique activated. Qin Mu. Level, Advanced Awakener. Talent, Wine Spirit A.
A high-level awakened one with a grade talent, no wonder. His B level, Transparency, Invisibility, while capable of concealing his aura and figure to the greatest extent, is not true disappearance. In the face of a strong opponent, there is still a risk of being exposed. Several solutions flashed through Xinshan's mind in an instant.
Force our way in?
No, that would be too loud and expose us completely. At that time, the hidden abilities I possess will likely cause even greater trouble.
Continuing to pretend to be noble?
That won't do either. Teacher Qin Mu has clearly already locked onto him. In a flash, Xinshan made a decision. He stomped his foot hard, and the B-level, Earth Element Manipulation, was activated instantly.
Boom!
Without warning, the ground at the edge of the playground exploded, sending a powerful sandstorm soaring into the sky, instantly obscuring everyone's vision and causing a stir and chaos.
What's going on? Why did the playground explode? Have any demonic beasts infiltrated?
Almost at the same instant the sandstorm rose, Xinshan's figure had already disappeared from the spot.
C rank, Speed Super Enhancement, Talent unleashed at full power.
His figure transformed into a blurry shadow that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. He clung to the shadow of the teaching building and disappeared beyond the campus wall in a few flashes.
The whole process was smooth and extremely fast.
The sandstorm has subsided. Qin Mu stood there, looking at the empty corner, his brows furrowing even more. The earth elemental burst just now was controlled extremely skillfully. The range was small, but just enough to hinder her investigation. The aura that had frightened her had completely disappeared.
So fast, and, controlling earth element, who exactly is this person? What is their purpose in infiltrating the freshman trial grounds? One question after another arose in her mind.
On the other side, in the chaotic crowd.
Brother Yang. It's that kid. I saw him.
One of Chen Yang's followers, with sharp eyes, caught a glimpse of the familiar student's face as the dust rose, and immediately shouted excitedly.
Stop him. Chen Yang's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and he rushed over without regard for anything else.
However, when he pushed through the crowd and rushed to the student named Gao Jie, he suddenly froze. The student in front of me looked panicked and bewildered, helplessly observing the chaos around him. Although their facial features were very similar, Chen Yang could tell at a glance that this trembling guy was not the man he hated to the bone at all. Chen Yang's face instantly changed from furious to ashen, and then from ashen to deathly pale. He stared intently at the innocent-looking Gao Jie before him, his body trembling slightly with extreme anger.
He got tricked. I was completely and utterly fooled from beginning to end.
That man not only manipulated him with a fake identity, humiliating him beyond recognition, but also used this method to escape without a trace. Extreme anger caused Chen Yang's blood to rush to his head, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood, which he forcibly swallowed back.
Asshole.
His body trembled violently, and a scorching heat emanated from him uncontrollably. The lawn beneath his feet instantly turned black, frightening the surrounding students who retreated in fear.
Utter disgrace.
At that moment, he saw Lin Yueqing and Feng Zhui chatting not far away.
Right. That man had a very close relationship with them. He can pretend to be noble, and he can pretend to be anyone.
But he is definitely involved with Lin Yueqing and the others.
A ferocious expression appeared on Chen Yang's face. Run? Let's see where you can run to.
He turned to his most trusted subordinate and gave the order in a hoarse voice. Send men to keep a 24-hour watch on Lin Yueqing and Feng Zhui.
No matter where they go or who they meet, we must pay attention to every detail.
I will personally drag that cowardly scum out and tear him to pieces.
Chapter 16, A Secret Surprise? New feature unlocked.
Night falls and the city lights come on. Xinshan crossed his legs, sank into the worn-out sofa, and swiped his fingers rapidly across the phone screen. The screen displays the Tianyu High School's campus forum.
The top pinned posts all have increasingly sensational titles. Shocking.
S-level genius Chen Yang appears to have been rejected after confessing his feelings, and has gone berserk in public. Mysterious explosion occurs on the playground. Top-tier instructor Qin Mu investigates personally.
Who is Gao Jie? Why does senior Chen Yang hate him so much?
The comments section below the post was in an uproar, with all sorts of speculations emerging, but none of them touched on the truth.
Xin Shen's fingertip paused on the two characters Qin Mu.
That woman's senses were indeed sharp, but trying to find him based solely on that one aura was like looking for a needle in a haystack.
As for that idiot Chen Yang, he's probably still searching the world for a virtual character named Gao Jie, probably so angry he's about to have a brain hemorrhage.
Xin Shen turned off his phone, placed the screen face down on the coffee table, and it made a soft sound.
Perfect. Everything is under control. Thump, thump, thump.
The familiar knocking sounded precisely on time, with a unique rhythm.
Xin Shen got up and opened the door.
Outside the door, 4 figures, subtly disguised, stood quietly. Although their faces had undergone subtle adjustments and become somewhat unfamiliar, Xin Shen recognized them at a glance because of their unique temperament and figures. It was Lin Yueqing, Feng Zhui, Ji Tiantian, and Huang Kersen.
Come in and talk.
Xin Shen turned to the side.
The 4 women filed in.
Feng Zhui was the last to enter and locked the door behind her. Huang Kersen snapped her fingers, and the blurry light and shadow that had enveloped the 4 people's faces instantly disappeared. In an instant, 4 faces, one cool and beautiful, one charming and alluring, one cute and obedient, and one hot and pretty, brightened up the dilapidated rented room.
Master, we've shaken off those flies.
Huang Kersen puffed out her chest, looking like she wanted to praise me.
Well done.
Xin Shen reached out and ruffled her hair, praising her with a smile. Although Huang Kersen's transformation master talent is only B level, it is more than enough to deal with the small fry spies sent by Qing Yang. At that moment, his attention was drawn to the silver suitcase that Feng Zhui was dragging.
What's this? Upon hearing the question, Feng Zhui's captivating peach blossom eyes instantly curved into crescent moons.
She extended her index finger, painted with bright red nail polish, and gently pressed it to her full lips, giving Xin Shen a charming wink.
It's a secret.
Her breath carried a mysterious sweetness, full of allure. However, please look forward to it, Master, it will definitely make you happy. After saying that, she winked at Lin Yueqing and the other 2 women, dragged her suitcase, and took the lead into the only bedroom in the room.
Xin Shen raised an eyebrow, didn't ask any further questions, and sat back down on the sofa. He wanted to see what these maids were up to. A few minutes later, the bedroom doorknob was turned gently. Click.
The door opened. The first sound to emerge was a crisp sound, completely out of place in this cheap rental apartment.
Tap, tap, tap.
It was the sound of high heels hitting the concrete floor.
Xin Shen raised his head.
When Xin Shen saw the 4 women walking out, even he, who was used to all sorts of tricks from his previous life, couldn't help but hold his breath for a moment.
Feng Zhui walked out gracefully, now dressed in a well-tailored black office lady uniform.
The tight-fitting, bodycon mini-skirt perfectly accentuated her ripe peach-like curves, while the fitted blazer above her waist hugged her stunningly full figure. Beneath the skirt, a pair of long, straight, beautiful legs were encased in sheer black stockings, and on her feet were a pair of stiletto heels that could pierce a man's heart. The seemingly contradictory qualities of asceticism and allure are perfectly blended in her, creating a fatal attraction. Immediately afterwards, a petite figure dressed in a fluffy white maid outfit peeked out from behind her.
It was Ji Tiantian.
She was wearing a fluffy cat ear headband, white stockings that covered her slender legs, and her 2 little hands nervously gripped the edge of her apron. She looked at Xin Shen timidly, her cheeks flushed, making her look exceptionally well-behaved and lovable.
Huang Kersen also came out next to her.
She wore a strikingly different black dog-eared maid outfit, with a shorter skirt and a more form-fitting cut. Black stockings encased her powerful, athletic legs, and her face held a touch of wildness and playfulness, like a loyal little hound awaiting its master's command. Finally, there is Lin Yueqing. When she came out, Xin Shen's breath hitched for a moment. She changed into a light pink nurse's uniform, wearing a white nurse's cap, and her long, straight legs were encased in white pantyhose. The pristine uniform, worn by this icy school beauty, didn't look out of place at all. Instead, it created an indescribable chemical reaction. The former coldness and the present gentleness, combined with the healing and dedication that the nurse's uniform represents, create a unique charm that can make any man's rationality evaporate. For stunningly beautiful girls with distinct styles, and for carefully selected uniforms, together create a picture that is enough to make any man's rationality collapse. Hee, Master, it seems you really like our gift.
Feng Zhui walked gracefully like a cat, and was the first to stand in front of Xin Shen.
With her movements, her mature peach-shaped buttocks drew a breathtaking arc. She leaned down, placed her hands on the back of the sofa, and displayed her impressive cleavage to Xin Shen without reservation, her warm breath brushing against his ear. She straightened up, took a step back, and beckoned to Shin Chen with a provocative gesture.
Come, master. We're at your disposal. Boom.
These seemingly casual words, like a spark, instantly ignited the suppressed volcano within Shin Chen.
He no longer bothered to pretend to be calm.
The next second, Shin Chen suddenly sprang up from the sofa, and amidst Feng Jui's exclamation, he picked her up and strode towards the single bed.
Ah! Oh nar!
Ji Tiantian and Huang Kersen's short gasps followed immediately, and Shin Chen roughly scooped them up, one in each hand, and threw them onto the bed. Finally, he walked towards Lin Yuqing. The school beauty, with a charming blush on her face, did not flinch but instead took the initiative to greet him, opening her arms wide. The mattress groaned under the strain.
This night was destined to be even crazier than the last one. This dilapidated rental house will once again witness a scene of unimaginable beauty.
The next day, sunlight once again streamed through the dirty windows into the messy room. Shin Chen opened his eyes, feeling the warm, soft touch of the woman in his arms and the scattered white limbs around him, feeling refreshed. After a night of hard work, his 4 little maids were exhausted and fast asleep, their faces flushed with satisfaction. Shin Chen carefully withdrew from the gentle embrace, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic battlefield. 4 striking plum red flowers stood out on the bedsheet. Torn stockings, a nurse's uniform with its buttons popped open, a cat ear headband lying at the foot of the bed, and various other underwear scattered in the corners silently testify to the intensity of last night's events. Just then, Shin Chen's body trembled slightly. He felt a strange warmth surging from the depths of his body, as if he had established some kind of invisible connection with the 4 women sleeping on the bed, their powers resonating and merging. Almost simultaneously, a cold, mechanical voice boomed in his mind.
Ding!
It has been detected that the exclusive servants Lin Yuqing, Feng Jui, Huang Kersen, and Ji Tiantian have reached maximum loyalty and dependence on their master, meeting the conditions for talent sharing.
Would you choose to share the talents of Lin Yuqing, Feng Jui, Huang Kersen, and Ji Tiantian? After sharing, the host will acquire their exclusive talents, and their original talents will remain unaffected. Shin Chen was suddenly taken aback. What kind of talent is it, shared? This feature is even available? Chapter 17, Talent Sharing. Maid Squad Training Plan.
Shin Chen's mind went blank for a moment, and he almost thought he was still dreaming.
Talent, shared?
Once your personal servants reach maximum loyalty and dependence, you can directly acquire their talents.
And they themselves are completely unaffected? What is this? The ultimate buy one get one free deal?
No, this is way more exaggerated than that. Lin Yuqing's Frost Witch is an A-rank talent.
Feng Jui's Enhancement and Refinement is also a rank.
There's also Huang Kersen's B-level Illusionist and Ji Tiantian's C-level Bomb Creator.
If all of this were loaded onto myself.
Shin Chen's heart began to pound uncontrollably, and all the blood in his body seemed to be ignited at that moment, rushing to his brain. He almost roared as he confirmed it in his heart.
Share. Share everything. Ding. Talent sharing in progress.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained an A-level talent, Frost Witch. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an A-level talent, Enhancement Forging. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a grade B talent, Illusionist. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a C-level talent, Bomb Creation. A series of notification sounds, like the most beautiful symphony, resounded in Shin Chen's mind. In an instant, 4 distinct yet incredibly clear forces surged into the depths of his consciousness like a sudden awakening. That's not physical enhancement, but rather the bestowal of a higher dimensional understanding.
Shin Chen glanced subconsciously at the water glass on the bedside table. Crack!
A thin layer of frost instantly condensed on the outside of the glass, emitting wisps of cold air. He realized that with just a thought, he could make the water vapor in the air condense into the sharpest ice blades. He understood how to disassemble and recombine 2 unrelated substances to give them entirely new properties. His mind was filled with countless techniques about illusion and mental manipulation, and he even had a thorough understanding of the principles and structure of creating a high-energy flame bomb.
Shin Chen immediately brought up his character panel. Name, Shin Chen.
Talents, Slave God Seal Unique, Myriad Transformations Unique Hypnosis D, Speed Super Enhancement C+, Earth Element Manipulation B+, Invisibility B+, Appraisal A+, Frost Witch A+, Enhancement Alchemy A+, Illusionist B+, Bomb Creation C+. Exclusive servants, Lin Yuqing, Feng Jui, Huang Kersen, Ji Tiantian.
Servants, none.
Looking at the long list of glittering talents, especially the 2 extra golden A-level talents, Xinshen's mouth almost stretched to his ears. Overnight, he transformed into a monster possessing 2 A-level and 3 B-level and C-level combat talents. This round of cultivation has been incredibly profitable. He carefully got out of bed, moving gently so as not to disturb any of the girls who were still sleeping. The messy bed, scattered clothes, and the lingering scent of incense in the air all reminded him of the madness of the previous night. He could feel an invisible, deep connection between himself and the 4 girls, as if he could vaguely perceive their every breath and every heartbeat. Is this the effect of maxing out loyalty? Xinshen entered the living room, casually turned on the old television on the wall, and then walked towards the refrigerator. Breaking news! The eastern residential area of the city has been completely sealed off since 5 a.m. today. The reason is suspected to be related to the shadow panther monster that was previously spotted in the eastern wilderness. On the television, the female anchor's serious face and the bold red headline instantly attracted Xinshen's full attention. According to reports from the front lines, the shadow leopard has breached the wilderness defense line and infiltrated densely populated residential areas, causing some property damage. The current casualty situation is unknown. The Awakened Guild and the City Guard have joined forces. Citizens are urged not to approach the cordoned-off area to avoid any accidents. Shadow Panther. Xinshen paused as he took a drink from the refrigerator. That beast actually managed to get into the city? The intermediate-level demonic beast, the Shadow Leopard, possesses the B-rank talent, Shadow Traverse, an extremely rare spatial ability that allows it to leap short distances in shadowy areas, making it elusive and incredibly difficult to capture. Especially in complex environments like residential areas with towering buildings and abundant shadows, it is simply its paradise. Xinshen narrowed his eyes, his fingers unconsciously tapping the coal jar. The talent, Shadow Travel, was too tempting for him. Once acquired, his survivability and assassination skills will undergo a qualitative change. However, the risks are also very high. With his current strength, he might not be afraid of a head-on confrontation, but if that beast is determined to escape, he can only watch helplessly in that kind of environment. I have to go, but not now. Xinshen made a decision quickly. Sharpening your axe won't delay your woodcutting. Before hunting that cunning old fox, he needs to sharpen his knife even more. He looked toward the bedroom, and a plan was already taking shape in his mind. Turning around and walking into the kitchen, Xinshen skillfully tied on an apron. Soon, the aroma of fried eggs and bacon, mixed with the wheat scent of toasted bread, began to fill the small rented room. Smells so good. The bedroom door was gently pushed open a crack, and Ji Tiantian's fluffy little head peeked out. She was only wearing a white t-shirt by Xinshen, the hem of which barely covered her upper thighs, leaving her 2 fair and slender calves exposed to the air. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, drawn by the fragrance, and walked out step by step, her cheeks still flushed from just waking up. Good morning, master. Her timid greeting was like that of a kitten that had just woken up. Immediately afterwards, Huang Kersen also came out yawning. She was wearing a black t-shirt, and her hot figure was even more curvaceous under the loose clothing. She stretched out a big yawn, revealing her stunning curves without any hesitation. Fengzhui leaned against the doorframe, wearing a gray t-shirt, her eyes languid yet alluring, and she winked at Xinshen. Finally, there is Lin Yuqing. She was also wearing a white t-shirt by Xinshen, but her demeanor remained aloof. Without a word, she walked to Xinshen's side, naturally took the spatula from his hand, and began to help set the plates, as if the two were a couple who had lived together for many years. Suddenly, springtime was in full bloom in this dilapidated rented room. Xinshen enjoyed the scenery that was exclusively his without any hesitation, and was in a great mood. The atmosphere at the breakfast table was lively. Master. I feel like I've gotten a little stronger again. Ji Tiantian, biting into her sandwich, mumbled something, her face full of excitement. Last night's nourishment not only brought them closer to Xinshen, but also seemed to have a slight improvement in their physical condition. This is just the beginning. Xinshen took a sip of milk, put down the cup, and announced today's schedule. After breakfast, we'll go to the North Gate Forest. Target, hunt the swift hawk. Today, I will grant all of you the speed talent and elevate you all to C rank. Wow! Very good. The girls cheered, their eyes filled with adoration and love for Xinshen. In their minds, being able to personally bestow talents upon them and raise their talent levels was something only gods could do. Half an hour later, the group of 5 walked out of the apartment building. The four women changed into sportswear that allowed them to move around easily, and followed behind Shin-chan, looking like an elite team that combined good looks and strength, attracting frequent glances from passers-by. Soon, they arrived at the familiar forest outside the north gate. However, as soon as she stepped into the edge of the forest, Lin Yueqing suddenly stopped and her expression became serious.
Oh no. There are a lot of swift eagles in the woods ahead, far more than we encountered last time.
She closed her eyes, sensed it carefully, and then added.
And, it seems there are other awakened ones active here. The energy fluctuations are very chaotic, like a large-scale hunt?
Upon hearing this, Feng Zhui and the others immediately became alert. Shin-chan's face remained completely expressionless.
Are there many swift eagles?
That's good, it saves him the trouble of searching everywhere.
As for the other awakened ones. Oh? Someone's stealing my business?
Shin-chan's voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable force.
That's perfect, it'll save us from getting bored.
He gestured with his chin in the direction Lin Yueqing pointed and took a step forward.
Let's go see which family is so blind as to dare to touch my prey. Chapter 18, Top University Joint Entrance Exam?
Sorry, I've booked the whole place. Deep in the forest, bursts of energy echoed, mingled with the sharp cries of eagles and the furious roars of humans.
Damn it! These bastards are too fast.
A young man with a buzz cut was panting heavily. His school uniform was torn in several places, and blood was seeping out. Around him were 3 men and 1 woman, all wounded and surrounded by 5 swift eagles. These cunning monsters didn't confront them head-on at all. Instead, they used their ghostly speed to weave through the forest, rising and falling, creating gusts of wind.
Each dive leaves a wound on their bodies. Li Hao.
Use your earthen wall to contain them.
Create an opportunity for Qinjing.
The girl with the ponytail at the head of the group shouted sharply, a bleeding claw mark on her arm.
They're in use. But they never actually touch the ground.
The young man called Li Hao's face turned red, and he pressed his hands firmly to the ground.
Rise.
Thick earthen walls rose from the ground, attempting to build a cage, but the swift eagle simply flapped its wings, easily soaring high and calmly gliding over the earthen walls, even letting out a mocking screech. They are elite freshmen from the top-ranked Awakening University in Shanghai, and they are here to participate in a practical assessment jointly organized by 3 top universities in Shanghai, Beijing, and Laming. They thought that with their strength, hunting a few low-level monsters in the outer forest would be a piece of cake. Who would have thought that the exam question would be about the swift eagle, a magical beast known as a newcomer killer? More importantly, their talents are suited to positional warfare, making them extremely incompatible with the swift eagle, which is known for its speed. Just as they were considering how to break the deadlock, a leisurely voice came from the woods not far away.
Wow, it's so lively here.
The sound wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The 5 college students were startled and looked up sharply in the direction of the sound. A young man dressed in ordinary casual clothes was seen walking slowly out of the woods with 4 stunningly beautiful women, all of whom had top-notch figures and looks. The way he strolled around so leisurely didn't seem like he had wandered into a dangerous forest of monsters. He was clearly just strolling in his own backyard.
Who are you?
The girl with the ponytail was taken aback when she saw who it was, and then she shouted at them sternly.
Don't you know this is a restricted area for the joint entrance exam of the 3 schools? It's dangerous here, get out of here immediately.
Shin-chan completely ignored her.
His attention was now entirely focused on the 5 swift eagles circling and soaring. In his view, those were not monsters, but walking, glittering experience packs.
Yueqing, Curson, Shin-chan said calmly.
Yes, master.
Before the words were even finished, Lin Yueqing and Huang Curson suddenly vanished from their spot.
What?
The 5 college students only saw a blur before their eyes and didn't even notice how the 2 girls moved.
The next second, a piercing sonic boom came from mid-air.
Huang Curson arrived faster than expected, leaving a visible afterimage in the air, and appeared directly above a swift eagle. Her long legs, encased in sweatpants, stretched into an astonishing straight line. Without any frills, she delivered a powerful whip kick that struck Sun-che's back.
Snap!
The cracking sound of bones breaking is enough to make your teeth ache. Before the swift eagle could even utter a mournful cry, it was as if struck by an invisible hammer, its body contorted at an eerie angle, spiraling as it crashed into the bushes below, sending up a shower of broken branches and leaves. On the other hand, Lin Yueqing's style was even more freehand. She simply raised her hand and pointed at the swift eagle on the other side, which was trying to increase the distance between them. The temperature in the air suddenly dropped, and the 5 college students even shivered. Dozens of crystal-clear ice spikes materialized out of thin air and shot out in a massive burst at a speed several times faster than a swift eagle. Before the swift eagle could react, it was riddled with holes by a barrage of ice spikes. With a mournful cry, its body was covered in ice crystals as it plummeted straight down from the sky. Seeing that things were not going well, the remaining 3 swift eagles let out a cry of alarm and flapped their wings to try to escape in different directions.
Trying to run?
Shin-chan chuckled lightly, without even moving his feet, but simply stomped his foot lightly on the ground.
Puff! Puff! Puff!
3 sharp spikes suddenly emerged from the forest floor, piercing the wings of the 3 swift eagles with the precision of venomous snakes, pinning them several meters above the ground. Hot blood dripped down the spikes. The entire process, from Shin-chan speaking to all 5 swift eagles losing their fighting ability, took less than 10 seconds. The 5 prodigies from Shanghai Awakening University stared wide-eyed at the unbelievable scene before them, their minds completely blank.
The newcomer killer who was just giving them a lot of trouble has been instantly defeated?
Under their shocked gazes, Shin-chan calmly walked up to the few struggling swift eagles and raised his hand. A surge of spiritual energy.
Slavery. Decompose, strengthen. Buzz.
The 5 swift eagles instantly disintegrated into 5 dazzling golden streams of light, tracing beautiful arcs in the air before precisely flowing into the bodies of Feng Jui and Ji Tian respectively.
Ah!
Both women let out a soft gasp, feeling the new power surging through their bodies, and their faces showed visible surprise.
What kind of ability is this?
The girl with the ponytail finally snapped out of her shock, screaming in disbelief, her face filled with horror and confusion.
After killing a monster, its corpse turns into light and is absorbed? What kind of unheard of talent is this? Who exactly are you people?
The crew-cut young man, Li Hao, also realized what was happening and questioned him in shock and anger.
Do you know that this is the joint entrance examination site for 3 top universities in Shanghai, Beijing, and Laming? These Swift Hawks are our test questions. You are openly interfering with the exam. Joint entrance exam?
Shin-chan finally turned his attention to them, a playful smile curving his lips.
So what?
He pointed to the vast forest, his tone calm yet filled with an undeniable domineering authority. I hereby declare that from this moment forward, all the swift eagles in this forest belong to me.
You're a robber.
A boy wearing glasses was so angry that he was trembling all over, and his hand was shaking as he pointed at Shin-chan.
Yes, we are robbers.
Shin-chan grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, and took a step closer to him.
You have a problem with that?
Li Hao's blood boiled. As a top student from Shanghai University, he had never suffered such humiliation before, and he roared in anger.
You're too arrogant.
He suddenly took a step forward and reached out to grab Shin-chan.
Shin-chan didn't even look at him. Put.
A thinner, sharper spike suddenly shot out from the ground beneath Li Hao's feet without warning, its tip stopping precisely in front of his Adam's apple, less than a centimeter away. The sharp force even pierced the skin on his neck, and a thin line of blood flowed down. Li Hao's movements came to an abrupt halt, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He could feel that with just a thought from his opponent, his neck would be pierced through in an instant. Shin-chan then glanced at him lazily, and with his 4 maids, turned and walked deeper into the forest. Only the 5 college students who stood there dumbfounded, and a spiked rod stuck in Li Hao's throat, exuding an aura of death. A few seconds later, the spike slowly retracted into the ground. Li Hao's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, his face filled with the fear of surviving a disaster.
The following period was a nightmare for all the students who took the joint entrance exam.
They discovered that the swift eagles in this forest seemed to have vanished into thin air. Occasionally, 1 or 2 can be seen, but before they can make a move, several blurry shadows will flash past, and then the swift eagle will let out a short, mournful cry and fall from the sky. Immediately afterwards, they would see a young man leading 4 beautiful women, walking over unhurriedly, and the corpse of the swift eagle would turn into countless specks of light, which would be absorbed by the women.
It's them again. They've robbed all our Swift Hawks. Damn. Who are these people? They're completely unreasonable. Where are the teachers? Aren't the proctors going to do anything about it?
For a time, complaints filled the forest. As the instigators of all this, Shin-chan and his group are enjoying the thrill of rapid leveling up.
Ding!
Your personal servant Ji Tiantian's talent speed enhancement has been upgraded to C-level super speed enhancement.
Ding!
Your personal servant Huang Kursen has acquired the D-level talent speed enhancement.
Ding!
Your personal servant Feng Zhui's talent speed enhancement has been upgraded to C-level super speed enhancement.
Ding!
Your personal servant Huang Kerson's talent speed enhancement has been upgraded to C-level super speed enhancement. As the notification sounds kept ringing in his mind, Xinshen's mood became increasingly pleasant.
His plan to train a maid troop is progressing steadily.
Just then, a cry of an eagle, so different from that of an ordinary swift eagle, filled with majesty and ferocity, came from the deepest part of the forest and resounded through the sky. Accompanied by the cry of an eagle, a powerful aura far exceeding that of a low-level demon beast swept in like a storm, causing the trees in the forest to rustle. All the examinees who were active in the forest suddenly changed their expressions.
This aura belongs to a mid-level demonic beast.
The final test question has appeared.
Quick! Gather together. This is our last chance to earn credits.
In an instant, all the examinees who were furious because Xinshen had snatched all the monsters turned red and rushed towards the direction from which the aura came like madmen.
Master, it's a big one.
It's much stronger than any of the swift eagles we've encountered before. It must be a lord-level monster. Lin Yueqing's expression also turned serious.
Okay, let's go take a look, Xinshen said casually. Chapter 19, Trying to Steal My Monster? One kick to suppress the entire field.
In this clearing deep within the forest, the air seemed to solidify into lead, making it hard to breathe.
A giant bird, nearly 3 times larger than an ordinary swift eagle, stood proudly on a broken piece of ancient wood.
Its bluish-gray feathers reflected a cold, metallic sheen in the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees. With each turn of its sharp eagle eyes, it exuded an oppressive aura of dominance, causing all living beings below to tremble with fear. At the edge of the open space, hundreds of students who were taking the joint exam had already gathered. They were all breathing heavily, their palms were sweating, and they gripped their weapons tightly, but none of them dared to take a step forward.
This is the final boss of this joint entrance exam? Is this aura really from a mid-level demonic beast? It feels even scarier than our mentor. Damn it, who goes first? Our team isn't going to be cannon fodder. Don't rush, there are always some hotheads who want to show off. Let's wait until others have ground it down enough before we go up and harvest it.
The students whispered amongst themselves, their eyes darting around, each secretly plotting their own schemes. So-called elite students from prestigious universities also reveal their selfishness and cowardice when faced with real danger. In the midst of this oppressive silence, a series of unhurried footsteps came from the forest path.
Xinshen, accompanied by his 4 maids, strolled leisurely out of the woods.
Holy crap, it's them again, a sharp-eyed student exclaimed.
What are they trying to do? Are they crazy? Stealing from lowly monsters is one thing, but they even dare to target Lord Swifthawk?
A girl with a ponytail in the crowd saw the 5 figures and her pupils suddenly contracted. Li Hao, who was next to her, subconsciously touched his neck, where the cold sensation of the spikes still lingered.
Hey! Are you guys out of your minds? Charging in now is suicide. Come back!
A kind-hearted student shouted from a distance. Xinshen ignored these noises.
His entire attention was focused on the magnificent giant bird. Appraisal.
A line of small, golden characters, visible only to him, quietly appeared.
Lord-level Swifthawk. Level, intermediate monster. Talent, speed enhancement C.
Weakness, below the 3rd covert of the left wing, the soft feathers in the center of the abdomen, and the junction of the nape spine.
Finally, someone decent has arrived.
Xinshen whispered something and, through the mental link of the slave god seal, instantly transmitted all the information about his weaknesses to the 4 girls beside him. He didn't even give any further instructions, he just waved his hand casually.
Go, and finish this quickly.
Yes, master, the 4 women replied in unison. The voice contained a mixture of absolute obedience and the excitement of impending slaughter. The next moment, a performance that completely shattered the worldviews of all the chosen ones present officially began. Buzz! Lin Yueqing made the first move. She simply raised her fair hand and made a loose grasping motion towards the area where Lord Swift Eagle was located. Click, click, click. Visible to the naked eye, the deep blue frost spread wildly outwards from the broken piece of wood. The ground, grass, trees, rocks, everything was frozen in an instant, turning the ground within a radius of tens of meters into an ice mirror reflecting the light of death. The temperature in the air dropped sharply, causing the college students in the distance to shiver.
Ha!
The Lord Swift Eagle sensed the extreme cold beneath its feet, let out a startled shriek, and with a sudden flap of its wings, it tried to break free of the ice and take flight. However, its massive body had barely lifted 3 meters off the ground when a blurry black afterimage flashed past its field of vision.
It's Huang Kurson.
Her figure left afterimages in the air, and in an instant, she conjured up 7 or 8 identical versions of herself, rushing towards Lord Swift Eagle from all directions at the same time, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. The Lord Swift Eagle's wisdom was clearly insufficient to discern the profound mysteries of this B-grade talent, illusionist. It was thoroughly enraged, furiously swinging its claws, tearing apart wind pressure and shattering one illusion after another. But it felt like tearing at the air, unable to reach Huang Kurson's body at all. Just as it was completely absorbed by the phantom, a petite figure silently circled around to its back.
It's Ji Tian.
With a sickly blush on her face, her small hands swiftly reached under the thick feathers of the Lord Swifthawk and precisely stuck 5 or 6 inconspicuous black spheres, each the size of a fingernail, onto the weakest point in the defense, the junction of the nape of the neck that Xinshen had just pointed out. After doing all this, she lightly touched the eagle's back with her toes, and her body floated backward like a kite with a broken string, letting out a clear, low shout.
Burst! Boom 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 boom. A series of dull, dense explosions erupted on the back of Lord Swifthawk.
Each bomb wasn't particularly powerful, but its force precisely penetrated the hard feathers and muscles, directly impacting the fragile spine. The violent impact and excruciating pain caused the Lord Swift Eagle to let out an unprecedentedly shrill cry. Its body suddenly stiffened in midair, instantly losing its balance, and it tumbled down onto the ice below.
Chance!
A cold figure had been waiting below for a long time.
Feng Jui.
Her eyes gleamed with a thirst for blood. Her A-level talent, enhanced refinement, was pushed to its limit. The pair of ordinary steel daggers in her hands were enveloped in a dense layer of dark light, and their sharp aura seemed to cleave the air. With the sea-level, super speed enhancement, buff, her figure was so fast that she was just a streak of light gliding across the ice.
Put! Put!
A flash of cold light, and blood splattered. In the brief 1 or 2 seconds it took for the Lord Swift Eagle to fall, Feng Jui launched dozens of attacks around its body that were too fast to see. Each swing of the dagger landed with pinpoint accuracy on another weakness that Xinshen had pointed out, the tendon connection on the left wing. Hot blood rained down, instantly melting into bloody holes on the cold mirror surface. Click! With a crisp snapping sound, the Lord Swifthawk's left wing, on which it relied for flight, was severed from the root, rendering it unable to fly again.
Just as it was about to crash to the ground, Lin Yueqing's icy voice rang out again. An ice spear, thicker than an adult's arm, materialized out of thin air.
With a spiraling shriek, it pierced precisely from the bottom up through the weak point of the soft feathers on the Lord Swifthawk's abdomen, emerging from its back and pinning its massive body firmly to the broken piece of ancient wood. The entire process, from Lin Yueqing's initial control to Huang Kurson's harassment, Ji Tiantian's explosive attack, Feng Jui's decisive strike, and finally Lin Yueqing's finishing blow, was incredibly smooth, and the teamwork was impeccable, all within less than 30 seconds. Not far away, the hundreds of college students seemed to be frozen in place, as if they had been put under a spell. Everyone gaped, their expressions shifting from blank to incredulous.
This is the kind of teamwork that 4 women can pull off? Each of them demonstrated abilities far exceeding their own.
That textbook perfect control, harassment, explosions, and decisive strikes, is this level of teamwork truly within human capabilities?
It's dying.
Quick!
The final blow.
Seize the last strike. The credits are ours. Someone, having recovered from their extreme shock, shouted something at the top of their lungs. These words were like a spark that instantly ignited everyone's passion.
After a brief silence, hundreds of students rushed forward like madmen.
Earth Dragon Strangulation. Wind Blade Flurry.
Fireball.
In an instant, multicolored energy beams shot into the sky, and dozens of attacks rained down on the Lord Swift Eagle, which was pinned to the ancient tree and barely clinging to life.
They could even imagine that the next second, this intermediate-level demonic beast would be blasted into countless fragments.
However, just moments before all the attacks were about to hit,
Xinshen, who had been watching the show from the sidelines with his back to them, finally made a move. He didn't even turn around.
He simply lifted his right foot slightly. Then, it fell heavily.
Thump!
A deafening, muffled thud, like an invisible giant hammer, slammed into everyone's hearts. The next instant, something unexpected happened.
Rumble!
Before all the charging students, a thick, despair-inducing earthen wall rose abruptly from the ground. The earthen wall rose abruptly from the ground, instantly reaching a height of over 10 meters, and extended wildly to both sides, forming a huge, insurmountable arc-shaped canopy that completely blocked all the students and their attacks from the outside. All the attacks struck the earthen wall without even causing a ripple, vanishing without a trace like mud oxen entering the sea. Those students who rushed to the front were violently knocked away by the suddenly rising giant wall, falling over and screaming in pain. The entire battlefield was instantly divided in two by this wall. On one side were hundreds of top university students, looking disheveled and horrified. On the other side were 4 unharmed girls and the swift eagle, the Lord, waiting to be slaughtered. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone looked up at the massive earthen wall that stood like a miracle, their minds blank. One person, in an instant, suppressed them all? Shinshin slowly withdrew his foot, never once glancing at the group of college students behind him. He walked slowly to Lord Swifthawk and raised his hand. Slavery. Decompose to strengthen yourself. Buzz. The massive Lord Swift Eagle rapidly disintegrated under an invisible force, transforming into a golden stream of light that was more dazzling and solid than ever before, roaring as it burrowed into Shinchen's body. Ding. Sea-level talent speed enhancement detected. Ding. Talent speed super enhancement C+ begins advancement. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your talent has successfully advanced to grade B, Speed Star. A completely new understanding exploded in Shinchen's mind. He felt that his understanding of speed had instantly been elevated to a whole new dimension. If he was driving a sports car before, now he's piloting a fighter jet. Every cell in the body is cheering with joy at this extreme speed. Name, Shinchen. Talents, Slave God Seal Unique, Myriad Transformations Unique Hypnosis D, Speed Star B+, Earth Element Manipulation B+, Invisibility B+, Appraisal A+, Frost Witch A+, Enhancement Alchemy A+, Illusionist B+, Bomb Creation C+. Exclusive Servants, Lin Yuqing, Fengshui, Huang Kersen, Ji Tian. Servants, none. Chapter 20, The Principles of 3 Schools Snatch Students Up on the Spot? The senior student's mentality collapses. Deep in the forest outside the North Gate, in a stone house temporarily built with earth elemental abilities, the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. 3 elderly men with white hair and beards were sitting around a cluster of screens that were flickering with dim light. If any prominent figure from Tianing City, or even the entire awakened realm, were here, they would be utterly astonished. These 3 people were none other than Zhao Jiangwo, the president of Shanghai Awakening University Li Jinghua, the president of Kyoto Awakening University and Yang Pujuan, the president of Laming Awakening University. These 3 universities are the highest institutions of learning that countless awakened individuals would do anything to enter, and these 3 individuals are the big shots standing at the top of the pyramid. The joint entrance examination for the 3 schools was held in the small city of Tianing. On the surface, it was a spontaneous decision by the 3 old friends to see the quality of the freshmen at their respective schools and, incidentally, to reconnect. But in reality, all 3 of them knew that they were all after Tianyu High School's S-level talent, Blazing King. Old Li, Old Yang, you both know who our real target is this time in Tianing City. Zhao Jiangwo, the president of Shanghai University, held a teacup and slowly blew on the steam. Our Shanghai University is determined to obtain that S-level talent, Blazing Monarch. Ha, Lao Xiao, you're still as shameless as ever. Li Jinghua from Kyoto University pushed up his glasses. Top geniuses should naturally come to my Kyoto Academy to receive the most orthodox training. Your Shanghai is too commercialized, it will ruin a gem. Bullshit. Yang Pujuan, the burly president of Laming University, slammed his hand on the table, making the teacup jump. Geniuses deserve the strongest combat techniques. Come to my thunderclap. In less than 3 years, I guarantee he'll sweep aside his contemporaries. If you keep dragging your feet like that, even geniuses will turn into useless pieces. The 3 were engaged in a heated debate when there was a knock on the door of the stone house. Come in. Zhao Jiangwo regained his refined demeanor, but his brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. A proctor wearing a Shanghai University uniform strode in, a hint of anxiety on his face. Principal, something's happened. A group of people broke into the examination hall and almost wiped out all the Swift Eagles. The students are all complaining that they can't get any monsters at all. The 3 principals didn't pay much attention at first. Accidentally entering the examination room happens every year. After all, this is the wilderness, and they can't completely seal off this joint examination area. Switch the camera over there and take a look, Zhao Jiangwo casually instructed. Soon, the image on one of the screens switched and locked onto 5 figures moving through the forest. In the scene, a young man strolls leisurely, while 4 girls behind him appear like ghosts, with a clear division of labor and ruthless attacks. Ice spikes, after images, explosions, sharp blades. The swift eagles didn't even have time to cry out before they were dealt with within seconds and turned into specks of light. The whole process was incredibly fast, never lasting more than 10 seconds. The atmosphere inside the stone house instantly fell silent. These guys, they're pretty good. Young Pujuan stroked his chin, his eyes sharpening. They have excellent teamwork and act decisively. Their strength is probably close to that of intermediate awakeners. They must be a team from a local awakener guild in Tianing City, right? They must be expelled. Li Jinghua said in a deep voice. If they keep causing this trouble, this joint entrance exam will become a joke. Zhao Jiangwo did not immediately agree. He stared at the faces of Lin Yuqing and Feng Zhui in the picture and suddenly felt that they looked familiar. He pulled a beautifully crafted booklet from his pocket and quickly began to read it. This booklet contains detailed information on all high school graduates with a level or higher talent. His pupils contracted sharply when his finger stopped on 2 pages of Tianyu High School. It really was them. Zhao Jiangwo's voice carried a hint of undisguised astonishment. Old Zhao, what did you find? Li Jinghua immediately asked. They are this year's graduates from Tianyu High School. Lin Yuqing, a level talent, Frost Witch. Feng Zhui, a level talent, Enhancement and Refinement. Upon hearing this, Li Jinghua and Yang Pujuan also came over, their faces showing shock at the same time. A high school graduate who has only been awakened for less than half a month? His strength is already approaching that of a mid-level awakened? What does this mean? This isn't just rough jade, this is a damn diamond mine. While S-class talent is extremely rare, the value of a genius who can grow to such combat strength in a short period of time with a class talent is in no way inferior. The 3 old foxes exchanged glances, each seeing the burning intensity in the other's eyes. Well, I think we can observe it for a while longer. Li Jinghua, who had just said he would expel Li Jinghua, immediately changed his tune. Yes, young people are energetic, which is a good thing. Yang Pujuan nodded seriously. No one mentioned the expulsion again. Instead, they continued watching with great interest. Until Lord Swifthawk appeared. When they saw the 4 girls, with a perfect, almost artistic coordination, bring the powerful mid-level monster to the brink of death in 30 seconds, the 3 principals' breathing became heavy. When Xin Chen raised his foot and stomped it, a massive earthen wall rose from the ground, instantly suppressing hundreds of charging prodigies of heaven, and the air inside the stonehouse froze completely. That wall not only blocked all attacks, but also slammed into the minds of the 3 principals. Intermediate, definitely an intermediate awakener. He became an intermediate awakener in less than half a month? Those 4 girls are definitely at the peak of the initial awakening level, but that man, he is the core. I want all 5 of them. Zhao Jiangwo's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he was about to say something polite, such as, let's compete fairly. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 sharp whooshing sounds rang in his ears. Li Jinghua and Yang Pujuan beside him had already turned into 2 blurry streaks of light and disappeared from the spot. Damn it! Those 2 old geezers have no sportsmanship. Even though Zhao Jiangwo usually paid great attention to his manners, he couldn't help but swear at this moment. With a flicker, he also disappeared into the stonehouse. Forest clearing. Xin Chen closed his eyes, savoring the exhilarating feeling emanating from his body cells after his talent was upgraded to Speedstar. It was a kind of ultimate freedom, like breaking free from some kind of constraint and about to soar into the heavens. However, the next second, 3 enormous, suffocatingly terrifying auras descended from the sky without warning. Boom! 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 It was as if 3 invisible mountains were pressing down heavily on every corner of this open space. The air became thick, the wind in the forest stopped, and the calls of birds and animals abruptly ceased. Those college students who collapsed in front of the earthen wall, some shocked and some furious, felt their souls trembling under this oppressive force, and they didn't even have the strength to stand up. The earthen wall in front of them collapsed under the influence of these 3 forces. 3 figures appeared out of thin air in front of Xin Chen. Xin Chen unleashed his appraisal skill instantly, and the feedback sent a chill down his spine. The difference in skill level is too great to assess. He is now a high-level awakened one, and even he cannot determine that the other party is at least a superior, or even, a special-level awakened one. It's the principal. Principal Zhao. Principal Li. Principal Wang.
All three principals are here. That's wonderful. At this moment, the students who recognized the three of them erupted in ecstatic joy, as if they had survived a disaster. The look in their eyes as they looked at Shin-chan instantly shifted from fear to undisguised schadenfreude. Ha ha ha. Let's see how arrogant you can be now. You dare cause trouble at the joint entrance exam for the three schools and even injured us. You're dead. In their eyes, this arrogant young man was about to face the harshest judgment from their principal. However, the next second, everyone's expression froze on their faces. The expected thunderous fury did not materialize. The terrifying pressure that was enough to crush a person's spirit vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. The university president Zhao Jiangwo, who was leading the group, showed no anger at all. Instead, his face was full of a warm, almost fawning smile. His eyes, which seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, were shining with an unprecedented light. Ha ha ha. The younger generation is truly formidable. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Zhao Jiangwo laughed heartily and took a few steps closer to Shin-chan, his warm attitude as if he were looking at his most outstanding junior. This student, and these 4 female students, have given us 3 old guys a huge surprise. What's going on? All the college students were stunned, their brains completely shut down. The principal not only didn't get angry, but instead, praised them? Before they could react, Yang Pujuan, the burly president of Laming University, had already taken a step forward, his voice booming. Stop with the nonsense. Kid, I've got my eye on you. And these 4 girls of yours, they're all promising talents. Come to my thunderclap school, and I'll guarantee you direct entry into the core class. Li Xinghua from Kyoto University pushed up his glasses and spoke up, not wanting to be outdone. Principal Yang, you are mistaken. Such a gem should naturally come to my Kyoto Academy to receive the most orthodox and top-notch training. Student, if you just nod, Kyoto University's resource library will be open to you. At my Shanghai University, all admission procedures and tests are waived, and you can directly enjoy the treatment of an S-level student. Zhao Jiangwo was not to be outdone and immediately threw out his trump card. Boom! Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. The college students were completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. Exceptional admission? Exempt from all tests? Enjoy the same benefits as an S-level student directly? This is a top-tier university that they fought tooth and nail to get into, using up all their family resources. These people in front of us not only openly disrupted the exam and stole our prize, but now, they're going to be snatched away on the spot by the 3 principals? On what grounds? Just when everyone thought Shin-chan would be flattered and grateful, he chose one of them. Shin-chan simply uttered 3 words in a flat tone. We'll see. The worldview of those privileged individuals completely collapsed at that moment. What did they hear? Let's talk about it later. He refused? He actually turned down the exceptional offers from 3 top universities on the spot? Zhao Jiangwo seemed to have expected this answer, and his smile remained unchanged. On the contrary, he seemed even more appreciative. Good, it's a good thing for young people to have pride. No rush, we have plenty of time. After all, you've only just graduated from high school and haven't even been awakened for half a month. You have plenty of time to think it over. Awakening, less than half a month ago? These words struck the hearts of every student taking the joint entrance examination like a merciless hammer blow. They looked at the man who effortlessly dominated the entire scene, and at the 4 girls who were perfectly coordinated and incredibly strong. Then think about yourself. You were in such a sorry state just trying to deal with a few low-level demonic beasts. You, who are known as the chosen one of heaven, are like a baby who has just learned to walk in front of these people. Genius? Compared to these 5 people, I'm nothing but a genius. They're utterly useless. An unprecedented sense of shame and despair instantly overwhelmed everyone present. Chapter 21, an S-rank genius is so angry he'll vomit blood. But I'm being kept online by 4 rich young women. Tianning City, a wealthy area in the west. Inside a sprawling luxury villa, the light from a crystal chandelier illuminates the marble floors as bright as day. Bang! Chun Yang slammed his hand down on the $1 million rosewood coffee table, creating a deep, charred crater. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Chen Yang's chest heaved violently, and his handsome face appeared somewhat ferocious due to extreme anger. The scorching heat emanating from him made the black-clad subordinates kneeling on the ground sweat profusely, as if they were in a furnace. Yang brother Yang, we've really exhausted all our connections, but Lin Yuqing and Feng Jui have vanished into thin air.
All the surveillance cameras and informants have lost track of them. One of his men mustered his courage and explained, his voice trembling.
Vanished into thin air?
Chen Yang suddenly stood up and kicked his subordinate, sending him flying. The subordinate coughed up blood and crashed into a wall in the distance, losing consciousness.
2 living, breathing people. 2 high school students who just awakened less than a month ago. You're telling me they've vanished into thin air? Chen Yang's roar echoed in the hall.
But what drove him even crazier than the anger of not being able to find anyone was the humiliation of being fooled and played.
His elaborate trap couldn't even keep an eye on 2 women.
This involuntarily reminded him of the man named Gao Jia, and of his calm and composed demeanor in front of him.
That man must be with them.
Chen Yang pointed at his remaining men, his voice hoarse and vicious. I don't care what methods you use. Find those 2 women even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground.
And that man. I'll make him regret ever being born.
In stark contrast to the oppressive and violent atmosphere in the affluent neighborhood, the atmosphere in a large supermarket on the northern commercial street of Tianning City was relaxed and pleasant. Xin Shen pushed a shopping cart and strolled leisurely between the shelves. Lin Yuqing, Feng Zhui, Ji Tiantian, and Huang Kersen followed behind him, chattering as they selected various camping equipment. After leaving the joint entrance examination site, Xin Shen took the 4 girls back to the city to buy some camping equipment, because they were going to go deeper into the forest and would probably stay there for many days.
Master, this tent looks great, it's very spacious.
This sleeping bag is temperature controlled, so you won't get cold sleeping in the forest at night.
And this too, a portable shower. You can take a bath.
Soon, the shopping cart was filled to the brim with all sorts of high-end outdoor products.
Xin Shen pushed the cart to the cashier.
After the cashier announced an astonishing number, he shrugged and casually looked at the 4 girls behind him.
I have no money.
His expression was matter of fact, without the slightest bit of embarrassment. The cashier's expression instantly turned strange as she sized up the ordinary-looking young man and the 4 stunningly beautiful women with obviously extraordinary temperaments and glamorous clothes. In her mind, she was already envisioning the annual drama of pretty boy hooking up with a group of rich women. However, the expected expressions of disgust or embarrassment from the girls did not appear.
I'll do it. I'll pay.
Huang Kersen and Feng Zhui almost simultaneously pulled out their phones. Lin Yuqing acted swiftly, handing over her black gold card before they could even scan the code, and calmly said to the cashier,
Swipe my card.
Ji Tiantian was a step too slow, and could only pout and stuff her card back in frustration.
Xin Shen couldn't help but laugh as he watched them scrambling to pay, and reached out to pinch Lin Yuqing's delicate cheeks. Not bad, not bad.
Being kept by 4 rich young women doesn't seem so bad. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The cashier's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What kind of indecent words are these? The key point is that the 4 angelic girls were not angry at all. Instead, their faces all flushed with a beautiful blush. We'd take care of our owner for life, as long as they're happy. Feng Zhui boldly pressed herself against him, her breath sweet as orchids.
Huang Kersen blushed and gently tugged at Xin Shen. What are you saying, master? What's ours belongs to you. Ji Tiantian nodded like a chick pecking at rice.
Yes, yes.
Our money is our master's money.
Although Lin Yuqing didn't speak, her clear, cold eyes were filled with a tenderness that could melt an iceberg as she silently picked up all the shopping bags. Xin Shen was enjoying this private haven that belonged only to him, and he was in a great mood.
Owner?
The cashier was dumbfounded.
Do young people these days really play this high-stakes game?
The group of 5 returned to the forest outside the north gate, laden with their spoils.
For the next 10 days, they completely disappeared from the city.
This vast forest near the edge of the city has attracted a group of the most efficient and ruthless hunters. During the day, this place is a slaughterhouse for monsters. Xin Shen didn't do the work himself. He was more like a commander strategizing from the side, standing with his hands behind his back, watching the 4 women carry out a thorough cleaning of the area with an increasingly tacit understanding.
Frost freezes, blades dart through, phantoms confuse, and bombs roar.
Before the 4 of them, who formed a killing machine, the demonic beasts could not even put up a decent fight and turned into countless specks of light.
Even at night, the forest did not return to tranquility.
Inside the newly bought, spacious, and comfortable tent, there are always some suppressed, blush-inducing sounds. The girls' screams and pleas for mercy, mixed with the men's heavy breathing, together composed an absurd and crazy night song. With each hard work, Xin Shen could feel the invisible connection between himself and the 4 women becoming closer and stronger.
10 days passed in the blink of an eye. They almost completely wiped out the forest within a 3,000-meter radius of the city. The swift eagles that once struck fear into the hearts of freshmen are nowhere to be seen now. The gains were enormous. During this time, they encountered a total of 5 powerful Lord Swifthawks. 4 of them naturally became the nourishment for the 4 women's advancement. At this moment, in the clearing of the forest, 4 powerful auras rose into the sky one after another. Lin Yuqing, Fengjue, Huang Kersen, and Ji Tiantian were surrounded by visible energy vortexes, and their strength bottlenecks were broken through at this moment. Intermediate Awakener. For girls who had just awakened less than a month ago, under Xin Shen's tutelage, all stepped into the threshold of Intermediate Awakeners. If this gets out, it will cause a huge uproar in the entire world of awakened ones. We did it! Master, we all succeeded. Ji Tiantian was the first to jump up from the ground, feeling the surging power within her, her face flushed with excitement. Xin Shen nodded in satisfaction and swept an appraisal spell over them. Lin Yuqing. Level, Intermediate Awakener. Talents, Frost Witch A+, Speed Star B+. Fengjue. Level, Intermediate Awakener. Talents, Enhanced Alchemy A+, Speed Star B+. Huang Kersen. Level, Intermediate Awakener. Talents, Illusionist B+, Speed Star B+. Ji Tiantian. Level, Intermediate Awakener. Talents, Bomb Creation C+, Speed Star B+. Their original C rank, Super Speed Enhancement, was upgraded to B rank, Speed Star, after absorbing the Lord Swift Eagle's talent. A breakthrough in both skill and talent. The maid training program is showing initial success. Xin Shen then brought up his character panel. Name, Xin Shen. Level, Advanced Awakener. Talents, Slave God Seal Unique, Myriad Transformations Unique Hypnosis D, Speed Star B+, Earth Element Manipulation B+, Invisibility B+, Appraisal A+, Frost Witch A+, Enhancement Alchemy A+, Illusionist B+, Bomb Creation C+. Exclusive servants, Lin Yuqing, Fengjue, Huang Kersen, Ji Tiantian. Servants, 12 Swifthawks, 1 Lord Swifthawk. Looking at his long, glittering list of talents and the new mid-level demonic beast in his servant inventory, a satisfied smile appeared on Xin Shen's face. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the layers of tree canopy, looking towards the direction of Tianing City. The news there must still be reporting on that Shadow Panther. Grade B talent, Shadow Traverse. Xin Shen's lips curled into a confident smile. He stood up, dusted himself off, and his voice, though not loud, instantly silenced the 4 women who had just been promoted and were still excited, and they all looked over. That's about it. Time to hunt that beast. Chapter 22, Picking Up a School Beauty as a Maid? B-grade talent delivered to my door for free. Tianing City, Eastern Blockade Zone. The once bustling streets are now lifeless, resembling an abandoned ghost town. 10 days later, the blockade not only failed to be lifted, but instead expanded from the initial residential area to half of the city. A 5-meter-high metal fence rose from the ground, completely isolating the area from the outside world. It also flickered with faint electric light, warning any ordinary person who tried to approach. Of course, this level of physical isolation is practically useless to the awakened. Xin Shen and his group of 5 strolled along the empty street, their long shadows standing out clearly in the afterglow of the setting sun. Occasionally, a gust of wind would blow by, swirling up scraps of paper and plastic bags from the ground, making a rustling sound that added to the desolate atmosphere. As Xin Shen passed a spacious square, he paused in his steps. The terrain here is open, with almost no tall buildings, little shade, and sunlight can shine down without obstruction. This is the perfect execution ground to slaughter that leopard. He glanced at it a few more times and silently memorized the place. Master, this place is so big, how are we going to find that leopard? Huang Kersen looked around. This sealed-off area was more than twice the size of the forest where they had previously been active. Finding a mid-level demon beast that was good at hiding in this place was like finding a needle in a haystack. Ji Tiantian blinked and offered a naive idea. How about, we use a demon-attracting bomb to lure it out? If it were that simple, it would have been taken down by the city guards and guild members long ago. Fengjue immediately refuted her. Although the shadow leopard is a mid-level demon beast, its intelligence and cunning far surpass those of its peers. Lin Yuqing calmly analyzed, shadow leopards prefer places with lots of shadows and complex structures. There. She stretched out her slender finger and pointed to a neighborhood not far away, a maze of buildings and shops of varying heights, or alleyways crisscrossed, making it a natural hiding place. Just then. Boom!
A deep, muffled thud came from the direction Lin Yuqing pointed, breaking the deathly silence of the place. The sound was like a heavy object smashing through a wall, accompanied by the aftershocks of an energy collision. "Let's go take a look." Xinshen perked up and rushed towards the source of the sound, with the 4 women following closely behind. They were incredibly fast with the B-rank, Speedstar, buff, their figures left after images on the street, covering hundreds of meters in just a few breaths. Soon, they arrived at the alleyway where the sound was coming from. The scene before them sent a chill down their spines. The wall on one side of the alley was covered with deep and sharp claw marks, each one as if it had been cut by a sharp blade, with smooth edges. On the ground, several pools of blood that had not yet completely congealed were a shocking sight, the bloodstains meandering all the way into a dilapidated shop next door. A faint smell of blood and the lingering savage aura of the monster permeated the air. Without the slightest hesitation, Xinshen led the way into the dark shop. The room was a mess, with shelves overturned and goods scattered all over the floor. By the faint light filtering through the broken window, they could clearly see a figure lying in a pool of blood in the center of the room, barely breathing, his life hanging in the balance. Feng Zhui quickly stepped forward and squatted down to examine the area. When she brushed aside the person's hair, which was stuck together with blood, and saw their face clearly, she couldn't help but gasp in surprise. "It's her?" Lying on the ground was none other than Yi Qingjun, one of the 4 most beautiful girls at Tianyu High School, who had awakened the B-level special talent, copy. At this moment, she was nowhere near the heroic figure she had been during the awakening ceremony. Her tracksuit was torn, and a gruesome wound on her abdomen almost ripped her open beneath the rolled-up flesh. One could even see her shattered internal organs. If it weren't for the extremely faint rise and fall of his chest, he would almost look like a corpse. The injuries were too severe, the internal organs were ruptured over a large area. He wouldn't have survived in a few more minutes. After examining the injuries, Feng Zhui spoke with a grave tone. Lin Yuqing, Huang Kersen, and Ji Tiantian also gathered around, their expressions complicated as they watched their former classmates suffer such a miserable fate. Unexpectedly, there was this pleasant surprise. Looking at Yi Qingjun, who was unconscious on the ground, Xinshen felt no pity whatsoever, but rather a strong possessiveness. A school beauty with the B-rank special talent, copy. This is truly an excellent toy delivered right to my door. He stepped forward slowly and, under the puzzled gazes of the 4 women, raised his right hand. A complex and eerie dark gold rune slowly emerged in his palm. "Master, what's wrong?" Lin Yuqing was the first to realize that she recognized the rune. It was the root cause that had dragged her into this sweet abyss. Upon seeing the mark, the 4 women's bodies trembled slightly uncontrollably, and a familiar, blushing heat rose from their tailbone. Xinshen ignored their reactions and simply pressed the slave god seal gently onto Yi Qingjuan's smooth forehead. Ding! Target detected to be in a near-death state, mental defenses collapsed, enslavement success rate 100%. Ding! Exclusive servant contract established. Should we dismantle lower-level servants and provide enhancement treatments for new servants? It's here. Xinshen confirmed it in his mind without hesitation. The dog food left over from hunting swift eagles has finally come in handy. Decompose, strengthen. With a thought, the names of the 12 ordinary Swifthawks and 1 Lord Swifthawk in the servant section on the panel instantly turned gray and then disappeared completely. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away, deep in the forest at the north gate, a dozen or so swift eagles that were roosting in their nest suddenly stiffened without warning, and then, amidst the terrified screams of their companions, they transformed into countless golden specks of light and vanished without a trace. A miracle occurred inside the dilapidated shop. Countless dazzling golden light spots suddenly burst forth from Xinshen's body. These light spots converged into a pure life energy, which surged wildly into Yi Qingjuan's body along his arm. Lin Yuqing and the other 3 were completely shocked by what they saw. The terrifying wound, which could have been fatal, began to rewind in a way that defied common sense as it was washed by the golden light. The torn flesh is writhing, the broken blood vessels are rebuilding, and the shattered internal organs are repairing. Yi Qingjuan's pale face gradually regained color, her tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and she even let out an unconscious, comfortable groan. This isn't healing, this is clearly God reshaping his creation. The way the 4 women looked at Xinshen changed instantly. It was no longer just simple admiration and worship, but the fanaticism of believers looking up to a god. They finally caught a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg of their master's immense power. Xinshen sensed their emotional changes and felt quite satisfied. This is a new usage that he recently discovered by chance. Once enslavement is successful, distance can be ignored, and low-level servants can be directly converted into nutrients for high-level servants through the interface.
This is simply perfect resource reuse. A few minutes later, the golden light dissipated. Yi Qingjuan's wounds have completely disappeared, and her smooth, fair skin has returned to normal, as if she had never been injured. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. Those eyes, which were originally clear and resolute, first flashed a trace of confusion the moment they focused on Xinshen's face, and were then completely overwhelmed by an absolute dependence and submission from the depths of their soul. She struggled to get up and bow, but Xinshen pressed her shoulder down. "Oh nar." A soft, sweet call rang out, no longer carrying the chill of the past. Xinshen looked down at the new, tamed face, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. "Tell me, what happened? Why are you in this restricted area? Was it the Shadow Panther that hurt you? Tell me, where did it escape to?" What he truly cared about was never saving people, but rather the B-grade talent, shadow travel, on that leopard. And Yi Qingjuan's copy. This stunningly beautiful appearance is merely an accessory to my spoils of war. Yi Qingjun sensed her master's intention and did not hesitate at all, nor did she even think about why she would call a strange man her master. She raised her weak but pale arm and pointed to a back door that had been kicked open deep inside the shop, her voice filled with absolute obedience. It fled in that direction. Chapter 23, The B-Rank School Beauty completely submits. 3 more members added to the hunting list. The alleyways crisscross like a spider web. Following the direction Yi Qingjun pointed, the group transformed into several swift shadows, weaving through the intricate alleyways. The traces left by the shadow leopard were not hard to find. The newly added claw marks on the wall and the occasional drops of Yi Qingjuan's blood on the ground clearly indicated its escape route. However, the cunning of this monster far exceeded their expectations. After chasing for nearly a kilometer, all the tracks came to an abrupt end at an intersection. The crossroads, a maze of roads, were now devoid of claw marks. Even the faint traces of demonic energy and blood in the air had been swept away by the night wind that swept into the alleyways. It cleaned up its own tracks. Lin Yueqing stopped, looked around, and her voice carried a hint of solemnity. "This beast is more cunning than I imagined. It even knows how to counter surveillance." Xinshen also stopped. He glanced around, his face showing no annoyance. The smarter the prey, the more interesting the game. He turned his head and looked at Yi Qingjun, whose face was as pale as paper, beside him. "Tell me, what happened?" His flat tone, devoid of any discernible emotion, caused Yi Qingjuan's body to tense uncontrollably. This was the first time she had faced her master's questioning since regaining consciousness. It was a tremor and absolute obedience branded deep within the soul. She dared not hide anything, and in a still somewhat weak voice, she recounted everything in detail. "Master, this is my home." Yi Qingjun raised her hand and pointed to a 3-story building with white tiles on the exterior walls not far away. The door there had been violently broken open, and the window glass was shattered all over the ground. 10 days ago, when the lockdown order was first issued, the news reported, a monster had appeared in the eastern residential area, causing property damage, and the extent of casualties was unknown. Her voice began to tremble, and her eyes reddened at a visible speed. Actually, the so-called unclear casualty situation. Yi Qingjuan's voice stopped abruptly, turning into suppressed sobs, and she could no longer utter the words she wanted to say. "There's no need to ask anymore." Her parents were the first victims of this disaster, the prey of the shadow leopard. The reason she appeared here and relentlessly tracked him for 10 days was for revenge. Ironically, for this newcomer who had only awakened less than a month ago, in the face of an absolute power gap, her so-called revenge was nothing more than a suicidal charge. If Xinshen and his group hadn't arrived just in time and scared away the shadow leopard, her fate would have been exactly the same as her parents'. I'm useless. I can't even avenge them." The sadness, fear, and helplessness that had been forcibly suppressed by hatred and anger over the past few days surged out like a flood after the body was healed and the mental defenses were completely reshaped by the slave god seal. Xinshen didn't speak, but simply reached out and gently placed his hand on her head. This simple action, like a signal, completely shattered Yi Qingjuan's last bit of strength. She could no longer hold back and suddenly threw herself into Xinshen's arms, burying her face in his chest and bursting into tears. The suppressed cries of grief, simmering for 10 days, echoed through the deserted, abandoned neighborhood. The other 4 women stood silently to the side, watching Yi Qingjun vent her emotions in her master's arms, each with a different expression. They felt no jealousy, only a strange, inexplicable feeling as they watched their new sisters convert. She cried for a long time, then the crying gradually subsided and finally turned into even breathing. The relentless pursuit, the fierce battles, and the intense emotional fluctuations had already pushed Yi Qingjun to her limit.
At that moment, she fell into a deep sleep in Shinshen's arms. Shinshen looked down at the girl in his arms, whose tear stains were still wet but whose sleeping face held a hint of peace, and then picked her up in a princess carry. Let's find a place to rest tonight. He glanced at the sun, which had completely sunk below the horizon, and spoke in a steady voice. The night is that beast's domain, which is disadvantageous to us. Yes, master. Lin Yueqing and the other 3 women immediately responded and began searching for a suitable place to stay nearby. Soon, they found a fairly clean 2-story house not far away. Because of the sudden evacuation, the homeowner left in a hurry, and most of the furniture was still there. Shinshen carried Yi Qingjun upstairs to the 2nd floor, gently placed her on a soft bed in a bedroom, and pulled the blanket over her. Lin Yueqing and Ji Tiantian conscientiously checked the doors and windows of the house to ensure safety. Huang Kersen and Feng Zhui went to the kitchen on the 1st floor to see if they could find any usable food and water. For a moment, only Shinshen and the sleeping Yi Qingjun remained in the bedroom. Shinshen pulled up a chair and sat down on the edge of the bed, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on his knees. He wasn't keeping watch for Yi Qingjun, he was thinking. The Shadow Panther must die. I'm determined to get its B-rank talent, Shadow Walk. Yi Qingjun's B-level talent, Copy, is also an ability with great potential for development. This trip to the locked-down area yielded far more results than expected. Just as he was deep in thought, a faint rustling sound of fabric coming from behind him. A pair of warm, smooth arms came around from behind and gently draped over his shoulders. Feng Zhui appeared behind him at some point, her soft body pressed against his back, her warm breath brushing against his ear. Master, you already have 3 of the 4 most beautiful girls in the academy. Her voice had a natural charm, with a slight upward inflection at the end, like a kitten's paw gently scratching at the heart. Should we just take down the last one too? And those 2 beautiful, aloof teachers, let's turn them into our sisters too. As she spoke, she walked around from behind Shinshen to in front of him, and then, as if she had no bones, slid into his arms. We can help. Shinshen pulled her smooth waist into his arms and made her sit steadily on his lap. Feng Zhui let out a soft, charming moan, then wrapped her arms around his neck, her peach blossom eyes sparkling as she gazed intently at him. This fairy is getting better and better at pleasing him. How about winning over the remaining school beauties? Or the beautiful teacher? Shinshen certainly wouldn't refuse. From the moment he obtained the slave god seal, he understood the path he had embarked on. On this path, he needs no hesitation or pity. All he needs is absolute obedience and eternal loyalty. The law of the jungle prevails, the winner takes all. Only those who stand at the end have the right to define what morality and justice are. Looking at Feng Zhui, who was holding him with seductive eyes, a playful smile appeared on Shinshen's face. He pinched her delicate chin, his voice deep and magnetic. Your suggestion is excellent. Feng Zhui's eyes lit up instantly, sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Shinshen paused, his gaze sweeping across the increasingly deep night outside the window. The tone was as if he were announcing something trivial. Once we've dealt with this beast, the next target. Let's start with Teacher Qin Mu. Chapter 24, Midnight Training. The first encounter with the Shadow Panther. The night grew ever deeper. The lockdown area was eerily silent, like a ghost town forgotten by time. A few pale rays of moonlight struggled to cast dappled shadows between the buildings, tinging everything with a deathly hue. The living room of the 2-story house was dark, and Shinshen sank into the sofa, becoming one with the darkness. Lin Yueqing and Feng Zhui were kneeling in front of him. The 2 school beauties who were once the dream of countless boys at Tianyu High School are now serving their only master with the utmost humility. Feng Zhui's movements were charming and bold, and she tried her best to please everyone. Although Lin Yueqing's cheeks were flushed and her movements were shy, her soulful devotion only fueled the man's desire to conquer her. Suddenly, Shinshen's arm muscles tensed, and he pressed down on the back of Lin Yueqing's head. Her body trembled violently, and she let out a suppressed sob. After a long while, Shinshen let out a long breath and released his grip. Lin Yueqing slowly raised her head, her beautiful face flushed an unnatural red, tears welling in her eyes, gazing at him with an expression of infinite longing. Shinshen looked down at her, his tone indifferent. Swallow it. Lin Yueqing swallowed the gift that belonged only to her master with difficulty, then obediently opened her small mouth and let out a barely audible ah. Looking at her incredibly obedient appearance, Shinshen felt an extreme sense of pleasure. The sense of accomplishment from completely transforming these once high and mighty women into his exclusive possessions who live only for him is far stronger than the sense of conquest. However, at that moment, Shinshen's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. An extremely subtle energy fluctuation, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, flashed by from the distant west.
The fluctuation was very weak and brief. An ordinary awakened person would not be able to detect it at all. But for Shen, whose mental strength far surpasses that of ordinary people, it was crystal clear.
Almost simultaneously, Lin Yueqing and Feng Jui, who were kneeling in front of him, stood up. 1 second they were immersed in the enchanting atmosphere of serving their master, and the moment it vanished without a trace. A chilling coldness appeared on the faces of the two women, their eyes were sharp as knives, and their muscles were poised to explode at any moment. The two playthings he had just manipulated were completely different from the two Valkyries who now exuded a dangerous aura. "You stay here and guard this place," Shen said calmly. He slowly stood up, straightened his clothes, and his figure gradually faded away, disappearing silently from the room. The night wind howled, blowing through the buildings with a mournful wail like that of ghosts. Shen appeared on the edge of the rooftop of a 10-story residential building, looking down at the city below, fragmented by shadows. He made no attempt to conceal his presence. Since the other party dared to provoke us, it means that a hunting game has begun. And he was the most conspicuous bait.
Time passed by, second by second.
Just when Shen thought that the guy had run away, the hairs on the back of his head stood on end. Without a second thought, Shen activated his speed star at its maximum, forcing his body to shift half a meter to the side.
Sizzle!
The sound of claws tearing through the air rang right next to his back, and he could even smell the burnt smell of his clothes being torn. 5 deep, bone-revealing claw marks appeared on the concrete ground where he had just stood. Missing its target, the dark figure instantly disappeared into the shadows of another building, vanishing without a trace. Shen stood still, his face expressionless. The beast's aura hadn't gone far. It lingered in this steel jungle, like the most patient assassin, waiting for its next opportunity to strike.
Sure enough, cunning.
Shen put his hands in his pockets and began to stroll slowly on the rooftop, as if admiring the night view. He was waiting, and also trying to force the other party to reveal more weaknesses. Whoosh!
Another afterimage.
This time, the Shadow Panther emerged from the shadow of an exhaust pipe on his left, timing it even better just as he turned around, his old strength exhausted and his new strength yet to arise. But it was facing a monster with multiple talents. "Rise!" Shen said in a low voice. The concrete ground beneath his feet trembled violently, and 3 thick earth spikes rose from the ground, instantly forming a barrier in front of him.
Bang!
The Shadow Panther slammed its head into the spikes, making a dull thud. The earth and rocks crumbled, and dust billowed everywhere. Using the recoil, the beast deftly twisted its body in mid-air and vanished into the shadows once more. Shen narrowed his eyes. This thing has an incredibly strong combat instinct, and its mastery of shadow travel is unparalleled. In such a shadowy environment, you can't catch it by going head-to-head.
Since that's the case.
A slight smile played on his lips as he suddenly stopped, standing in the center of the rooftop in a moonlit, open area, as if he had given up the fight. A few seconds later, an identical Shen stepped out of his body and walked towards the other side of the rooftop.
B-rank talent, illusionist.
The illusory clone was identical to the original in both its movements and aura. The shadow leopard, lurking in the shadows, was clearly bewildered by this sudden turn of events. It briefly stopped its harassment and tried to figure out which one was the real body.
Now! The moment the clone drew the Shadow Panther's attention, Shen's main body activated another B-rank talent, transparency. His figure quickly faded, completely blending into the night, and even his aura was completely concealed. The Shadow Panther's intelligence was ultimately limited. After a brief observation, it locked its target on the moving Shen. Roar! With a low growl, the Shadow Panther leaped up for the 3rd time. It pounced out from the shadow of the rooftop water tank, channeling its demonic power into its claws, determined to kill the human who had been toying with it for half a day with a single blow. Just as its claws were about to tear the illusion apart, a deadly sense of crisis made all the fur on its body stand on end. It's too late. A completely invisible figure appeared like a ghost behind it. In Shen's hand, he held a long sword formed from earth element, with mysterious energy halos swirling around its blade. A rank talent, enhanced refinement. Kneel down. Shen uttered 2 words, and the enhanced earth sword drew a cold trajectory, slashing fiercely at the shadow leopard's unsuspecting spine. However, the instincts of a mid-level demon beast saved it at the last moment. It twisted its body forcefully in mid-air, barely avoiding an attack aimed at its spine. Put! The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh was clear and jarring. The reinforced earth sword failed to sever its spine,
but it left a deep, bone-revealing wound on its hind leg. A whoa! A piercing scream, the first of its kind, rang out from the mouth of this cunning beast, echoing through the night sky. Overwhelmed by the excruciating pain, the shadow panther dared not linger any longer. Dragging its heavily injured hind legs, it plunged headlong into the nearest shadow and fled in a sorry state. On the rooftop, Shin Chen's figure slowly appeared. He stared at the expanding pool of dark red blood on the ground, then looked in the direction where the shadow panther had disappeared, his face devoid of any joy at his success. It was amazing that it was able to dodge the attack under those circumstances. This beast is more troublesome than I imagined. Shin Chen walked to the bloodstain, squatted down, dipped his hand in it, and gently sniffed it. In addition to the stench of the monster, there seemed to be another scent mixed in with the smell of blood. He frowned, and when he tried to discern it more closely, the aura had vanished. Is it just an illusion? Chapter 25, Double Illusion, Perfect Hunt. 2 Shadow Panthers? I've been tricked. The morning sunlight streamed through the broken window, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Yi Qingjun gave a satisfied hum and slowly opened her eyes. This was the only sleep she had had in 10 days, and the most peaceful sleep she had ever had in her life. There were no nightmares, no hatred, and even the physical exhaustion was completely gone. She unconsciously stretched and yawned, loosening her muscles. Tear it apart. The crisp sound of the fabric tearing made her freeze. Looking down, the already tattered tracksuit had completely ripped open at the chest, exposing large areas of snow-white skin to the air. Awake? You weren't a very still sleeper last night. A teasing male voice came from beside the bed. Yi Qingjun suddenly looked up and saw that Shin Chen had been sitting there at some point, openly gazing at her ample bosom. Ah! She gasped in surprise, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and crossed her arms to protect her chest. Her cheeks burned instantly, the redness spreading from her neck to her ears, and she buried her head deeply. A deep sense of submission made her feel intense shame at her master's gaze, yet a strange heat and anticipation surged uncontrollably within her body. This contradiction is driving her crazy. Her shame, anger, and helplessness, coupled with her disheveled clothes, made her even more alluring than her usual dashing self. After Shin Chen had admired her enough, he stood up, casually pulled a clean men's t-shirt from the closet, and threw it at her. Change into these and come down for the meeting. He turned and left, leaving Yi Qingjun alone, clutching the t-shirt, her mind in turmoil. 10 minutes later, in the living room. Shin Chen sat in the main seat, with 5 stunningly beautiful girls standing on either side. Yi Qingjun changed into that oversized t-shirt, the hem barely covering her upper thighs, making her restless and keeping her legs tightly together. I fought it last night. Shin Chen got straight to the point and briefly described the course of the battle. I injured its hind leg. Although it wasn't fatal, it was enough to affect its mobility. He glanced at the 5 women. This beast is extremely cunning. Its mastery of shadow walk is unparalleled. We would be at a great disadvantage if we tried to fight it head-on in the alley. So the goal isn't to catch it in the alley, but to drive it out. Shin Chen drew a circle in the air with his finger. We rushed to the square we passed on the way here. It's an open space where the sunlight can limit its natural beauty to the greatest extent. Lin Yueqing immediately understood. Using the wounds left by its owner as a tracking device, we can split up and encircle it, driving it towards the square? Yes, Shin Chen gave her an approving look. But that's not enough. His gaze shifted to Yi Qingjun, who was fidgeting. Yi Qingjun, what are the specific effects of your B-rank talent, copy? Suddenly called upon, Yi Qingjun trembled, quickly sat up straight, and answered respectfully. Master, my talent can copy talents no higher than B level, but requires brief physical contact with the target. After copying, it can last for 10 minutes. 10 minutes, that's enough. Shin Chen's plan instantly became complete and deadly. Very good. He looked at Huang Kursen. Kursen, let Qingjun meet you later. Then, he reassigned the tasks. Plan changed. Kursen, you and Yueqing are in a group. Drive it away from the left and use your illusionist skills to create illusions and interfere with its judgment. Qingjun, after you copy the illusionist, team up with Zhui and flank from the right. Your task is not to drive it away, but to cooperate with Kursen and use a double illusion to completely bewitch it, making it voluntarily escape to the execution ground we have prepared for it. Sweetie, stick close to me, you're the killer move to break its last escape route. Upon hearing this, the girls all paused for a moment. Feng Zhui's body trembled slightly, a sign of extreme excitement. Beneath Lin Yueqing's icy mask, emotions surged. AB grade talent, in the hands of its master, can actually produce such tactical coordination. This is no longer just power, but a terrifying strategy that utilizes all resources to the extreme. Yes, master. The 5 women responded in unison, their voices filled with fervor and adoration. Now, wait. Shin-chan leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. The hunt will begin at noon, when the sun is at its strongest. At noon, the scorching sun beat down on the earth, compressing the shadows of the buildings to their maximum. Action. At Shin-chan's command, 6 figures darted out like ghosts and disappeared into the alley. Tracking them wasn't difficult. The energy mark Shin-chan left on the shadow leopard's wound acted like a precise GPS, pointing them in the right direction. It's moving, and it's moving very fast. Shin-chan issued commands in the team channel via mental link. The shadow leopard seemed to sense the danger and began to dart through the buildings at high speed. Yuaching, Kurson, detour to the left and block its westward route. Zhui, Qingjun, flank it from the right and force it eastward. Sweetie, stay close to me. An invisible net slowly unfolds, centered on the Shadow Panther. The Shadow Panther displayed astonishing cunning, repeatedly using shadow leaps to try and slip through gaps in the encirclement. But this time, its cunning met with setbacks at every turn. It had just emerged from the shadows of a building when it bumped into an illusion of Shin-chan created by Huang Kurson, which startled it so much that it quickly turned around. But as soon as they darted into another alley, another illusion of Feng Zhui created by Yi Qingjun blocked their way. The interference of the double illusions completely threw the monster into disarray, forcing it to flee in a sorry state toward the only gap in the encirclement, repeatedly being frightened. As he chased after him, the sense of unease in Shin-chan's heart grew stronger and stronger. Everything went too smoothly. Everything seemed to be unfolding according to his script. This cunning monster was being led by the nose. But he quickly suppressed this doubt. Faced with absolute strength and a perfect plan, any conspiracy would be futile. Roar! With a roar of resentment, the Shadow Panther was finally driven into the wide plaza. The scorching sun left it nowhere to hide, and it paced restlessly in the center of the square, letting out threatening growls. Suddenly, it moved. A black bolt of lightning streaked toward the narrow shadow cast by a building at the edge of the square. That was its last chance. Sweetie! Shin-chan roared. Receive! Without a second thought, Ji Tian threw a glass ball with all her might toward the shadows. Boom! A light more intense than the sun burst forth instantly, swallowing up the shadow. Ah! The Shadow Panther was directly hit by the bright light, let out a painful shriek, and its body suddenly froze. Now! Lie down, you beast! Feng Zhui's figure darted out from the other side, having already gathered all her strength. She gripped the azure dagger formed by enhanced refinement tightly in both hands, transforming into a death whirlwind as she aimed straight for the shadow leopard's spine. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, just as Feng Zhui was about to succeed, a chill suddenly rose from the bottom of Shin-chan's heart. His gaze was fixed intently on the Shadow Panther's hind legs. It was incredibly smooth, with intact fur, and there wasn't a single sign of injury. Where is the wound? Where did that deep, bone-revealing wound from last night go? He recalled that second scent, mixed with the smell of blood, that seemed like a hallucination from last night. A possibility that sent chills down his spine suddenly exploded into existence. Zhui! Retreat! Shin-chan's expression changed drastically in an instant. Without thinking, he pushed Speed Star to its fastest speed ever. His figure left a faint afterimage in place, and his whole body turned into an almost invisible black line, rushing towards Feng Zhui at an unprecedented speed. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Before Feng Zhui could even react to her master's roar, she felt an irresistible force coming from her waist, and she was suddenly shoved away by a solid embrace. The moment the two tumbled away from their original spot. Sizzle! A thick, inky black shadow emerged without warning from the shadow beneath the bait shadow leopard, its sharp claws slicing through the air with a piercing shriek as they slashed fiercely across the spot where they had just been standing. The hard cement floor, as smooth as tofu, was torn open with 5 deep and ferocious claw marks. There really is one more. Princess Shin-chan landed steadily with the still-dazed Feng Zhui in her arms, her voice so cold it seemed to freeze the air. His gaze passed over the intact bait in front of him and fell on the identical figure that had just emerged from the shadows. 2 shadow leopards stood side by side. The one that appeared later had a gruesome, huge wound clearly visible on its hind leg, his masterpiece from the previous night. They are not prey, they are hunters too. Chapter 26, A Rank Shadow Transmigration Acquired.
Next pray, beautiful teacher. The square was deathly silent. Feng Zhui was still nestled in Shen Chen's arms. The dark claw-like wind had just grazed her nose, and the force it generated made her cheeks sting. She can still feel that bone-chilling cold. She subconsciously looked up, only to see Shen Chen's frighteningly calm profile. He held himself, but his gaze passed through the unharmed female leopard and was fixed on the male shadow leopard that had just appeared behind her, a size larger than the female. The male leopard was much larger, with bulging muscles all over its body. A deep, bone-revealing wound on its hind leg was still oozing blood, the very work it had left behind the night before. Two mid-level demonic beasts. They even knew how to use their companions as bait to set traps and hunt them down. Lin Yueqing, Huang Kershen, Ji Tiantian, and Yi Qingjun had already surrounded Shen Chen and Feng Zhui in their arms, protecting them in the center. Everyone's nerves were on edge. 5 against 2, they had absolute confidence, but the intelligence displayed by these two beasts made them dare not relax in the slightest. Oh nar! Feng Zhui broke free from Shen Chen's embrace and stood beside him. Her voice still carried a hint of lingering fear, but more than that, it was filled with an almost overflowing murderous intent. Shen Chen simply waved his hand casually. He looked at the two demonic beasts roaring side by side with great interest, a playful smile even appearing on his face. The prey knows how to use its brain, which makes the game more interesting. The next second, Shen Chen made a move that surprised everyone. He took a step forward, stepping out of the girl's protective circle, and faced the two ferocious beasts alone. In the center of the square, the atmosphere froze instantly. The two shadow panthers bulged their muscles, let out deep growls, and lowered their bodies, ready to pounce. Shen Chen simply raised his hand casually. He extended his index finger, first pointing to the male leopard with an injured hind leg, and then pointing to himself. The male leopard's roar paused for a moment, a hint of confusion flashing in its golden eyes. Immediately afterwards, Shen Chen's finger turned to the smaller, unharmed female leopard, and then he lazily raised his chin towards Lin Yueqing and the other 5 women behind him. There wasn't a single word, but the meaning couldn't be clearer. You and me. Leave your partner to them. 1-1v1 match, plus a 5v1 fair duel. Roar. The male shadow panther understood. Its growl deepened, and it glanced back at its mate. Then, the leopard's gaze refocused on Shen Chen, and in it, besides the ferocity of a wild beast, there was also a wild fighting spirit. It slowly took a step, dragging its injured leg, and walked to the other side of the square, leaving the central battlefield to its mate and the 5 humans. It accepted the duel. Shen Chen's smile deepened. Hunting prey with gentleness is more rewarding. He turned around and walked towards the male leopard. The two of them, man and beast, tacitly separated by a distance of nearly 100 meters. The vast square was invisibly divided into 2 battlefields. Oh nar! Lin Yueqing spoke with some concern. Shen Chen left without turning his head and said a sentence. Solve it. Come and wait for me. The girls felt a chill run down their spines and instantly understood. This is an order, and also a test. 5 cold gazes simultaneously locked onto the female shadow panther. Battle is imminent. The female leopard struck first, letting out a sharp cry as her figure blurred and transformed into a black lightning bolt, rushing straight at Lin Yueqing, who was standing at the front. Ice wall. Lin Yueqing was prepared. With a soft shout, 3 thick ice walls rose from the ground, forming a triangular shape in front of her. Bang! The female leopard crashed headfirst into the ice wall, sending ice shards flying everywhere. Using the force of the recoil, it deftly twisted its body in mid-air and instantly disappeared into the small patch of shadow cast by the nearby steps, vanishing without a trace. It's on your right! Huang Kershen shouted. Almost simultaneously, Yi Qingjuan's copied, illusionist, talent activated, and an identical Huang Kershen appeared on the right, even exaggeratedly beckoning her finger to the air. Sure enough, the female leopard sprang from the shadows, its sharp claws aimed straight for Huang Kershen's throat. Puff! The illusion was torn apart and turned into specks of light. The female leopard missed her target and was clearly stunned for a moment. Now! Die! Feng Zhui's figure appeared like a ghost behind the female leopard. She pushed the power of enhancement and refinement to its limit. 2 dark blue daggers spun in her palms, turning into 2 deadly streaks of light that crossed and slashed towards the female leopard's neck. The female leopard sensed a deadly threat and twisted her body forcefully in mid-air. Sizzle! The dagger failed to sever its neck, but it left 2 deep, bone-revealing bloody gashes on its back. Ah! The excruciating pain drove the female leopard completely mad,
and she used her B-grade talent, Shadow Walk, to its fullest extent. Its figure flickered wildly in the shadows of every corner of the square, so fast that only after images remained, making it impossible to distinguish which one was the real body. "Sweetie, light the lamp." Lin Yueqing calmly gave instructions. "They're here." With a flick of her wrist, Ji Tiantian hurled several glass beads into the shadows around the square with a scattering motion. Boom! 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 Clusters of blinding light burst forth, instantly engulfing all the shadows. The female leopard, exposed to the scorching sun, let out an angry roar. Without the protection of the shade, her greatest advantage had vanished. "Freeze!" Lin Yueqing's eyes flashed with a cold light, and she slammed her hands onto the ground. Click, click. A bone-chilling cold spread out of her like lightning, instantly covering the entire square with a thick layer of white frost. The female leopard's limbs were frozen by the frost, and her movements inevitably became slow and stiff. It tried to break free, but Feng Jui, Huang Kersen, and Yi Qingjun had already surrounded it from 3 directions. At the other end of the square, the art style of the battles is completely different. Shinshin strolled leisurely along the edge of the square, his hands in his pockets. The male shadow panther opposite him appeared extremely aggressive. It was already injured, which greatly reduced its speed, and now, facing this calm and composed human, it was completely at a disadvantage. Every time it tries to launch a surprise attack using the remaining shadow, sharp earth spikes will suddenly emerge from under its feet, forcing it to dodge in a sorry state. If it tries to launch a frontal assault, thick earthen walls will rise up and block its path. This human being is as if it can predict all of its actions. Roar! The male leopard was completely enraged. It abandoned all its skills, poured all its demonic power into its claws, and transformed its massive body into a black cannonball, launching a desperate charge toward Shinshen. It will use its purest power and speed to tear apart the guy who is toying with it. However, just as it was halfway to pounce, Shinshen's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Transparency! The male leopard's determined pounce landed on empty air, and the immense momentum caused it to stagger forward several meters. Before it could even regain its footing, a shadow of death loomed over its head. Shinshen's figure appeared in mid-air, holding a dark gold longsword condensed from earth elements and enhanced by reinforcement. There was not a single unnecessary movement. With a single stroke, the sword fell. Put! The sharp blade pierced the flesh with unstoppable force. The male leopard's massive body crashed to the ground, convulsing violently, its spine completely severed. Almost simultaneously, the outcome of the battle on the other side was also decided. With the 5 women's flawless teamwork, the female leopard was completely frozen into an ice sculpture by Lin Yueqing's frost, with only her head still able to weakly turn. Shinshen slowly walked back to the center of the square. The girls immediately came forward, each with the excitement of victory on their face. Well done! Shinshen patted each of their heads, his gaze falling on the 2 shadow leopards that had lost the ability to resist. Slavery! Ding! Successfully enslaved the intermediate-level demonic beast, Shadow Panther. Ding! Successfully enslaved the intermediate-level demonic beast, Shadow Panther. Decompose to strengthen yourself. Buzz! The bodies of the 2 shadow leopards transformed into billions of golden light spots one after the other, forming 2 dazzling torrents of light that rushed into Shinshen's body in a rush. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a grade B talent, Shadow Travel. A completely new sense of power surged into my mind, the law of shadows and leaps. Before he could fully appreciate it, a second, even more powerful and pure torrent of energy followed. Ding! Talent enhancement. Rank B talent, Shadow Traverse, has been upgraded to rank A talent, Shadow Crossing. Boom! Shinshen's mind went blank. If shadow travel is about jumping between different shadow points, then shadow crossing is about directly opening up an entire shadow plane. Wherever there is a shadow, he can move freely regardless of distance. This is no longer a simple displacement, but rather a rudimentary form of spatial laws. Name, Shinshen. Talent, Slave God Seal Unique, Myriad Transformations Unique. Shadow Crossing A+. Looking at the dazzling new A-level talent on the panel, Shinshen felt extremely pleased. Not far away, Yi Qingjun stared blankly at the spot where the 2 demonic beasts had disappeared, her body trembling slightly. Dead. The murderer who killed her parents and burdened her with a blood feud for 10 days and 10 nights turned to ashes right before her eyes. No, not even ashes remained. They became the power of their master. The shackles of hatred shattered completely at this moment. After endless emptiness and confusion, an unprecedented sense of peace and belonging overwhelmed her. She looked up at the man bathed in light, who resembled a god. From this day forward, everything she owned belonged to him. Xinshen felt Yi Qingjuan's increasingly devout and ardent emotional connection and nodded in satisfaction. He turned around, his gaze passing over the chaotic cordoned-off area, and looked in the direction of Tianyu High School. It's time to go and meet that beautiful and aloof teacher. Chapter 27, New Home Arrived. Tonight, I'll be enjoying the life of a maid with a single ponytail. The room on the second floor of the apartment building, filled with the smell of instant noodles. In the corner against the wall, the shadow that had never seen light for years suddenly rippled. The next instant, 6 figures quietly emerged from within, as if they had been standing there from the very beginning. It was Xinshen and his 5 maids. Wow! The petite Ji Tian let out a small gasp of surprise. Curious, she reached out and touched the corner of the wall she had just walked out of. It was cold and hard to the touch, no different from an ordinary wall. Master, this talent is amazing. It's practically a divine skill for traveling. Huang Kersen also looked surprised. She looked around the small, cramped room and recalled her experience of walking through the shadows, feeling it was unbelievable. Returning here from the blockade zone dozens of kilometers away was just a matter of a thought for Xinshen. The A-rank talent, Shadow Passage, has amazing effects. Xinshen didn't say anything and casually sat down on the only old sofa. 5 beautiful young women, each with their own unique charm, instantly surrounded him. Lin Yueqing and Feng Jui knelt silently at his feet, massaging his legs on either side. Huang Kersen and Ji Tian stood behind him, one patting his back and the other massaging his shoulders. Yi Qingjun stood awkwardly to the side, her cheeks flushed as she watched the scene, unsure of what to do. The single room, less than 30 square meters, felt even more cramped with 6 people crammed in. The air was filled with the unique body scents of the girls and the smell of cheap instant noodles, creating a peculiar atmosphere. Xinshen enjoyed the emperor-like service, but the scent wafting from his nose made his eyebrows twitch slightly. It's time to move to a new place. He spoke calmly. The 4 girls paused as soon as they finished speaking. Lin Yueqing, Feng Jui, Huang Kersen, and Ji Tian looked up almost simultaneously, their eyes shining, and spoke in unison. Master, I have a house. His voice was filled with undisguised anticipation and a competitive spirit. Xinshen glanced at them with great interest. Oh? Tell me, where are your houses located? Master, I have a top-floor penthouse in the city center with the best security system. No one will disturb you. Lin Yueqing was the first to speak, her tone tinged with pride. Master, my family owns a manor in the villa district in the east of the city, with a private swimming pool and garden. If you like it, Feng Jui followed closely behind, her voice alluring. Master. Choose me. My villa is in the western suburbs. It's a detached house with no neighbors for several kilometers around, and it's not far from the school. Most importantly, it's convenient for everything. Huang Kersen puffed out her chest and spoke the most daring and straightforward words, making Ji Tian blush. My house is in the south of the city. It's a little small, but it's very cozy. Ji Tian added softly. After listening, Xinshen tapped his fingers on the armrest of the sofa. He recently caused quite a stir at the joint entrance examination and hunted a mid-level monster. It's time to find a quiet place for a while. Huang Kersen's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. A detached villa, far from the crowds, made it convenient for him to conduct any experiments without being discovered. Being close to the school also made it convenient for him to continue his maid troop expansion plan. Let's go to Huang Kersen's place. Xinshen made a decision. Yeah. Huang Kersen jumped up excitedly, her cheeks flushed red with excitement. Without a second thought, she took out a set of exquisite keys from her small bag, held them with both hands, and respectfully handed them to Xinshen. Master, these are all the keys and access cards for the villa. She wished she could immediately pack herself up and give the villa to Xinshen. A hint of envy and annoyance flashed in the eyes of Ji Tian, Lin Yueqing, and Feng Jui standing beside them. Meanwhile, in the blockade area square, dozens of kilometers away. The air rippled, and a tall, curvaceous woman appeared out of thin air. She was wearing a dark green, tight-fitting cheongsam with a very high slit, revealing a section of her shapely and slender thigh. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded down to her waist, and she wore a languid expression. She held an antique-style lady's pipe between her fingers, but it remained unlit. Her appearance was silent, as if she had been there all along.
The woman looked around, sensing the lingering energy in the air. Her gaze lingered on the several pools of fresh, dark blood on the ground, which carried the distinctive stench of demonic beasts. She crouched down, dipped a tiny finger in the liquid, and sniffed it. The languid expression on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a look of astonishment. The Shadow Panther's blood, its aura dissipated, it had only recently died, and it was actually dealt with? She knew very well how troublesome the Shadow Panther was. The city guards and the Awakeners Guild jointly besieged it for 10 days, but they couldn't even catch a glimpse of it. Instead, they lost a lot of manpower and had no choice but to expand the blockade area. Now, they've died here without any explanation. Who could it be? The woman's red lips parted slightly, but she remained silent. Her eyes gleamed with inquiry. As evening approached, the setting sun painted the sky a vibrant orange-red. A farewell scene unfolded outside Xinshen's room. "Master, see you tomorrow." Lin Yueqing looked at Xinshen with reluctance. "Master, remember to miss me." Feng Zhui boldly stepped forward and kissed Xinshen on the cheek. "Master, I've sent the villa address to your phone. You can come anytime." Huang Kersen was still happy about her victory. "Goodbye, Master." Ji Tian waved obediently. After the four women left, the room instantly fell silent. No, it's not completely quiet. Xinshen turned around and looked at the girl with a single ponytail who was standing in the center of the room, nervously clutching the hem of her clothes, and looking down at him. Yi Qingjun. She was already homeless, so she naturally stayed. A tense and ambiguous atmosphere filled the air. The first time being alone with my owner. Yi Qingjun's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was about to burst out of her chest. Her cheeks burned, and she began to breathe cautiously. She didn't dare look at Xinshen, and could only glance at his toes out of the corner of her eye. To distract herself from her impending explosion, she suddenly remembered something, abruptly raised her head, and scanned the messy room with her gaze. Master, this place is too messy. Let me clean it up for you." After saying that, she started packing as if she were fleeing. Pick up the instant noodle box from the floor, wipe the dusty table, and tidy up the bedding. She moved swiftly, like a busy little bee, trying to use her busyness to cover up her inner panic and shyness. Xinshen leaned against the doorframe, leisurely enjoying the scene before him. Sweat dampened the stray hairs on her forehead, and a few strands clung to her flushed cheeks. That serious yet shy demeanor was quite charming. Xinshen did not disturb her. He enjoys the wait before the hunt. Seeing his prey panicked and helpless before him only fuels his deepest desire to conquer. He's determined to savor this unripe fruit tonight. Time passed second by second. When Yi Qingjun finally cleaned the entire room until it looked brand new, she straightened up, let out a long sigh of relief, and wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. When she turned around, she found that Xinshen was already standing behind her. The distance between the two was less than half a meter. She could even smell the unique scent emanating from him that sent shivers down her spine. Oh nar! Yi Qingjun's body froze instantly, and her heartbeat, which had just calmed down, started pounding violently again. "Finished cleaning?" Xinshen's voice was very soft, yet it was like an electric current that ran through her entire body. She responded softly, lowering her head even further. Xinshen reached out and gently lifted a strand of her ponytail, playing with it between his fingertips. "Now, it's your turn to make it up to me." His fingers slid slowly down her hair, finally resting on the back of her trembling neck. Killing 2 mid-level demonic beasts was quite tiring. Chapter 28, The Strategy Begins. "Master, how should we play her to the point of breaking her?" Early morning. Xinshen opened his eyes, his arms still pressing against something warm and soft. He didn't move, turning his head to look at the girl with the single ponytail who was still sleeping beside him. Yi Qingjun had dry tear stains at the corners of her eyes, but she was not as tense as she was yesterday in her sleep. Her heroic eyebrows relaxed, and there was even a satisfied smile on her lips. This stubborn flower was eventually thoroughly drenched by a night of fierce wind and rain. Xinshen's gaze swept over her smooth neck and landed on the messy sheets beneath her, where a brand new, dazzling magenta bloom proclaimed the results of last night's battle. "This is the 5th one. This dilapidated rental house has witnessed a legend." Xinshen got up silently, his movements light and nimble, without disturbing the girl beside him. He walked shirtless, revealing well-defined and powerful muscles, into the cramped kitchen area, and skillfully took out eggs and bread from the old refrigerator. The frying pan was placed on the stove, and the gas stove emitted a blue flame. Soon, the sizzling sound of frying eggs and the aroma of food began to fill the air. The smell successfully woke up the sleeping people.
The bedroom door was gently pushed open, and Yi Qingjun walked out sleepily, wearing only a loose black t-shirt belonging to Shinshen. The wide hem of her dress barely covered the top of her thighs, and as she walked, her long, straight legs were exposed to the air without any protection. She rubbed her eyes, clearly not fully awake yet.
Wearing my t-shirt has become a regular part of your routine?
Shinshen's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a hint of mockery and clearly reached Yi Qingjun's ears. Yi Qingjun raised her head blankly and stared at him for 2 seconds. The next second, she felt as if she had been electrocuted, her whole body stiffened, and she suddenly looked down to see her bare legs and the almost completely exposed scenery.
Boom!
A surge of heat rushed to the top of my head, and my cheeks became visibly hot.
Ah!
She let out a short scream and turned to run into the bedroom, her movements as swift as a startled deer.
Shinshen whistled. That's a novel reaction.
You see, Lin Yueqing and the others wished he could keep his eyes glued to them. Not long after, Yi Qingjun came out again. This time she was dressed much more neatly, but the tracksuit she was wearing was still Shinshen's. The oversized clothes looked somewhat comical on her, yet they also added a unique touch that belonged to their owner. She walked to Shinshen's side with her head down, her hands nervously twisting together.
Master.
Her voice was barely audible. What's up? Shinshen placed the fried breakfast on the table and pulled out a chair to sit down.
The school issued a notice.
Yi Qingjun mustered her courage and handed over her phone, then quickly lowered her head, only daring to steal glances at Shinshen's reaction out of the corner of her eye.
Shinshen took the phone.
The screen displays an official notice from the school. Notice regarding the special training program for all awakened graduates, to prepare for the recruitment of instructors at various awakened universities next week and to enhance the competitiveness of our graduates, the school will be holding a week-long special training program starting today. The program will be personally taught by high-level awakened instructor Qinmu, who will explain.
Temporary special training class? Shinshen tapped the 2 characters Qinmu with his finger.
He looked up at Yi Qingjun in front of him. The girl was so nervous that she almost buried her head in her chest.
Want to go?
Yi Qingjun suddenly looked up, her eyes sparkling with hope, and quickly added.
If Master doesn't allow it, I.
Then go ahead,
Shinshen interrupted her. Really?
That's wonderful. I love Master the most. Yi Qingjun practically jumped up, throwing herself into Shinshen's arms without a second thought, hugging him tightly, her pure joy burning intensely. Shinshen let her hug him, but his mind was racing.
Qinmu. Special training session. Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity?
A stage that would allow his mates to openly and legitimately approach that beautiful mentor.
A rough outline of a plan instantly formed in his mind.
He gently patted Yi Qingjun on the back, then took out his phone, found several numbers in his contacts, and dialed them one by one.
The phone call was extremely brief. Come over. Now, immediately. Huang Kurson, also bring a set of your school's girls' uniform. After hanging up the phone, the room became quiet.
Yi Qingjun calmed down from her excitement, realized her loss of composure, her cheeks flushed, and she obediently stepped away from his embrace. Less than 20 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Lin Yueqing, Feng Zhui, Ji Tiantian, and Huang Kurson filed in. 5 stunningly beautiful girls with distinct personalities squeezed into the cramped rented room, instantly transforming the mixed sense of perfume in the air into a rich and ambiguous atmosphere.
Master, school uniform.
Huang Kurson handed over a paper bag, her eyes scanning Yi Qingjun curiously.
Shinshen took the paper bag and tossed it to Yi Qingjun without even looking at it. Put it on.
Yes, Master. Yi Qingjun walked into the bedroom with the paper bag in her hand without the slightest hesitation. She reappeared soon after. Wearing the summer uniform of Tianyu High School, a white short-sleeved shirt and a dark blue pleated skirt, she perfectly outlined her unique spirit and youthful innocence. Shinshen nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at the 5 girls standing in a row in front of him. Lin Yueqing's icy demeanor, Feng Zhui's allure, Huang Kurson's fiery temper, Ji Tiantian's obedience, and Yi Qingjun's heroic spirit. A sharp blade, loyal only to him, is beginning to take shape. I called you here today because I have a task for you. Shinshen's calm voice made the 5 girls instantly drop all their flirtatiousness and become serious. He waved his phone in his hand. The notification was displayed on the screen. Starting today, the 5 of you will attend the school's special training sessions together. I want you to get close to Qinmu, no matter the cost.
The goal is to gain her trust. The girls exchanged glances, their eyes blazing with competition. Serving their master is their highest honor. Don't worry, master, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Huang Kersen was the first to puff out her chest and eagerly pledge her support. Teacher Qin Mu is a high-level awakened one with keen senses. He may not be easy to approach, Lin Yueqing calmly pointed out the key point. Then we'll need to use a little trick. Feng Jui licked her red lips, her peach blossom eyes flashing with a calculating light. Seeing their eager expressions, Xinshan leaned back on the sofa and spoke slowly and deliberately. Qin Mu is a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He has a very strong sense of self-respect and values talented students very much. His gaze first fell on Lin Yueqing. Yueqing, your frost witch talent is similar to her abilities, which is a natural breakthrough point. In class, all you need to do is get her to notice you. Lin Yueqing nodded solemnly, yes, master. Xinshan's gaze then turned to Feng Jui. Jui, you are in charge of digging out everything about her. Personal preferences, behavioral habits, all the weaknesses that can be exploited. I need the most detailed report on her. Yes, my master. Feng Jui smiled charmingly and gladly accepted the order. Kersen, Tian, he said, looking at the other two. You two, one of you play the good cop and the other the bad cop, responsible for creating accidents to give Yueqing and Jui an opportunity. You can discuss the specifics of how to perform it yourselves. Received. Huang Kersen and Ji Tian said in unison. Finally, Xinshan looked at Yi Qingjun, who was still somewhat uneasy. You, just be an ordinary, outstanding student, and stay by their side. Your very existence is a trump card. Yes, master. Yi Qingjun immediately straightened her back. After the tasks were assigned, the 5 girls' auras completely changed. They were no longer docile maids, but a pack of wolves about to infiltrate the hunting grounds, their eyes gleaming with desire for their prey and anticipation of their master's reward. Xinshan looked at them, a slight smile curving his lips. He stood up, walked up to them, lowered his voice, and gave them an unquestionable command. Remember, what I want is not simple trust. I want you to be the closest, most dependent, and most vulnerable people in her life. Then, looking at their flushed cheeks from excitement, Xinshan announced the first and most crucial step of the plan. Create for me an absolutely private opportunity to be alone with her. Chapter 29, Master, you're amazing. The maid's private whispers. At the school gate. When Lin Yueqing, Feng Jui, Huang Kersen, Ji Tian, and Yi Qingjun appeared side by side, the air at the school gate seemed to freeze. The students who came to attend the special training session all stopped in their tracks, their eyes fixed on the dazzling sight. The stunningly beautiful Lin Yueqing, the alluring Feng Jui, and the spirited Yi Qingjun, the 3 most beautiful girls in the academy, have unexpectedly come together. Not to mention, they are accompanied by the hot-bodied Huang Kersen and the petite and adorable Ji Tian, both beauties who can make any man's heart race. 5 girls with distinct styles, yet all breathtakingly beautiful, standing together create a visual impact that renders any words inadequate. Holy crap! Am I seeing things? The 3 most beautiful girls in school are going to school together? When did they become so close? I've never heard of Lin Yueqing and Yi Qingjun ever having any contact before. It's not just the 3 most beautiful girls in school. The 2 next to them can't handle it either. Damn, if I could be surrounded by them like that, I'd be willing to give up 10 years of my life. The boys around them whispered among themselves, their voices filled with undisguised envy and longing. They dreamed that it would be an immense honor to even exchange a single word with any one of them. However, they could never have imagined that these goddesses, whom they considered unattainable, were currently discussing topics that could completely shatter their worldview, using voices they couldn't hear. Walking through the crowd, Feng Jui gently nudged Yi Qingjun beside her with her elbow, her eyes filled with allure, and she chuckled softly in a low voice. Qingjun, that's impressive. You can actually walk today. It seems Master went easy on you last night. Boom! Yi Qingjun's cheeks instantly turned as red as if they were about to bleed. She glanced around nervously and, finding no one paying attention to their conversation, glared at Feng Jui in embarrassment and annoyance. Her lips moved, but she couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Last night, she was completely exhausted by her master's ridiculously strong physique. Every corner of its body is marked with the owner's imprint. If her owner hadn't taken pity on her and let her go, she probably wouldn't even be able to turn over in bed, let alone come to school today. You didn't know that, did you? Huang Kersen chimed in without hesitation, a look of lingering satisfaction on her face. Back when the four of us first faced our master together, we were utterly routed. Her words brought a charming blush to the pretty faces of Lin Yuqing and Ji Tiantian. The madness of that night still makes their hearts race and their bodies go weak when they think about it. Seeing Yi Qingjuan's expression of being so embarrassed she was about to explode, yet not daring to refute, the four girls all laughed in unison. That secret, which belonged only to them and their master, gave them an unprecedented sense of intimacy and belonging. They chatted as they walked into the teaching building. From the moment they stepped out of Shinchen's rented room, their conversation never strayed from their only subject. Just as their figures disappeared at the entrance of the teaching building, a shifty-eyed student in a corner of the crowd immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. Brother Yang. They've appeared. Lin Yuqing and Feng Zhui have both shown up. Meanwhile, in the basement training room of Chun Yang's luxurious villa. Bang! A valuable alloy load cell was melted into a pool of molten iron by the raging flames. Chen Yang was shirtless, his muscles bulging and heaving with heavy breathing, sweat mixed with scorching steam, enveloping him in a distorted atmosphere. When he heard his subordinates report on the other end of the phone, he stopped what he was doing, and a ferocious look mixed with ecstasy and resentment appeared on his face. They've finally shown their faces. For the past 10 days or so, he has mobilized all available resources, but he still can't find a trace of Lin Yuqing and Feng Zhui, which is driving him almost crazy. The humiliation of being mocked gnawed at his heart every moment. Chen Yang roared hoarsely into the phone. Where are they? The school. We're here for that special training session. Good. 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 Shen Yang abruptly hung up the phone and casually crushed the specially made alloy phone into a lump of scrap metal. He stopped giving orders because he knew that these incompetent people couldn't keep an eye on anyone. He wants to go in person. He wanted to see those two women with his own eyes, and then follow the trail to personally drag out that cowardly scoundrel. At the same time, on the other side of the teaching building, a cute girl with pigtails also saw Lin Yuqing chatting and laughing with Feng Zhui and the others. Lu Weiwei's expression instantly became complicated. She took out her phone, hesitated for a moment, and then dialed that familiar number. The call was quickly answered, and Wang Ningyu's slightly impatient voice came from the other end. In the background, one could also faintly hear a woman's seductive panting. Hello? What's up now? Young Master Wang, Lin Yuqing, she has appeared. Lu Weiwei said hurriedly. What? The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly rose in pitch, filled with urgent excitement. He pushed the woman away from his arms and sat up in bed. Where is she? She's at school. She's here for a special training session. Wang Ningyu's voice carried an undeniable air of command. Good. Good. Keep an eye on her. I'll be there right away. The appearance of the five girls caused a stir in all directions. Shinshen, the instigator of all this, was as leisurely as an outsider at this moment. Tianning City, a wealthy area in the western suburbs. Shinshen was standing on the second-floor balcony of a detached villa with a garden, looking down at the property that belonged to him. Far from the hustle and bustle of the city, this place is quiet and private, making it a perfect base for his future harem. Just then, my phone vibrated slightly. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Feng Zhui. The message contained only one photo. The composition of the photo is somewhat peculiar. Feng Zhui's charming face only occupies the lower right corner of the image, and she playfully makes a peace sign at the camera. The real focus of the photo is the podium in the special training hall. On the podium, Miss Qin Mu, dressed in a smart uniform and with a stunning figure, was smiling gently as she turned to the side, patiently explaining something to Lin Yuqing, who was sitting beside her. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the two of them in its warmth. The scene was as harmonious as a painting. It seems the plan is going very well. Shinshen's lips curled up slightly, but his eyes remained devoid of any warmth. Teacher Qin Mu, an advanced awakener with a level talent, a famous and beautiful instructor at the school. These accolades only make the process of conquest more interesting. He casually deleted the photo, then brought up Feng Zhui's chat window and slowly typed a line of text. Have fun, make them entertained. After sending the message, he put down his phone, picked up a glass of red wine, and gently swirled it. Almost at the same time the message was sent. Squeak! A screeching sound of tires shattered the tranquility of the school gate. A bright red limited edition sports car, with a reckless drift, came to a stop in front of the teaching building, blocking most of the intersection. The car door opened, and Shen Yang, with a violent expression and radiating scorching heat, stepped out of the car.
He looked up, his gaze fixed on the window of the classroom where the special training lecture hall was located.
The show is about to begin. Chapter 30, Wang Ningyu gets caught in the crossfire. Master, come quick, come see the monkeys fighting. The atmosphere in the special training classroom was originally relaxed and enthusiastic.
The stunningly beautiful instructor, Qin Mu, was patiently answering the students' diverse questions with a gentle smile.
At this moment, bang!
The door was kicked open without warning. When Chen Yang walked in, all the sounds in the classroom fell silent. He ignored everyone and walked straight into the classroom. The scorching heat spread with his steps, causing the surrounding students to instinctively step aside and make way for him. He was like a lion that had broken into a flock of sheep. The oppressive aura emanating from him, unique to S-class talents, made the air in the entire classroom heavy. Teacher Qin Mu on the podium also stopped lecturing, looking at this uninvited guest with some surprise.
With Chen Yang's S-level talent, he could choose any of the top awakened universities in the country.
He didn't need to attend this special training course for ordinary awakened individuals. Ignoring everyone's gaze, Chen Yang found an empty seat in the back row of the classroom, sat down with an air of authority, and fixed his gaze like a sharp arrow on the aloof and stunning figure beside the podium. The 5 women who were talking with teacher Qin Mu naturally noticed him as well. Lin Yueqing remained aloof and indifferent, as if Chen Yang were nothing more than a wisp of air. Feng Zhui's alluring eyes flickered slightly as she looked at Chen Yang with interest, seemingly plotting something amusing.
Why is he here? Huang Kersen asked in a low voice, looking displeased. This guy is so scary.
Ji Tiantian's face turned pale, and she subconsciously hid behind Lin Yueqing. Yi Qingjun, who had just become a maid, reacted the most directly. She took half a step forward, blocking her sisters, and unconsciously lowered her hands, assuming a fighting stance ready to unleash her power at any moment.
Anyone who dares to look at them like that is an enemy. Take it easy. Feng Zhui raised a flirtatious eyebrow, reached out and pressed down on Yi Qingjun's shoulder, breathing softly into her ear. Look closely, Qingjun. This is the S-rank genius who provoked the master last time and was stomped into the mud by the master and rolled around like a dead dog. Yi Qingjun was taken aback.
When she looked at Chen Yang again, her hostility instantly turned into undisguised contempt and disdain.
It turns out he was the master's defeated foe.
Just then, there was another commotion at the door.
Wang Ningyu has arrived.
He was dressed in a well-pressed designer suit, his hair slicked back and shiny. As soon as he entered, he locked his gaze on Lin Yueqing with a gentleman's smile that he had practiced countless times. He completely ignored Chen Yang, who was radiating terrifying heat in the back row, and strode straight toward Lin Yueqing. Seeing this, a sly glint flashed in Feng Zhui's eyes. She quickly leaned close to Lin Yueqing's ear and whispered a few words before stepping back, crossing her arms, and adopting a posture of preparing to watch the show. Lin Yueqing was slightly taken aback, then understood what Feng Zhui meant.
Want to bring some fun to your owner?
She looked up and met Wang Ningyu's burning, arrogant gaze.
Just a second before Wang Ningyu was about to speak, a smile unexpectedly bloomed on Lin Yueqing's perpetually icy face.
That smile was like the warm sun suddenly rising over an icy plain, exquisitely beautiful, yet with a fatal allure.
Buzz.
All the boys in the classroom felt like their brains had stopped working.
Lin Yueqing smiled? That aloof, icy school beauty who never paid any attention to any man actually smiled at a man.
Wang Ningyu was the first to be affected, freezing on the spot, and all the flowery words she had prepared vanished instantly. He subconsciously straightened his chest and straightened his perfectly wrinkle-free tie, his immense joy almost causing him to lose his composure on the spot.
She smiled at me. That bitch Lu Weiwei was indeed talking nonsense.
Yueqing has me in her heart.
How could there be other men outside?
However, before he could even speak, an intense heat that seemed to ignite the air suddenly erupted from behind him.
Boom! Wang Ningyu turned around in shock.
Chen Yang in the back row suddenly stood up. The alloy chair beneath him was torn and deformed by the violent force of the energy. His handsome face was twisted with extreme anger, and he grinned savagely as he stared intently at him.
Found you, you piece of trash.
Chen Yang's voice sounded like a demon crawling out of hell. Lin Yueqing never smiles. In his entire life, Chen Yang had only seen her smile twice. Once, in the forest during the freshman trial, she stood beside that mysterious man, smiling gently and infatuatedly. Another time, right now. In Chen Yang's mind, which was blinded by jealousy and shame, a crazy idea instantly took shape. Wang Ningyu is that scum who made him suffer all kinds of humiliation and hide his true colors.
Wang Ningyu, I challenge you. Chen Yang roared, each word carrying a murderous intent that seemed to burn everything in its path. Wang Ningyu was completely dumbfounded. Are you sick in the head? What does "I've found" you mean?
But seeing Chen Yang's expression as if he wanted to tear him apart, and then seeing Lin Yuqing looking at him with great interest, his pride as an A-level genius made it impossible for him to show weakness. Wang Ningyu sneered instead, thinking that Chen Yang was jealous that he had won the favor of the goddess.
He proudly raised his chin. Challenge me? Sure. Stop.
Teacher Qin Mu on the podium finally realized what was happening and immediately spoke up to stop it.
This is a school. No fighting allowed.
However, Chen Yang stared at her with his bloodshot eyes, grinned, and revealed a set of gleaming white teeth.
Teacher, didn't you just say that? Practical experience is also a very important part of the assessment.
With just one sentence, Teacher Qin Mu was effectively shut down.
She frowned.
It was indeed she who said those words, and Chen Yang's reasoning didn't seem unreasonable.
Among the awakened, strength is the norm. Qin Mu pondered for a moment, and finally nodded. Okay, but we must stop here. That's natural.
Chen Yang looked at Wang Ningyu again, and a sinister glint flashed in the depths of her crimson pupils, unnoticed by anyone.
Should we stop here? No. I'm going to cripple him.
The news instantly set the entire Tianyu High School ablaze.
Breaking news! Breaking news!
S-level genius, Blazing King, Chen Yang is going to duel with a level genius, mental domination, Wang Ningyu on the playground.
Holy crap! Really? Why?
I heard it's because of senior Lin Yuqing.
Two geniuses are dueling for love. Countless students poured out of the teaching building, crowding the playground, and even the windows of the teaching building were packed with heads. In the center of the playground, Chen Yang and Wang Ningyu faced each other from a distance.
One was surrounded by a visible vortex of flames, while the other had an arrogant expression and a hidden surge of spiritual power.
A major battle is about to break out.
At the edge of the crowd, Lin Yuqing and her 5 friends watched everything calmly, as if they were watching a performance that had nothing to do with them. Feng Jui enthusiastically took out her phone, snapped a photo of the scene, and quickly typed a message before sending it out.
At the same time,
the balcony on the second floor of a detached villa in the western suburbs. Xin Shen was holding a glass of red wine, leisurely overlooking his own garden.
The phone vibrated slightly. He picked it up and saw that it was sent by Feng Jui. A photograph shows Chen Yang and Wang Ningyu in the center of the frame, their expressions tense as they stand on the playground.
Below the photo was a caption.
Master! Look, the monkeys are fighting. A playful smile appeared on Xin Shen's face.
This fairy really knows how to amuse herself. She must have been the one who caused this scene. His gaze fell on the figure surrounded by flames in the photo, and his smile gradually faded, replaced by a chilling coldness. Having acquired the A-level talent, Shadow Crossing, he was fully capable of eliminating Chen Yang without anyone noticing. Now, he has also incurred the wrath of Wang Ningyu. He downed the glass of red wine in one gulp.
S-rank talent, Blazing Monarch.
Tonight, it's time for a change of ownership.
Chapter 31, S-rank genius instantly killed.
Lin Yuqing kicks Chen Yang away.
The atmosphere on the playground of Tianyu High School was extremely tense.
Chen Yang was surrounded by flames, and with each step he took, the grass beneath his feet was instantly charred black and emitted a pungent smell of smoke. He was like a volcano about to erupt, his fiery aura distorting the surrounding air. Wang Ningyu, on the other hand, had her hands behind her back, an arrogant smile on her face, and her mental energy was silently weaving an invisible net in the air.
Come on, Chen Yang.
Let me see just how much real talent you have in earning the title of Flame King.
Wang Ningyu shouted provocatively. Humph. Chen Yang snorted angrily and stopped talking nonsense.
He stomped his foot and charged towards Wang Ningyu like an arrow. At the same time, a thick pillar of fire shot out from his hand, heading straight for Wang Ningyu's face. However, just as the pillar of fire was about to touch Wang Ningyu, it suddenly twisted strangely, as if it were being pulled away by an invisible force, deviating from its original direction. With a loud boom, a deep crater was blasted open in the ground beside Wang Ningyu, sending rubble and scorched earth flying everywhere.
Chen Yang's expression changed slightly.
He could clearly feel that his flames seemed to have lost control the moment they left his hand, and were being guided by a will that did not belong to him.
Wang Ningyu's smile widened, and with a flick of his finger, an invisible force instantly enveloped Chen Yang's body. Mental control. Wang Ningyu shouted in a low voice. Chen Yang felt a sharp pain in his head, and his body movements instantly became sluggish. He gritted his teeth, and the powerful willpower of his S-rank, Flame King, talent allowed him to barely break free from the restraints, but the accuracy of his flames was greatly reduced. He threw another punch, and blazing fireballs rained down on Wang Ningyu, but each time they were interfered with in mid-air by that invisible force, either deviating from their target or exploding prematurely. Wang Ningyu dodged with ease, occasionally retaliating by condensing her mental energy into invisible shocks that constantly harassed Chen Yang. He enjoyed this cat-and-mouse game, believing he was in complete control. "Is that all you've got, Flame King? It seems your flames are nothing special." Wang Ningyu sneered. Enraged, Chen Yang roared, and flames suddenly surged all over his body, forming a huge fireball that enveloped him. He no longer pursued precision, but instead chose the most direct collision. The enormous fireball, carrying astonishing power, crashed down on Wang Ningyu. Wang Ningyu's expression finally turned serious. He sensed the ferocity of this power and no longer dared to use his mental strength to resist it. He retreated rapidly, and at the same time, his mental energy instantly condensed into an invisible barrier, attempting to block the impact of the fireball. Boom! The fireball slammed into the barrier with a deafening roar. The barrier held for only a moment before shattering. Wang Ningyu groaned as the powerful impact sent him flying backward, crashing to the ground with a scream. He struggled to his feet, but Chen Yang's attack did not stop. The moment the barrier shattered, Chen Yang burst out of the fireball, flashed in front of Wang Ningyu, and delivered a powerful punch, wreathed in flames, to Wang Ningyu's head. Wang Ningyu had no time to dodge and could only barely raise her hand to block. Bang! With a dull thud, Wang Ningyu's body flew backward again, crashing heavily to the ground. Half of his face was charred black by the flames, his hair was curly and burnt, and half of his clothes were reduced to ashes, revealing his severely burned skin. He lay on the ground, groaning in pain, unable to stand up any longer. "Stop!" Teacher Qin Mu on the podium finally couldn't hold back any longer. She rushed forward and, seeing Wang Ningyu's injuries, her beautiful face showed anger. "Chen Yang! Didn't you hear me? Stop when you've hit the mark," she snapped, shouting at the students around her. "Quick! Get Wang Ningyu to the hospital." However, Chen Yang completely ignored Qin Mu's reprimand. He simply stood there, his chest heaving violently, as the flames gradually subsided. He looked at Wang Ningyu, who was groaning in pain on the ground, his brows furrowed tightly. Wang Ningyu's strength is indeed remarkable, and her level, mental domination, talent has exceeded his expectations in terms of interference. Even so, he did not feel the same overwhelming sense of pressure from the man in the trial that he had experienced from Wang Ningyu. Why? Could it really be because I've become stronger in these 7 days? Chen Yang subconsciously turned his gaze to Lin Yuqing and the other 4 women not far away. He expected to see shock, admiration, or even just a hint of emotion. But he saw that Lin Yuqing still had that aloof look, and there was even a hint of boredom in her cold eyes. Fengjue, standing beside her, crossed her arms, a lazy smile curving her red lips, as if watching a dull circus. Ji Tiantian and Huang Kersen made no attempt to hide their whispers, their faces showing a smug, almost mocking, expression. Yi Qingjun looked at him with undisguised contempt, as if he were a clown. There was no worry about Wang Ningyu on their faces, nor any emotion about this duel for love. His mind was racing, his brain completely blank. He understood. I've been tricked. They treated me like a complete idiot. A strong sense of humiliation, accompanied by overwhelming anger, instantly snapped the strings of his reason. Lin Yuqing. He spat out the name through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse, filled with resentment and madness. Boom! Flames erupted around Chen Yang once again, this time even more violently than before. The extreme heat instantly carbonized the ground beneath their feet, causing it to emit black smoke. He was like a burning heavy tank, charging towards Lin Yuqing with a resolute determination to burn everything. Upon seeing this, Teacher Qin Mu's expression changed drastically. She had just raised her hand to stop them when a bone-chilling cold suddenly swept over her, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Her face showed surprise. This level of power was definitely not something a newly awakened cultivator could possess. As that bone-chilling cold swept over, the raging flames on Chen Yang's body were instantly extinguished as if by an invisible hand, leaving not even a spark. The moment the flames went out, Chen Yang's body stiffened abruptly. Before he could react, a cold and aloof figure rushed in front of him. Lin Yuqing. She flashed, so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to catch her, and appeared in front of Chen Yang almost instantly. The next second, a tremendous force came from his abdomen.
Chen Yang felt his stomach acid churning, and his body arched downwards violently. The excruciating pain almost suffocated him. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yueqing's body spun gracefully, and her long, straight right leg, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound, struck Chen Yang's left cheek with perfect precision. Bang! A loud bang, even more muffled and terrifying than when Chen Yang knocked down Wang Ningyu. Chen Yang's body spun rapidly like a top and flew sideways, carving a long furrow in the ground. He rolled for more than 10 meters before finally coming to a stop silently. His eyes rolled back, and he completely lost consciousness. One strike, instant kill. The entire playground fell silent for a moment. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene. Looking at that girl with her proud figure, flowing black hair, and resembling an absolutely beautiful martial goddess. Facing hundreds of shocked, horrified, and incredulous gazes around her, Lin Yueqing's face remained completely calm. This level of victory was nothing more than a matter of course for her, who had received the master's favor. Her gaze calmly swept across the crowd and landed on the beautiful female instructor who was also in shock. Lin Yueqing's figure was clearly reflected in Qin Mu's pupils, and his astonishment was quickly transforming into an unprecedented, intense interest mixed with curiosity and fervent passion. Chapter 32, Xin Shen's Hunt, Chen Yang's Despair, S-rank talent acquired. In the spacious living room of a detached villa in the western suburbs. Xin Shen leaned back lazily on the sofa, his fingertips swiping casually across his phone screen. Just then, my phone vibrated slightly. It was another message from Feng Zhui, and it was extremely brief. Master! Quick, check the campus forum. Xin Shen raised an eyebrow and casually opened the internal forum of Tianyu High School. In an instant, a dense array of post titles flooded the view, with the most popular ones highlighted in bold and pinned to the top, the bright red-hot word standing out prominently. Shocking! Senior Chen Yang, an S-rank talent, was instantly defeated by Senior Lin Yueqing, an A-rank talent. Video evidence available. One kick to knock out. Is this really damage that an A-level player can inflict? The most satisfying post of the year. Chen Yang deserved it. He was so arrogant before, and now he got knocked out by a woman's kick. It's hilarious. Practical experience proves that advanced talent isn't everything. Skill and awareness are key. Lin Yueqing is awesome. Stop praising her, upstairs. Doesn't anyone think Lin Yueqing is a bit too strong? She's only been awakened for a short time. Chen Yang is such a waste. His S-rank talent is worse than mine. What a waste. The posts were filled with students' astonishment, ridicule, and fervor. Chen Yang, the former #1 genius who was once hailed as a god, has now become the biggest laughingstock in the entire Tianyu High School. Lin Yueqing, on the other hand, became a legend overnight, a new idol worshipped by countless people. A cruel smile appeared on Xin Shen's face. Before disappearing, he did make a contribution to Yueqing getting closer to Qin Mu. He muttered to himself, his fingertips swiping across the screen, and closed the forum. Enjoy your last moments, Chen Yang. As night slowly falls, the city's neon lights paint the sky with a hazy hue. It's time for the hunt. The atmosphere in Chen Yang's private villa was so oppressive it seemed to freeze. Bang! The latest model phone couldn't even last a second in Chen Yang's hands. It was instantly vaporized into its most primitive particles by the terrifying high temperature, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. His chest heaved violently, his eyes were bloodshot, and he stared intently into the air as if his most hated enemy was there. Every word on the campus forum was like a scalding needle, piercing his heart and crushing his pride and self-esteem to dust. Damn it! Damn it! Lin Yueqing! And that cowardly man hiding behind the scenes. You all deserve to die. You all deserve to die. Chen Yang's roar echoed in the empty villa hall, filled with endless resentment and madness. The servants and henchmen in the villa all instinctively moved away from the hall, afraid of being caught up in this anger. Bang! Crash! He smashed the valuable antique vase against the wall, shattering it into countless pieces. Next came the coffee table, the decorations, everything he could see. For a moment, only his frantic roars and the ear-piercing sounds of breaking objects filled the hall. In a corner of the room that Chen Yang hadn't noticed, the shadow twisted slightly, silently. Chen Yang vented his anger, but the fire in his chest did not diminish at all. On the contrary, it burned even brighter. He then grabbed a blue and white porcelain vase that was as tall as a person next to him and prepared to smash it to the ground. But his arm froze halfway up. He slowly turned his head, his crimson pupils suddenly contracting. The once empty hall now has a person in it. The man was lounging lazily in his favorite leather sofa, legs crossed, one hand casually resting on the armrest, quietly enjoying his loss of composure with a playful expression. The raging fire in Chen Yang's heart seemed to be doused with a bucket of cold water, replaced by an inexplicable chill. He suppressed his turbulent emotions, his brows furrowing tightly. "Who are you? Where are the guards at the gate? What about the alarm system in the villa? How did this person get in?" The man on the sofa did not answer immediately, but looked around the messy living room with interest before slowly speaking, his voice carrying a lazy mockery. "Shen Chen. Shen Chen?" The name sounded familiar, and Chen Yang searched his memory quickly, but couldn't recall it for a moment. "It's normal not to know," Shen Chen chuckled and added slowly. "However, young Master Chen must have heard of my other nickname." He paused, then uttered 4 words, one by one. "Martial arts trash." These 4 words were like a key, instantly unlocking Chen Yang's memories. His expression shifted from wariness to astonishment, then to undisguised contempt and impatience. It turns out to be that infamous good-for-nothing from the whole school. How did he end up here? Chen Yang subconsciously assumed that this good-for-nothing had come to seek refuge. He had absolutely no interest in this kind of trash who wasn't even an awakened one. "What do you want from me?" Chen Yang's tone became extremely impatient. "I have no interest in keeping a piece of trash like you. Get out of here." Hearing this, Shen Chen's smile deepened. He slowly stood up from the sofa and dusted off non-existent dust from his body. "Isn't young Master Chen dreaming of finding me? What, now that I've come to you on my own initiative, you don't recognize me anymore?" These words, like a thunderclap from a clear sky, exploded in Chen Yang's mind. His impatience and disdain froze instantly, and his pupils dilated to their maximum size in shock. That mysterious powerhouse who manipulated him in the trial forest and ultimately crushed him into the mud. It was him? How could that be? How could the man who brought him lifelong shame be Shen Chen, the martial arts failure known to everyone at school? Before Chen Yang could react to this upheaval, a figure suddenly blurred in his vision. My vision blurred. Shen Chen's figure had already appeared in front of him like a ghost. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Chen Yang's mind, and he subconsciously tried to activate the flames within his body, but it was all too late. A fist, carrying unparalleled and terrifying force, slammed precisely and fiercely into his abdomen. It's still the same spot. The exact same spot that Lin Yuqing hit during the day was exactly the same. Excruciating pain, 10 or even 100 times more intense than during the day, instantly swept over his entire body. His stomach acid churned violently, and he felt as if his internal organs had been displaced by the punch. His body arched uncontrollably downwards like a boiled shrimp. Consciousness, like the receding tide, quickly fades away. In the last second before he was completely plunged into darkness, he saw Shen Chen's face, which held a faint hint of mockery. That ordinary face he once looked down upon now perfectly overlapped with the figure in his memory that brought him endless oppression. So it really was him. It's always been him. You hit it so well. Filled with endless resentment and regret, Chen Yang rolled his eyes, his body went limp and he collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Shen Chen stared indifferently at Chen Yang, who lay sprawled at his feet like a dead dog, and slowly extended his right hand. On the palm of his hand, a complex and eerie dark gold rune appeared and disappeared. Enslavement. Break down. Strengthen. Shen Chen didn't hesitate at all and operated the machine skillfully. The next second, Chen Yang, who was lying unconscious on the ground, began to decompose, turning into countless pure golden light spots, like a dazzling galaxy, which frantically poured into Shen Chen's body. A scorching, violent power, seemingly capable of incinerating everything, exploded within his limbs and bones. S-rank talent, Blazing Monarch. Got it. With a thought, he summoned his attribute panel. Name, Shen Chen. Talents, Slave God Seal Unique, Myriad Transformations Unique Hypnosis D, Speedstar B, Earth Element Manipulation B, Invisibility B, Appraisal A, Frost Witch A, Enhancement Alchemy A, Illusionist B, Bomb Creation C, Shadow Crossing A, Flame Monarch S. Exclusive servants, Lin Yuqing, Feng Jui, Ji Tiantian, Huang Kersen, Yi Qingjun. Servants, none. Chapter 33, The Flame King Descends. The entire forest trembled for me. Deep in the forest on the outskirts of Tianing City, the night was dark, with only sparse moonlight filtering through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows on the ground. This is a paradise for monsters, fraught with danger, and few dare to set foot here even during the day. However, tonight, a figure strolled leisurely in the darkness, as if taking a walk in his own backyard.
That person was Xin Shen.
He had just acquired the S-rank talent, Blazing Monarch, and was now preparing to come here to test this newfound power. Before long, a rustling sound came from all directions.
Xin Shen stopped and looked up.
In the darkness, pairs of scarlet eyes lit up, and a foul, fishy smell filled the air.
A group of hyena-like monsters silently surrounded him.
They are agile, with exposed fangs, and their deep roars rise and fall, carrying the excitement unique to hunters. Xin Shen instantly discerned their information through his appraisal talent.
Intermediate-level monster, Death Hyena.
Although they themselves do not possess any special talents and their individual strength is not top-notch, they are accustomed to living in groups and their numbers are enormous. The smallest groups have more than 50 members, while the largest groups can reach 400 or 500.
Even high-level demonic beasts often find it difficult to escape once they have their eyes on them.
Although the group in front of him wasn't the largest, it probably numbered 200 or 300, densely packed and occupying every inch of the surrounding space, completely surrounding Xin Shen.
Very good.
You are perfect guinea pigs for testing the Blazing King.
A cold smile appeared on Xin Shen's face. The next second, a scorching aura emanated from him and spread outwards.
The withered branches and leaves on the ground began to smoke, and the air became distorted.
The death hyenas seemed to sense the danger, growling restlessly, but none of them dared to approach.
Xin Shen's gaze deepened, and a thought flashed through his mind.
Boom!
A dazzling pillar of fire shot up from the ground, centered on Xin Shen, and instantly soared into the night sky, piercing straight through heaven and earth.
The blazing flames engulfed everything around them, illuminating the dark forest as bright as day.
The pillar of fire was so huge and so violent that it seemed to burn the entire world to ashes. The howls of the dead hyenas abruptly ceased, replaced by a series of teeth-grinding carbonization sounds. The pillar of fire lasted for a full 3 seconds.
3 seconds later, the flames gradually subsided and eventually disappeared completely. Night fell again, but the forest landscape had been completely transformed.
Centered on Xin Shen, within a radius of 500 meters, all the trees, shrubs, and even the pack of dead hyenas were completely reduced to ashes. The ground was charred black by the high temperature, and only a faint smoke lingered on the carbonized land, emitting a burnt smell. Xin Shen stood in the center of the scorched earth, his clothes unmoved. He looked around, sensing the lingering, violent energy in the air, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face.
So powerful!
Unexpectedly powerful, he exclaimed softly.
No wonder he has S-class talent.
This destructive power far surpasses any of his previous talents. Not only is its range wide, but its power is also astonishing. Almost no mid-level monster can survive such an attack. Xin Shen was very satisfied with the results of this test. It was undoubtedly the most powerful attack method he had. He didn't linger. His figure flickered lightly across the scorched ground before disappearing into the shadows. The next moment, he had vanished, as if he had never been there. Not long after Xin Shen left, the air on the scorched earth suddenly began to fluctuate.
A graceful figure appeared out of thin air.
She was wearing a dark green, form-fitting cheongsam with a high slit that accentuated her shapely, long legs. Her long, black hair cascaded down to her waist, and she wore a languid expression. She held an antique-style lady's pipe between her fingers, but it was not lit. It was that mysterious older woman who had appeared in the sealed-off area before. The woman's brows furrowed slightly, and a solemn expression appeared in her eyes. She crouched down, extended her slender fingers, and gently touched the charred ground. The lingering heat made her fingertips tremble slightly. "What terrifying fire energy," she murmured, her voice tinged with surprise. She could sense the residual fire element fluctuations in this area, a pure and violent power far beyond the scope of ordinary awakened beings.
This level of destructive power is extraordinary.
To achieve this level, one must at least be a high-level awakened with advanced fire-type talent. The woman stood up, looked around at the completely burned area, and felt a surge of emotions. She was very familiar with the power system of advanced awakened individuals in Tianning City, but she had never heard of such a powerful advanced fire-type awakened individual in Tianning City.
Are they outsiders?
She murmured to herself, her voice tinged with doubt and unease. Recently, Tianning City has been in turmoil, with increasingly frequent monster activities and a series of unusual events. Now, the sudden appearance of a mysterious figure with such powerful fire talent has made her wary.
Tianning City has been quite turbulent lately.
I hope they are friends, not enemies. She sighed softly, her slender fingers gently stroking her pipe. Whether friend or foe, this force is enough to change the landscape of Tianning City, and she must find out the truth as soon as possible.
After a moment's thought, the woman didn't linger. Her figure gradually blurred, eventually turning into a wisp of smoke and disappearing from the spot. Deep in the forest, deathly silence returned once more. Inside a luxurious VIP ward at the largest hospital in Tianjin City, Wang Ningyu lay on the soft hospital bed, her whole body wrapped in bandages. Her left cheek was swollen like a pig's head, with clearly visible charred marks, and half of her hair was also burned. He was unable to move, only able to twist his neck with difficulty, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. "Chen Yang, you wait. I won't let you get away with this," he roared hoarsely, his voice filled with deep-seated hatred. He would never forget the humiliation he suffered on the playground during the day, being beaten helplessly by that barbarian Chen Yang. What he found even more unbearable was that Chen Yang actually dared to ruin his face. He struggled to pick up the tablet computer from the bedside table and shakily opened the Tianyu High School's internal forum. He wanted to see just how arrogant Chen Yang was now. He wanted to remember those who had mocked him and take revenge on them one by one in the future. However, when he saw the pinned posts on the forum's homepage, he was completely stunned. Shocking! Senior Chen Yang, an S-rank talent, was instantly defeated by Senior Lin Yuqing, an A-rank talent. Video evidence available. One kick to knock out. Is this really damage that an A-level player can inflict? The most satisfying post of the year. Chen Yang deserved it. He was so arrogant before, and now he got knocked out by a woman's kick. It's hilarious. Wang Ningyu's eyes widened, and her mouth slowly opened. He trembled as he clicked on a video, which showed a scene from the playground during the day. He saw Chen Yang rush towards Lin Yuqing like a madman, but Lin Yuqing flashed away with incredible speed and then kicked hard in Chen Yang's face. Bang! In the video, a dull thud echoed in the ward. Chen Yang's body flew out like a tattered sack, crashing heavily to the ground, where he remained motionless. Wang Ningyu stared blankly at the video, first in shock, then the pain-twisted expression on his face slowly relaxed, and finally, he grinned and let out a hoarse laugh. Ha 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 ha. Chen Yang! You finally met your match. He laughed so hard he almost fell over, which aggravated his wound, causing him to grimace in pain, but he still couldn't stop laughing. Lin Yuqing. Well done. I knew it, she still has feelings for me. The resentment in his eyes faded somewhat, replaced by a smug delight. In his view, the reason why Lin Yuqing was so enraged and attacked must be because she saw him being injured by Chen Yang and stood up for him. This shows that Lin Yuqing was not heartless towards him. Humph, that idiot Chen Yang dared to hurt me, he deserves to be taught a lesson by Lin Yuqing. Wang Ningyu became increasingly smug, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Lin Yuqing's actions were proof of her deep affection for him. As for why Lin Yuqing didn't come to visit him, he simply ignored it. Perhaps she was shy? Or perhaps she felt he was hurt too badly and couldn't bear to look? He imagined the hint of worry on Lin Yuqing's cold face as she looked at his injury, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Yuqing, when I get better, I will definitely let you see my feelings. Wang Ningyu murmured, her eyes flashing with an almost fanatical light. He made up his mind that once he recovered from his injuries, he would definitely confess his feelings to Lin Yuqing and make her his woman. However, he would never know that Lin Yuqing's kick was simply to help her master execute the hunting plan more smoothly. Chapter 34, Master, today's main course is your personal bunny girl. Western suburbs, a residential area of detached villas. Under the cover of night, a sprawling villa stands quietly, maintaining a perfect distance from its neighbors and ensuring absolute privacy. The shadows in the living room on the second floor of the villa were slightly distorted, and Shen Shen's figure slowly walked out from them. He looked around the spacious and bright living room, the soft and comfortable leather sofa, and the mirror-like marble floor all exuded luxury. The air was no longer filled with the sour smell of cheap instant noodles, but with a delightful blend of 5 different, pleasant scents of young women. Master, you're back. Almost the instant he appeared, 5 beautiful figures surrounded him from all corners, crowding around him in the center. Huang Kersen was the first to rush over, affectionately hugging his arm with a bright smile on her face. Feng Jui gracefully walked behind him, her slender fingers skillfully pressing on his temples, kneading them with just the right amount of pressure. Lin Yuqing and Ji Tiantian knelt down on either side of him to take off his shoes and put on comfortable slippers for him. Yi Qingjun stood to the side, holding a cup of freshly warmed hot tea in her hands. She was a little nervous, but she still mustered up the courage to hand it to him. Shen Shen enjoyed the emperor-like treatment, took the teacup and took a sip, his gaze sweeping over the several suitcases that had obviously just been moved in the corner of the living room. What are you doing? Master, we've decided to move in. Huang Kursen answered eagerly, her tone full of excitement and a sense of entitlement.
Since you need someone to serve you anyway, we're staying here so we can take care of you anytime. Lin Yuqing, Feng Zhuqiu, and Ji Tiantian all nodded in agreement, their cool, charming, and obedient faces filled with the same expectation.
From now on, this will be their home. A true home that belongs only to its owners and their families. Shinshen didn't speak, but a playful smile appeared on his face. 5 stunningly beautiful maids with distinct personalities lived together in a villa. It seems their nightlife will definitely never be boring from now on. Seeing that Shinshen did not object, the girls breathed a sigh of relief, and their faces lit up with even more joy. Master, there has been progress regarding teacher Qin Mu's plan. Feng Zhui reported while massaging him.
Oh? Shinshen sat down on the sofa, gesturing for her to continue. Today, Yue Qing kicked Shen Yang, who has an S-level talent, unconscious on the playground in front of everyone. The commotion is quite significant. Qin Mu has developed a great interest in Yue Qing and has already privately arranged to meet her in his office for a talk. Feng Zhui's tone carried a hint of smugness. The first step of the plan has been perfectly accomplished. Well done, Shinshen said with a light compliment. A simple compliment made the 5 girls' eyes light up instantly, their breathing became a little rapid, and a satisfied blush spread across their faces.
For them, any affirmation from their master is the highest honor and reward.
However, Feng Zhui's tone shifted, a hint of concern flashing in her peach blossom eyes.
We've really offended Shen Yang this time.
With his vindictive nature, he'll probably keep causing us trouble in the future. The other girls also looked worried.
An awakened one with S-rank talent is indeed a considerable problem.
Upon hearing this, Shinshen simply smiled calmly.
Shen Yang?
He raised his right hand and opened his palm. The next second, a cluster of blazing, violent orange-red flames rose and leaped in his palm, emitting a high temperature that was enough to distort the air, and the temperature of the entire living room suddenly rose a few degrees. The girls froze, staring incredulously at the cluster of flames. They could clearly sense that the flames contained a pure, destructive, and terrifying energy. This aura is exactly the same as Chen Yang's, Blazing King, even purer and more powerful. He's already dead, Shinshen said casually, as if he had just crushed an ant. After he finished speaking, the living room fell silent.
5 pairs of beautiful eyes stared intently at Shinshen, their shock and horror eventually transforming into the ultimate worship and fervor. Master, he actually managed to steal even an S-rank talent? Is there anything in this world that the master cannot do? Their master is a god walking among humans. Okay, let's not talk about those unpleasant things anymore.
Feng Zhui was the first to come to her senses. She stood up, exchanged a knowing glance with the other 4 women, and put on her charming smile again.
Master, you've had a long day, it's time for us to reward you properly. She giggled and winked at Shinshen. Let's begin.
A beautiful blush appeared on Lin Yuqing and Ji Tiantian's cheeks, while Huang Kursen looked excited and expectant. Even Yi Qingjun lowered her head shyly, her cheeks so red they looked like they were about to bleed. Afterwards, Feng Zhui, along with the still somewhat hesitant Yi Qingjun and the other 3 women, entered a spacious bedroom next door. Shinshen raised an eyebrow, leaned back on the sofa with a leisurely air, picked up his teacup, and slowly sipped his tea. He wanted to see what kind of surprise they would bring him this time. A few minutes later, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. Lin Yuqing, Feng Zhui, Huang Kursen, and Ji Tiantian were the first 4 women to walk out. However, their clothing remained unchanged.
It was still the same school uniform. Shinshen's brows twitched almost imperceptibly, and a fleeting look of disappointment deep in his eyes did not escape Feng Zhui's notice.
Upon seeing this, Feng Zhui not only did not panic, but covered her mouth and let out a captivating chuckle. Hee, master, don't be in such a hurry. She walked up to Shinshen with cat-like steps, leaned down, and her warm breath brushed against his ear, her voice full of allure. Today, we're just a side dish. She straightened up, took a step back, and together with Lin Yuqing and the other 2 women, made way for the space behind her. The real main course is her. As they stepped aside, a figure came into full view of Shinshen. For a split second, Shinshen's breath hitched. Yi Qingjun stood there, dressed in a boldly tailored black bunny girl outfit. The tight-fitting leather clothing perfectly hugged her powerful and youthful curves, outlining breathtaking arcs. A large expanse of snow-white skin on her chest was exposed, forming a deep, secluded valley that sparked the imagination. A fluffy white rabbit tail adorned her lower back, swaying slightly as her body trembled. Below, her long, slender legs were encased in black stockings, the sheen of which accentuated the firm, alluring lines of her leg muscles. On her feet were a pair of extremely thin black high heels. On her head, a pair of long black rabbit ears swayed slightly as her head drooped. That usually spirited and serious face was now as red as a ripe apple, her lower lip tightly pressed together, and she didn't dare to look up at him at all. Seriousness and shame, heroism and charm, these two completely different qualities collide fiercely within her, creating a deadly allure full of contrast that can drive any man instantly mad. Xin Chen's eyes lit up. Xing Jun. Feng Zhui came from behind and gently pushed Yi Qingjuan's back. Yi Qingjun trembled, as if she had made a huge decision, and took a step towards Xin Chen. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed in the quiet villa, as if each click struck one's heart. She walked up to Xin Chen, stopped a step away from him, and then slowly and stiffly bent down. With her movements, the stunning view of her chest was revealed to Xin Chen without reservation. Master, master. Her voice was barely audible, trembling and stuttering with extreme shame. Your personal little bunny. It's up to you, to do whatever you want. After saying this, she seemed to have used up all her strength, tightly closing her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling incessantly, looking as if she were ready to be taken. This innocent yet eager to please attitude is more likely to ignite a man's deepest desire for conquest and sadism than any deliberate provocation. Xin Chen's Adam's apple bobbed. He reached out and grabbed Yi Qingjuan's delicate chin, forcing her to raise her head and meet his burning eyes. He licked his dry lips, his voice hoarse and aggressive. Then you'd better be mentally prepared, my little bunny. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly exerted force with his arm, and with Yi Qingjuan's short cry of surprise, he pulled her into his arms and roughly hoisted her onto his shoulder. Ah! Honor! Behind them came excited shouts from Lin Yuqing and the other three girls, mixed with envy. With the struggling little rabbit on his shoulder, Xin Chen strode towards the huge master bedroom prepared for him, large enough to accommodate several people rolling around. Tonight, this brand new villa will, for the first time, resonate with that blush-inducing, heart-pounding symphony. This piece of music will be sung by 5 stunningly beautiful singers with distinct styles, all for him alone. Chapter 35, 5 Sheer Breakfasts. Morning exercise at the villa. It's another refreshing morning. Sunlight streamed through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the luxurious villa's living room in a golden glow. Xin Chen woke up for the first time on this huge bed that could comfortably accommodate 10 people rolling around. Beneath him were soft and expensive Egyptian cotton sheets, and the air around him was filled with the rich fragrance of 5 different young girls' scents. With a slight movement of his arm, he could touch a warm, smooth patch of skin. Looking around, one sees a jumble of jade-like bodies sprawled haphazardly on the enormous bed. Lin Yuqing rested her head on his shoulder, her sleeping face peaceful and serene. Feng Zhui was like an octopus, clinging to him with her entire body, revealing her curves. Huang Kersen and Ji Tiantian squeezed together on one side, their heads close together, their breathing steady. On the other side, Yi Qingjun curled up with her back to him, her long hair scattered on the pillow, maintaining a defensive posture even in her sleep. On the floor, Tianyu high school girls' uniforms and various colored underwear were scattered haphazardly. The most eye-catching item was the black bunny girl outfit, torn and somewhat deformed, along with the black stockings stained with large stains, which were carelessly tossed at the foot of the bed, silently telling the story of the madness and intensity of the previous night. A pleased smile appeared on Xin Chen's lips. This is the life he wants. He carefully slipped out of bed, moving gently so as not to disturb the girls who were sleeping soundly. He left the room and went downstairs to the open kitchen. He skillfully took out ingredients from the huge double-door refrigerator and began preparing breakfast. Before long, the aroma of fried eggs and toast filled the villa. This familiar scent seemed to act as a special alarm clock, waking up the beauties in the upstairs bedroom. Before long, the sound of rustling footsteps came from the stairs. Xin Chen ladled the last portion of breakfast onto a plate without turning his head, then turned around with the plate in his hand. When he saw the 5 figures coming down from upstairs, even he couldn't help but let out a loud whistle. What comes into view are 5 exquisite and beautiful scenic spots. Instead of wearing his t-shirts, they changed into a set of sheer, semi-transparent erotic nightgowns, each with a different style but a unified theme. Feng Zhui wore a deep purple slip dress. The silky fabric barely covered her vital parts, but it accentuated her mature and voluptuous curves. With each step she took, glimpses of the scenery beneath the hem of her dress were revealed. Huang Kersen chose a hot red color, so short that it barely covered her hip line, fully revealing her powerful and athletic long legs. Ji Tiantian's outfit was pure white, with lace trim, making her look like an innocent elf. However, the semi-transparent material added a touch of fatal allure to her purity. Lin Yuqing still wore her favorite light blue dress, with a style that reached her ankles, but with an extremely high slit on the side, revealing her slender, jade-like legs as she walked. What surprised Xinshen the most was Yi Qingjun. She wore it too. It was a black nightgown, relatively conservative in style, but the sheer material still revealed her graceful figure. She followed behind the four women, her face flushed, her hands awkwardly clutching the hem of her skirt, her eyes darting around, looking as if she were dying of shame and indignation but dared not resist. This coy, inviting gesture is more captivating than any bold provocation. Master, do you like it? Feng Zhui walked with cat-like steps, the first to stand in front of Xinshen. She turned around seductively, her full breasts creating breathtaking waves with her movements. With a mocking smile on his face, Xinshen didn't stand on ceremony and pulled her into his arms, giving her a light pat on her pert buttocks. Smack! The crisp sound made the other four girls blush slightly. You started this fire yourselves. Xinshen lowered his head and whispered in her ear, his warm breath brushing against Feng Zhui's sensitive earlobe, causing her body to tremble slightly. Now that it's on fire, you're responsible for putting it out. Not only was Feng Zhui unafraid, she twisted her waist and snuggled against him, her voice becoming increasingly charming and seductive. That depends on whether our master has the ability to put out the fire. Before he finished speaking, Xinshen picked her up by the waist and strode towards the large leather sofa in the center of the living room. Ah! Feng Zhui let out a short gasp, which quickly turned into a captivating chuckle. Xinshen tossed Feng Zhui onto the sofa and glanced back at the remaining four women. What are you all standing there for? Come on, let's do some morning exercise together. Huang Kersen and Ji Tiantian exchanged a glance. The former was excited, and the latter was shy, but they both followed without hesitation. Lin Yuqing silently walked over and knelt down beside the sofa, demonstrating her obedience through her actions. Only Yi Qingjun remained frozen in place, her face flushed and her body trembling slightly, as if she were having a fierce internal struggle. Xinshen didn't urge her, but simply patted the spot next to him. This simple action, however, was like an irresistible command, completely shattering Yi Qingjun's last line of defense. She bit her lower lip so hard it almost bled, but in the end, with her weak legs, she moved over step by step. The living room, bathed in sunlight, was quickly replaced by an even more scorching temperature, leaving only suppressed breathing and the sound of fabric tearing. An hour later, the villa gate opened, and 5 girls dressed in neat school uniforms left together. Each of them had a satisfied flush on their cheeks, and their steps were more or less unsteady. Especially Yi Qingjun, who was walking at the back, had weak legs and was almost half supported and half dragged by Huang Kersen. She was complaining in her mouth, but Huang Kersen's words, "You were the one who screamed the most last night," made her face turn red and she couldn't say another word. And just like that, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 5 days, a major event has occurred in Tianing City that has shaken the entire city. That was Chen Yang, the eldest son of the Chen family, one of the 4 major families, who possessed the only S-level talent in Tianing City to date. He had gone missing. Chen Yang's disappearance has enraged the entire Chen family. You should know that Chen Yang had just seriously injured Wang Ningyu, the young master of the Wang family, one of the 4 major families, on the playground, and then Chen Yang disappeared without a trace. What a coincidence! The entire Chen family suspected that the Wang family had secretly targeted Chen Yang in retaliation. For a time, the relationship between the Chen family and the Wang family became extremely tense, and the undercurrents between the two sides were almost about to erupt into an open conflict. The entire city of Tianing was shrouded in a tense atmosphere, as if a storm was brewing. The culprit behind all this was Xinshen, whose life was extremely comfortable. During the day, he was like an idle street urchin, using his abilities of shadow travel and transparency to wander around every corner of Tianing City, gathering more information about the awakened world. In the evening, he returned to the villa and indulged in the meticulous service of 5 stunningly beautiful maids. Office lady outfits, nurse uniforms, maid outfits, bunny girl outfits, 5 days, no 2 themes the same. The 5 girls seemed to be in some kind of competition, trying their best to please him in various ways. Even Yi Qingjun tried to please him with a shy expression. He transformed this luxurious villa into a paradise that belonged solely to him. Meanwhile, their plans were progressing extremely smoothly. That evening, as soon as Xinshen returned to the villa, he was surrounded by 5 women. Master, the plan has succeeded. Feng Zhui's face was filled with barely suppressed excitement. She took a document out of her bag and handed it to Xinshen. This is all the information I've compiled about Qin Mu, including her daily routines, habits, and even the coffee brands and flavors she likes. Xinshen took the document and flipped through it casually.
It was filled with dense and extremely detailed records. What about Yueqing? He looked at Lin Yueqing. A rare blush of excitement appeared on Lin Yueqing's usually aloof face. Master, Xin Mu trusts me completely now. She thinks I'm a once-in-a-century ice-type genius, and she's been giving me extra lessons these past few days. She even invited me to her house after school tomorrow to receive her individual guidance. She said she would help me unleash the full potential of my talent. Upon hearing this, Shinshen closed the document in his hand. The time is ripe. The prey has walked into a carefully laid trap and has even opened the door to its den. It's time to close the net. Chapter 36, The Maid Squad's Unspoken Required Course. Clown King Ningyu. The next morning, the gate of Tianyu High School was as lively as ever. Today, however, there's an unusual focus amidst the excitement. A man dressed in a sharp designer suit, with half his face covered by a metal mask, was waiting here early, holding a bouquet of vibrant red roses. Students coming and going couldn't help but cast curious or inquisitive glances, whispering among themselves. Isn't that Wang Ningyu, Sr.? Has he been discharged from the hospital? My God, half of his face is ruined? That mask looks terrifying. He's still holding flowers, what's he trying to do? He's injured like this and still wants to confess his feelings? Wang Ningyu ignored the surrounding discussions. He simply straightened his back and forced himself to show the gentleman smile that he had practiced countless times, even though the presence of the mask made the smile look somewhat strange. Today, he has come to welcome his goddess. He firmly believed that Lin Yueqing's act of standing up for him and beating up Chen Yan was the best proof that she secretly harbored feelings for him. Today, he will strike while the iron is hot and win over this unattainable beauty in one fell swoop. Just then, his gaze sharpened, and his breathing quickened slightly. The target has been identified. Lin Yueqing, Feng Jui, Huang Kersen, Ji Tiantian, and Yi Qingjun, 5 women, were walking towards them from a distance, chatting and laughing. Each of them still had a blush of satisfaction on their cheeks, and their steps were slightly unsteady. From that morning's morning exercise onwards, being filled with blessings by their owners every morning before going to school has become an unspoken, mandatory course for them. This feeling of being marked by their owner filled them with a sense of security and secret joy throughout the day. Wang Ningyu's gaze was fixed on Lin Yueqing, and her heart began to pound uncontrollably. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that Lin Yueqing seemed different today than before. That icy demeanor remained, but there was an indescribable charm in his eyes, as if the most tender spring colors were revealed after the ice and snow melted. Her already stunning figure seemed to have become even more curvaceous, radiating amazing charm with every step she took. That was the unique charm of a naive girl transformed into a mature peach after being developed day and night by Shinshen. Of course, Wang Ningyu could never have imagined these things. He took a deep breath, straightened his tie, strode forward, and with what he thought was his most perfect smile, quickly went to meet them. Yueqing. He stood in front of the 5 women and handed them the roses he was holding. Yueqing, I'm being discharged from the hospital. Thank you for standing up for me that day. I know you care about me. Be my girlfriend. I, Wang Ningyu, swear I will give you the best in the world. His voice was full of confidence, as if he could already foresee the scene of Lin Yueqing shyly nodding. However, what he was met with was utter silence. Lin Yueqing stopped in her tracks, her clear, cold eyes staring at him silently, as if she were looking at a complete stranger, without the slightest ripple of emotion. Feng Jui and the others looked as if they had witnessed an extremely ridiculous farce, each with their arms crossed and a mocking expression on their faces. Ha! Huang Kersen was the first to burst out laughing in an exaggerated way. She stepped forward, walked around Wang Ningyu, and made clicking sounds. Hey Mr. Wang, have you lost your mind from being in the hospital? Who told you that Yueqing stood up for you? Wang Ningyu's smile froze on his face, and he frowned. What do you mean? What do you mean? Huang Kersen looked at him like he was an idiot. It means you've been used as a pawn, you moron. She stretched out her finger and pointed it bluntly at Wang Ningyu's chest. Yueqing smiled at you that day because she wanted you to deal with that troublesome Chen Yang. Who knew you were such a waste? You were beaten down in no time, and in the end, Yueqing had to take action herself. Huang Kersen clapped her hands with a look of disgust, as if she had touched something dirty, and even made a gesture of shooing away flies. Someone like you think you can win Yueqing's heart? Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Boom! Huang Kersen's words were like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploding in Wang Ningyu's mind. He was completely stunned, and all the color drained from his face instantly. Was it used as a weapon? Waste? These vicious words, like sharp knives, pierced his proud heart. No. It's impossible. He shook his head in despair, unwilling to believe this cruel reality. He turned to Lin Yuqing, his eyes filled with the last glimmer of hope, his voice trembling. Yuqing, she's lying, isn't she? Tell me. Lin Yuqing finally reacted. She merely glanced at him indifferently, her gaze colder than ever before, filled with undisguised indifference and disgust. Then, without saying a word, she walked past Wang Ningyu, who was frozen in place, and headed towards the school gate. Default. This is the cruelest form of default. Feng Zhui and the other three women chuckled and followed behind Lin Yuqing, walking past him as if he were just an inconvenient roadside stone. Wang Ningyu stood there blankly, the rose in her hand drooping limply, its petals scattered all over the ground. The pointing and whispering of the surrounding students, along with their suppressed laughter, became incredibly jarring at that moment. I've been tricked. From beginning to end, I was just a tool they used. That self-righteous affection, that smug fantasy, was torn to shreds at this moment. The immense humiliation and anger erupted like a volcano, instantly consuming all his reason. He slowly, very slowly turned around, gazing at the five women's slender and alluring backs, his facial muscles contorting wildly beneath his faceplate. Those eyes, which had once held a fascination, were now filled with nothing but endless resentment and madness. Love can turn into hate in an instant. Good, very good. He squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, his voice as hoarse as a broken bellows. If I can't have it, then I'll destroy it. Since that's the case, then I'll turn you all into mindless dolls who only know how to obey orders. His gaze swept over the five people with a sinister look, finally fixing on the fiery figure who had just mocked him so vehemently. That hot figure, that flamboyant personality. A chilling, lewd smile appeared on Wang Ningyu's face. Let's start with you. He could almost see that arrogant hot girl kneeling before him like a dog, her eyes vacant, completely at his mercy. And then there's Lin Yuqing, that aloof and icy goddess. He wanted to tear her pride apart with his own hands and make her show her most humble self in front of him. Wang Ningyu slowly clenched her fist, the metal mask reflecting a chilling light in the sunlight. His A-level talent, mental domination, is not just about interference, it can also destroy the mind. Given the chance, he is confident that he can turn anyone into a toy that belongs only to him and is absolutely obedient. Chapter 37, Everyone's a Villain. The hot maid uses a clever plan, and young Master Wang kneels down on the spot. Wang Ningyu watched the five women's graceful figures disappear into the distance, her face, half covered by metal visor, contorted and twitched wildly. The gazes cast by the surrounding students were a mixture of mockery, pity, and schadenfreude, each one like a needle pricking his entire body. The immense humiliation and anger of being fooled nearly burned his reason to ashes. He took out his phone, his fingers trembling slightly from the effort, and dialed a number. Wei Wei? On the other end of the phone, Lu Weiwei's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible tension. Young Master Wang. Did you see them? Wang Ningyu's voice was hoarse, suppressing a violent impulse. How many of the other four people with Lin Yuqing do you recognize? I know two. Feng Zhui and Yi Qingjun. Like Lin Yuqing, they are both prominent figures in our school and are among the school beauties. Lu Weiwei paused, then added. I don't know the other two, the one with the hot body and the one who's petite and cute. Very good. A ferocious smile appeared on Wang Ningyu's lips. Do as I said before, find opportunities to get close to them, especially that hot girl named Huang Kursen. Yes, young Master Wang. After hanging up the phone, Wang Ningyu took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the murderous intent in her heart. He raised his head, his eyes filled with resentment, staring intently at the school gate, as if trying to imprint those slender figures on his eyes. Soon you will understand how foolish it was to offend me, Wang Ningyu. Morning class time. Lu Weiwei, carrying several books, bumped into Lin Yuqing and her group of five on their way to the special training classroom in the corridor. Yuqing, she exclaimed, feigning surprise. Lin Yuqing stopped in her tracks and saw that it was her former roommate. Her cold expression softened slightly. Weiwei. Are you guys heading to the special training room? I'm going too, let's go together. Lu Weiwei approached enthusiastically, her gaze sweeping over Feng Zhui and Yi Qingjun with just the right amount of amazement and admiration. Hello, senior sister Feng and senior sister Yi. As campus celebrities, Feng Zhui and Yi Qingjun were already used to this kind of advances, and simply nodded politely. Lu Weiwei has strong social skills. She naturally blended in, chatting with Ji Tiantian about the new desserts and praising Huang Kursen's manicure.
she quickly became friends with the group. Lin Yueqing and the others had no defenses against her. After all, Lu Weiwei was Lin Yueqing's former roommate, and her own strength was weak, so in their eyes she posed no threat whatsoever. For the entire morning, Lu Weiwei acted like a servant, running errands for him and behaving extremely attentively. Behind a window of a distant teaching building, Wang Ningyu lowered her binoculars, and a lewd and cruel smile appeared on her face beneath her visor. The prey has entered his hunting range. Lunch break. Wang Ningyu felt the time was right, so he dialed Lu Weiwei's number. Let's begin, according to plan, he commanded succinctly. Yes, young Master Wang, Lu Weiwei replied on the other end of the phone, then hung up. The rest area in the special training classroom. Lu Weiwei hung up the phone and glanced at Huang Kersen, who was leaning against the sofa not far away, listening to music with headphones on. She took a deep breath, put on a warm smile again, and walked over. Sister Kersen. Huang Kersen took off one earphone and lazily lifted her eyelids. What? Just now a teacher asked me to call you. Lu Weiwei organized her thoughts. Looking for me? Huang Kersen tilted her head in confusion. Which teacher? I don't know him either, Lu Weiwei shook her head, trying to make her expression look innocent. He told me to tell you to go to the teacher's office on the 5th floor, saying he has something to talk to you about. The 5th floor? Huang Kersen was even more puzzled. Those of them who participated in the special training mainly stayed in the dedicated training building. In the main teaching building, apart from Lin Yueqing and her fellow students from the main school, she didn't know anyone from the branch school. Moreover, the 5th floor is the territory of the second-year high school students. Huang Kersen scratched her head, unable to understand. However, she has never been the type to overthink things. Okay, I'll go take a look. She stood up, put her hands in the pockets of her sweatpants, and walked outside. Sister Kersen, let me go with you. Lu Weiwei quickly followed. The two walked one after the other toward the 5th floor of the main teaching building. Huang Kersen walked ahead, seemingly carefree, but a sense of vigilance had already risen in her heart. Although she has a fiery and direct personality, it doesn't mean she's stupid. On the contrary, her intuition is exceptionally sharp. When Lu Weiwei caught up, she intentionally or unintentionally positioned herself to her side, subtly blocking her retreat route. This small movement had already made her realize that something was wrong. As she stepped onto the 5th floor staircase, an eerie sense of deathly silence washed over her. The entire floor was deserted and so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Now, Huang Kersen is basically certain that Lu Weiwei has a problem, and this is a trap set for her. But she remained expressionless, even whistling, and continued to swagger toward the teacher's office. She wanted to see which fool dared to set his sights on her. Squeak! Huang Kersen pushed open the office door and went inside. Lu Weiwei followed closely behind and slammed the office door shut with a click. Welcome, Huang Kersen. A cold male voice echoed in the empty office. Huang Kersen kept her hands in her pockets and looked in the direction of the voice. When she saw who it was, her face showed undisguised disgust and disdain. It's you! That was Wang Ning's words. He stared intently at Huang Kersen, half of his metal mask gleaming coldly in the sunlight. What do you want? Huang Kersen raised her chin defiantly. Seeing her contemptuous attitude, the malice in Wang Ningyu's eyes almost overflowed. He suppressed his anger, and instead revealed a twisted smile on his face. A mere B-level talent, how arrogant. However, it doesn't matter. His tone became fervent and lewd. You'll soon become my most obedient doll. The moment he finished speaking, Wang Ningyu activated his A-level talent, mental domination, at full power. An invisible spiritual force, filled with malice and a desire for control, transformed into a sharp arrow, piercing straight into Huang Kersen's mind. A wildly arrogant smile hung on his face, as if he could already see this fiery woman kneeling on the ground, her eyes vacant as she licked the tips of his shoes in a despicable manner. However, at the very moment he launched his attack, Huang Kersen's originally languid expression instantly turned icy cold, and a murderous intent surged in her beautiful eyes. Court death. Her figure left an afterimage in place, and in the next instant, she appeared in front of Wang Ningyu like a ghost. Wow, so fast. Wang Ningyu's pupils suddenly contracted, completely caught off guard. The pink fist, imbued with astonishing power and accompanied by a whistling sound as it tore through the air, slammed into his chest with precision and ferocity. Snap! A crisp cracking sound of bones breaking rang out in the deathly silent office. Puff! Wang Ningyu's body flew backward like a tattered sack, the blood spurting from her mouth drawing a gruesome arc in the air. He knocked over several desks in succession, finally crashing heavily against the wall with a thud, before sliding to the ground like a lump of mud. One strike. With just one strike, Wang Ningyu, who possessed an A-level talent, was completely annihilated. At the same time, inside a luxurious villa in the western suburbs, Xin Shen, who was lying on the sofa with his eyes closed, suddenly frowned. Just now, he sensed an unfamiliar spiritual force attempting to invade Huang Kerson's soul, which was connected to the slave god seal. Although that spiritual power was crushed the moment it came into contact with the barrier of the slave god seal, this provocative act undoubtedly touched Xin Shen's sore spot. Someone is messing with his woman. Xin Shen opened his eyes, his gaze filled with a chilling intensity. He slowly stood up, his figure flickered, and then silently blended into the shadows, disappearing completely. Chapter 38, School Beauties kneel in a row calling her master. Wang Ningyu's mentality explodes. The office was deathly silent. Wang Ningyu coughed up several mouthfuls of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, then slumped against the wall like a rag doll. He struggled to lift his head, and in his eye, which wasn't covered by the visor, was a look of utter shock and incomprehension. Cough, 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 why? With each word he uttered, a piercing pain shot through his shattered chest bones, contorting his entire face. My mind control is useless against you? He couldn't understand it. A level talent against B-level talent should be a dimensional reduction attack, so how could it not even be able to interfere for a moment? Huang Kerson looked down at him, her pretty face filled with contempt and mockery. She haughtily raised her chin, about to speak. Suddenly, a calm yet chilling male voice rang out in the empty office. So you're the one who wants to mess with my woman? The sound wasn't loud, but it lowered the temperature of the entire space by several degrees. The arrogance on Huang Kerson's face vanished the moment she heard that voice, replaced by an overflowing joy and infatuation. She turned around abruptly. Xin Shen's figure had appeared behind her at some point, as if he had been standing there from the beginning, blending into the shadows. Owner! Huang Kerson let out a cheer, like a swallow returning to its nest, and buried her head in Xin Shen's arms, rubbing her little head happily against his chest. Owner? Wang Ningyu, who was in the corner, almost popped her eyes out when she saw this scene. He used all his strength to struggle and look up. When he saw the man's face clearly, his mind went blank and he was completely thrown into chaos. Isn't that the notorious martial arts loser from Tianyu High School? An ordinary person who isn't even an awakened? Why? Why would Huang Kerson, a hot female awakener with B-level talent, call him master? Moreover, that demeanor, that dependence and submissiveness that comes from the bone, cannot be faked. What on earth is going on? Xin Shen didn't even look at Wang Ningyu, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. He just looked down at the smiling girl in his arms and spoke softly. Tell me, what happened? Yes. Huang Kerson immediately stood up straight, like a female soldier reporting to her superior, but her tone was filled with the joy of seeking credit. She spilled the beans, recounting how Lu Weiwei approached them, how she tricked her into coming here, and all of Wang Ningyu's vicious and arrogant declarations. After listening to Huang Kerson's account, the last trace of warmth vanished from Xin Shen's face, leaving only a chilling killing intent in his deep eyes. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a figure tiptoeing, trying to slip away through the other side of the office door. Xin Shen remained expressionless, simply lifting his foot and stomping it on the ground. Boom! With a muffled thud, a thick earthen wall rose up from the ground, precisely blocking Lu Weiwei's path. The wall was less than a centimeter away from the tip of her nose. Ah! Lu Weiwei was so terrified by this bizarre scene that her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground, her face deathly pale. Master, what should we do with her? Should we get rid of her? A ruthless glint flashed in Huang Kerson's eyes as she looked at Lu Weiwei. She would show no mercy to her master's enemies. Upon hearing the words, "take care of it," Lu Weiwei trembled violently, and a sudden heat rose in her crotch, causing her to wet herself in fear. Xin Shen glanced at the good-for-nothing woman, his interest waning. Knock him out first. Yes. Huang Kerson responded and appeared behind Lu Weiwei in a flash. Before Lu Weiwei could scream in terror, a clean and decisive chop to the back of her neck landed. Lu Weiwei rolled her eyes, collapsed, and completely lost consciousness. The office fell silent once again. Xin Shen's gaze finally returned to Wang Ningyu. Looking at the other person's face, a mixture of shock, fear, resentment, and confusion, Xin Shen's lips suddenly curled into a wicked smile. He gently patted Huang Kerson's pert buttocks as she returned to his side, and gave an order that completely shattered Wang Ningyu's worldview. Kerson!
Master?
Huang Kersen looked up, her big eyes full of anticipation. Kneel down and tell this young Master Wang what you are. Huang Kersen's cheeks flushed red, but her watery eyes showed no resistance. Instead, they were filled with a strange excitement and shyness. Without the slightest hesitation, she obediently, even devoutly, knelt down before Xin Chen. She leaned forward slightly, her fair and slender hands hooked up in front of her chest like a puppy's paws, and called out in a sickeningly sweet voice.
I am my owner's most loyal and personal little dog, woof woof. Boom!
This scene was like a bolt of lightning striking Wang Ningyu's head. He stared wide-eyed at the absurd yet thrilling scene before him. That hot, arrogant woman who just moments ago crippled him with a single punch is now kneeling before a martial arts loser like a real pet dog, wagging her tail and begging for mercy?
What the hell is going on? Has the world gone mad?
Seemingly feeling that such stimulation was not enough, Xin Chen leisurely took out his phone and made a call. When the call connected, he didn't say a word more, only giving a simple command.
5th floor, teacher's office, coming right away.
After saying that, he hung up immediately.
Wang Ningyu didn't understand what he wanted to do.
The excruciating pain all over his body left him lying on the ground like a rag doll, watching helplessly.
Not long after. Knock knock knock. There was a gentle knock on the office door. Huang Kersen immediately got up and ran over to open the door. When the 4 figures walked in through the door, Wang Ningyu's eyes twitched violently from extreme shock. Those who entered were none other than Lin Yuqing, Feng Zhui, Ji Tiantian, and Yi Qingjun. 3 of the 4 most beautiful girls at Tianyu High School showed up at once. They were stunned when they saw Lu Weiwei lying unconscious at the door and Wang Ningyu lying mangled against the wall. Huang Kersen immediately stepped forward and quickly recounted what had happened. After hearing this, the 4 women's faces instantly turned icy cold, and 4 murderous gazes were fixed on Wang Ningyu, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Then, Xin Chen's next move completely shattered the last shred of reason that Wang Ningyu had left. Xin Chen stretched out his finger and pointed to the open space in front of him, towards the 4 women who had just entered. You all come here and kneel down. Under Wang Ningyu's almost bursting gaze, Lin Yuqing, the unapproachable Ice Queen Feng Zhui, the mature and charming older sister Yi Qingjun, the heroic swordswoman, and Ji Tiantian, the pure and lovely elf. The 4 of them, just like Huang Kersen, knelt down in a row in front of Xin Chen without any hesitation and with complete obedience. A strange clucking sound came from Wang Ningyu's throat. He opened his mouth wide, wanting to scream and roar, but due to the severe injury to his chest and the huge mental shock, he couldn't utter a single word. His worldview, his pride, and all his understanding were shattered in that moment. Xin Chen admired the stunningly beautiful scene before him, a scene that could drive any man mad, a wicked smile on his face. He turned to Wang Ningyu, as if deliberately showing off his spoils. Yuqing, this young Master Wang seems to really like you. As he spoke, Xin Chen reached out and pulled Lin Yuqing, who was kneeling in front of him, up, and easily pulled her soft body into his arms. Lin Yuqing exclaimed in surprise, and a captivating blush immediately spread across her beautiful face. Its usual aloof and icy demeanor had vanished without a trace, leaving only boundless tenderness and affection for its master. She leaned against Xin Chen's chest, her voice soft and sweet, with a hint of coquetry. Master Yuqing doesn't know him, nor does she want to know him. Yuqing only wants to be her master's personal maid. Yeah? A wicked smile crept across Xin Chen's face.
Without another word, he lowered his head and captured her alluring red lips, wantonly taking the sweetness that belonged only to him.
Wah!
Lin Yuqing let out a soft whimper like a kitten, wrapped her arms around Xin Chen's neck naturally, closed her eyes, and surrendered herself completely, letting her master do whatever he wanted to her.
This scene became the final straw that broke Wang Ningyu's back. Puff!
He stared intently at the 2 people who were tightly embracing and kissing passionately. Seeing his sacred and inviolable goddess displaying such a charming and passionate side in another man's arms, an uncontrollable rage and jealousy surged to his head. The immense shock caused him to lose his temper and cough up a mouthful of blood. His vision went black, and he fainted from anger.
Chapter 39, A Plot to Ascend to Power in the Feng Family.
Young Master Wang became an actor before his death.
The office was deathly silent.
Wang Ningyu lay unconscious in the corner, her distorted face still bearing the marks of extreme shock and resentment. Xin Chen released Lin Yuqing from his arms. A hint of disappointment flashed across her face, but she quickly regained her absolute obedience to her master.
Get up, everyone.
Xin Chen's voice was very calm. Upon hearing this, the 5 girls who had been kneeling in a row stood up in unison and stood back behind him, like 5 stunning bodyguards awaiting inspection.
Shinshen slowly walked to the unconscious Wang Ningyu and looked down at him. He raised his hand, and a wisp of dark gold rune quietly appeared at his fingertips, which he then placed on Wang Ningyu's forehead. Slave God Seal, activated. An invisible mark, like a red-hot branding iron, ruthlessly pierced into the depths of Wang Ningyu's soul. He crushed all his pride, will, and thoughts, and then reshaped them into absolute loyalty to Shinshen. The entire process was silent, yet more cruel than any form of torture. Normally, according to Shinshen's consistent style, such a piece of trash who tries to lay a finger on his woman would only be decomposed on the spot and turned into nourishment for him to become stronger. But when he caught a glimpse of Feng Zhui beside him, a thought suddenly popped into his head. He turned his head and looked at Feng Zhui. Zhui, I remember your Feng family's strength is second only to the four great families, right? Yes, master, what's wrong? Feng Zhui blinked her captivating peach blossom eyes, tilted her head, and looked puzzled as to why her master had suddenly brought this up. I have a new idea. A chillingly cold smile appeared on Shinshen's face. The relationship between the Chun family and the Wang family is now extremely tense because of Chun Yang's disappearance. If I add fuel to the fire, do you think your Feng family has a chance to bring them down and take their place? What the master means is. Feng Zhui was taken aback at first, then her gaze suddenly turned to Wang Ningyu in the corner, and her beautiful eyes instantly burst with amazing light. She understood. She completely understood her master's intentions. The next second, an uncontrollable surge of ecstasy swept over her entire body. Honor. She let out a soft cry, threw herself into Shinshen's arms, hugged him tightly, and then gave him a passionate kiss. Master, you're so good to me. I love you to death. This is not just favoritism, it is the master paving a path to the pinnacle of power for her and the Feng family behind her. This kindness moved her more than any reward. Huang Kursen, who was standing next to her, was still a little confused and scratched her head. Sister Zhui, what do you mean? It's just killing Wang Ningyu, isn't it? Lin Yuqing was the second to react. She spoke softly, with a hint of excitement in her voice. Kursen, master doesn't just want to kill him. The master wanted him to admit to killing Chen Yang, and then hand the video over to the Chen family. At that time, the Chen and Wang families will fight to the death, and our Feng family, Feng Zhui interjected, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. Our Feng family can reap the benefits without lifting a finger. After their explanation, Huang Kursen, Ji Tiantian, and Yi Qingjun finally understood. It turns out that the master wasn't just seeking revenge, he was going to stir up trouble throughout Tianing City. For a moment, the girls looked at Shinshen with not only infatuation but also boundless awe. Their master not only possesses overwhelming strength, but also the wisdom to manipulate people's hearts. Shinshen gently patted Feng Zhui's back. Zhui, let's begin. Yes, master. Feng Zhui reluctantly got out of Shinshen's arms, took out her phone, excitedly turned on the recording function, and pointed the lens at Wang Ningyu in the corner. Shinshen walked over and roughly dragged Wang Ningyu up like a dead dog, making him sit against the wall. The violent movement aggravated the severe injury to her chest, and the immense pain slowly roused Wang Ningyu from her unconsciousness. He opened his eyes and the first thing he saw was the face in front of him that filled him with dread. You. He was about to say something when he was interrupted by Shinshen's cold, emotionless voice. Shut up. Shinshen squatted down and quickly wrote lines of text on the dusty ground with his finger. Now, I'll ask, and you'll answer. Read out the words on the ground exactly as they are written. His voice was soft, yet it carried a majesty that sent shivers down one's spine. Having just been imprinted with the slave god seal, Wang Ningyu had no thought of resisting Shinshen's orders and simply nodded blankly. Very good. Shinshen stood up and, facing Feng Zhui's camera, began this meticulously planned interrogation. Chen Yang, did you kill him? Wang Ningyu raised her head, her face revealing a ferocious and crazed expression befitting the script, and roared. Yes. That bastard dared to burn half of my face, he deserves to die. Do you regret it? No regrets. My only regret is not tearing him to pieces with my own hands. Wang Ningyu's performance was full of tension, as if every word was filled with overwhelming hatred. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Chun family? Revenge? Ha 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 ha. Come on then. If you have the guts, kill me now. Let's see if the Wang family is afraid of this bunch of trash from the Chun family. Master, recording is finished. Feng Zhui turned off the recording, jogged over and handed the phone to Shinshen, her face full of admiration and excitement. Shinshen took the phone and watched the video.
Wang Ningyu's performance was flawless. There was not a single flaw in her expressions, tone of voice, or her manic state.
Yes, no problem.
At that time, the first half will be passed on to the Chun family, and the second half to the Wang family. He returned the phone to Feng Zhui and turned his gaze back to Wang Ningyu.
Alright, this tool has been squeezed dry of its last bit of value. Break down.
Shen Shan silently recited in his heart. Wang Ningyu, leaning against the corner of the wall, still had that resentful and crazed expression frozen on her face. The next instant, his body began to dissipate without warning, turning into billions of dazzling golden light particles, forming a torrent that poured into Shen Shan's body. A surge of immense spiritual energy rushed into his mind, accompanied by a slight stinging sensation, before transforming into pure power, making Shen Shan feel his spiritual strength instantly increase.
Ding! Absorbed in A-level talent, gained the talent, Mental Domination A. A cold notification sounded, A-level talent, acquired.
In the office, the eldest son of the Wang family simply vanished from the world, leaving not a trace.
Master, what about her?
Huang Kersen kicked the unconscious Lu Weiwei, then picked her up like a chick and carried her to Shen Shan. Shen Shan tossed over an appraisal message.
Lu Weiwei. Level, low-level awakener. Talent, polarization ability C. AC level talent.
For Shen Shan, who now possesses S-level and multiple A and B-level talents, this level of talent is not even worthy of being used as fodder.
He waved his hand dismissively. Let's keep it for now, just like raising a guinea pig, or to feed a new pet later.
As he spoke, another, slave god seal, was injected into Lu Weiwei's body. After dealing with all this, Shen Shan looked around at his 5 stunning maids, his gaze lingering for a moment longer on Feng Zhui's pretty face, which couldn't hide her excitement.
He could already foresee the uproar that would engulf Tianing City once the video was sent to the Chen and Wang families.
He, on the other hand, can comfortably stay behind the scenes and enjoy the grand spectacle he himself directed.
However, before that, a meaningful smile appeared on Shen Shan's lips.
The plan to hunt down Qin Mu should officially begin tonight.
Chapter 40, Trapping a Turtle in a Jar. The hunt officially begins. As dusk fell, the school bell for Tianyu High School had long since fallen silent. In the office, Qin Mu finished organizing the last document and closed the drawer.
She picked up her handbag, turned to face the girl who had been waiting quietly beside her, and showed a rare, gentle smile.
Yuaqing, let's go.
Lin Yuaqing nodded gently, her usual aloof and icy demeanor completely vanished, leaving only the obedient demeanor of an excellent student towards her respected teacher. Along the tree-lined path below the teaching building, Feng Zhui and her 3 companions watched from afar as the 2 figures walked out of the building.
It's starting,
Feng Zhui said in a low voice, her eyes brimming with undisguised excitement. She, Huang Kersen, Ji Tiantian, and Yi Qingjun tacitly stuffed all their backpacks into Lu Weiwei's hands behind them. Hold on tight and stay close, Huang Kersen commanded imperiously. Lu Weiwei felt a little heavy under the weight of the 4 elegant women's backpacks, but she didn't dare to utter a single complaint. She could only lower her head and hurry to catch up. Having been implanted with the slave god mark, she is now the most convenient laborer for these girls. Fortunately, the awakened one's physique is far superior to that of an ordinary person, so this weight is not a burden for her.
Qin Mu was in a pretty good mood on the way.
Lin Yuaqing, who was beside her, was not only among the most talented people she had ever seen, but her personality was also not as aloof and arrogant as rumored. At least in front of her, she was both smart and sensible. The 2 chatted about the details of how awakened one's abilities were used, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. As Lin Yuaqing passed by an elegantly decorated coffee shop, she suddenly stopped.
Teacher Qin, please wait a moment.
After saying that, she went into the store. A moment later, she came out with a steaming cup of coffee and handed it to Qin Mu. I think I remember your favorite brand and flavor correctly. Qin Mu accepted it with some surprise. The familiar fragrance wafted over her nose, and her smile deepened.
This student has such keen observation skills.
You're so thoughtful, Yuaqing. The 2 figures walked one after the other into a high-end apartment complex called Mingyuan Garden. The moment Lin Yuaqing stepped into the unit door of Building 16, her fingers, hanging by her side, quickly tapped on the screen of her phone. Almost at the same time, Feng Zhui's phone screen lit up next to an inconspicuous car outside the residential area.
16902.
Upon seeing this message, a breathtaking smile bloomed on Feng Zhui's charming face, and she forwarded the address without hesitation.
Western Suburbs Villa.
Shen Shan was leaning back on the sofa, resting with his eyes closed. The slight vibration of his phone made him open his eyes. On the screen was the address he had been waiting for. He slowly stood up, stretched his neck, and made a few crisp cracking sounds. The prey is in the cage. He muttered to himself, his voice still echoing in the empty living room, but his figure had already quietly disappeared into the shadows beneath his feet, vanishing without a trace. The hunt has officially begun. An invisible net has been laid out over the area surrounding Mingyuan Garden. Under park benches, in the soil of flower beds, inside trash cans. Ji Tiantian, like a diligent little squirrel, dodged surveillance cameras while setting up dozens of meticulously crafted miniature bombs in various hidden corners. These bombs are precisely controlled so that they are not enough to harm people, but they can create maximum chaos and panic in an instant. An inconspicuous corner outside the surveillance range of the main gate of the residential community. Huang Kersen and Yi Qingjun stood together. Ripples spread across Yi Qingjun's body, indicating that her copy talent was taking effect. She had perfectly replicated Huang Kersen's B-level talent, illusionist. The next second, Huang Kersen's figure and appearance began to change drastically, and in the blink of an eye, she became Qin Mu's proud and aloof appearance. Yi Qingjun, on the other hand, transformed into Lin Yueqing. Let's go, let the other side of the camera see for themselves, we have left. Qin Mu straightened his clothes and mimicked Qin Mu's unique walking rhythm and posture perfectly. He walked side by side with Lin Yueqing under the surveillance camera, and their figures were clearly recorded. This preparation is to nip any potential accidents in the bud. If the raid fails and a full-scale assault is needed, this surveillance footage is the perfect smokescreen to mislead subsequent investigators. Feng Zhui was in charge of overseeing the overall situation, while Lu Weiwei was assigned to the back gate of the community to act as the outermost informant. Xin Shen's plan was flawless. Mingyuan Garden, Building 16, Room 902. The apartment is brightly lit and decorated in a simple yet elegant style, reflecting the owner's refined taste. Qin Mu was in a good mood, as relaxed and content as a freshly brewed cup of premium black tea. She took off her high heels and stepped barefoot onto the soft carpet, her fatigue from the whole day dissipating considerably. Lin Yueqing, this student, really gave her a huge surprise. Not only is she exceptionally talented and highly perceptive, but she is also far from being as aloof as the rumors suggest. On the contrary, she is considerate and thoughtful, which warms the heart of the teacher. Yueqing, sit in the living room for a while, I'm going to change my clothes. Qin Mu turned his head and smiled at the girl following behind him, casually placed his handbag on the cabinet in the entryway, and then turned and walked towards the bedroom. She had let down her guard against Lin Yueqing, treating her as her most valued student, and even as a future capable assistant. Lin Yueqing obediently responded, and as she watched Qin Mu's figure disappear behind the bedroom door, the docile and respectful expression on her face instantly vanished, replaced by an almost fanatical excitement and anticipation. Instead of going to the sofa in the living room, she moved silently to the back of the apartment door, held her breath, and pricked up her ears like a loyal dog waiting for its owner's signal. Everything was going according to the master's plan. Ding dong. The crisp sound of the doorbell rang out abruptly in the quiet apartment. Yueqing, could you please open the door? Qin Mu's slightly muffled voice came from the bedroom, accompanied by the rustling sound of clothes. It's probably my dinner that's arrived. Lin Yueqing's body trembled slightly at the sound of the doorbell, not from fright, but from extreme excitement. It's here. The master has arrived. Her hand was already on the doorknob, her fingertips slightly white from the pressure. Click. The door lock was gently turned open. Outside the door, Shinshin stood quietly in the dimly lit corridor. His face was expressionless, and his dark eyes calmly gazed at the girl inside. It seemed to hold an abyss that could devour everything. Oh no. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yueqing's knees buckled, and she knelt down respectfully on the polished floor of the entryway. These two extremely simple words are filled with the utmost piety and obedience. Shinshin stepped inside, his leather shoes making a dull thud on the floor. He didn't even glance at Lin Yueqing kneeling on the ground, his gaze casually sweeping across the apartment. It was very clean and tidy, with a faint, cool perfume scent belonging to Qin Mu still lingering in the air. A decent nest. Chapter 41, For My Own Good? Qin Mu, today I'll teach you how to be a decent human being. Click. Shinshin closed the apartment door behind him, shutting out the dim light in the hallway. Who is Yueqing? Qin Mu's voice came through the bedroom door, slightly muffled from changing clothes. Is this for dinner delivery? Shinshin stopped and turned his head to give Lin Yueqing, who was still kneeling in the entrance hall, a look. Lin Yueqing understood immediately and stood up from the floor in an instant, her movements so light that she made no sound. She walked quickly to the bedroom door, her voice respectful and steady.
Teacher Qin, it's Shin Shen who came to see you.
He said he has something he wants to discuss with you.
Shen Shen?
The rustling of clothes in the bedroom paused for a moment.
Qin Mu's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly.
The name sounded familiar, as if it belonged to a student she had taught before, but she couldn't quite place it. A name that she had to struggle to recall probably didn't belong to anyone important. She casually agreed, and soon emerged from the bedroom dressed in a silk loungewear set. Her medium-length hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and she had lost some of the sharpness she had shown in school, gaining instead a more mature and languid charm. She straightened her collar as she walked towards the entrance. When she arrived at the entrance and her gaze fell on the face of the man at the door, she finally remembered who this Shin Shen was. That guy hadn't made any progress in his martial arts training in 3 years and was known throughout the school as a good-for-nothing. In an instant, the relaxed expression on her face, which had been due to being at home, vanished, replaced by an undisguised contempt and disgust. That aloof and distant feeling was like an invisible wall that instantly rose between the two of them. Shin Shen noticed this subtle change perfectly. His smile deepened, but it was tinged with a chilling coldness that sent shivers down one's spine.
How did you know I lived here?
Qin Mu's voice turned cold, carrying a questioning tone. An ordinary person whom she had already categorized as another world, a student she wouldn't even bother to remember, actually found her private residence. This offended her, a displeasure that her territory was being trespassed upon by inferior beings. I happened to see Teacher Qin enter this community while I was nearby, so I asked the security guard about it. Shin Shen's answer sounded flawless, his tone as calm as if he were stating a trivial matter.
Qin Mu's brows furrowed even more.
She didn't like this feeling, and she didn't like having her whereabouts known by someone insignificant.
So, what do you want from me?
Her tone revealed obvious annoyance and impatience, as if saying even one more word to Shin Shen would be a waste of her precious time.
Actually, there's something I've always wanted to ask you, teacher. Shin Shen adopted a very humble posture, like a student who was truly still bothered by the past. What is it? Qin Mu's impatience was almost overflowing. Back when I was in school, Shin Shen said calmly. If I remember correctly, every time I was cornered and beaten by those so-called martial arts geniuses, you seem to have been passing by, right, teacher? He raised his head and looked directly at Qin Mu. Why didn't you stop it even once? When Qin Mu heard this question, it was as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. She didn't even think about it, it was almost a blurt out. You don't have martial arts talent, so we're helping you recognize the gap between yourself and others as soon as possible, and to give up those unrealistic fantasies. This is for your own good. It's for your own good. She spoke those 3 words as if it were the most natural thing in the world, even with a kind of condescending arrogance. It was as if her indifferent observation was the greatest mercy she could show to a good-for-nothing. The moment the words left his mouth, a terrifying anger and chill flashed in the depths of Shin Shen's eyes. Buzz. The air in the apartment suddenly became stagnant, and the temperature seemed to drop several degrees out of nowhere. A layer of white frost, barely visible to the naked eye, even condensed on the leaves of a potted plant in the corner. Qin Mu's body trembled slightly, and he subconsciously hugged his arms. She didn't realize that the source of the chill was the man in front of her, assuming that the little girl Lin Yuqing was unconsciously training her a level talent, Frost Witch. She glanced at Lin Yuqing standing not far away, but didn't pay much attention to her. For my own good? Shin Shen repeated these 3 words, his voice still calm, yet like a poison ice needle, each word piercing Qin Mu's nerves. They didn't even look at me properly, letting me get beaten up like a dog until I was covered in bruises. Is that for my own good? Shen Chen. Qin Mu's patience finally ran out. Her beautiful phoenix eyes instantly turned sharp, and the pressure of a high-level awakened being erupted without reservation. I'm giving you this final warning, since you were once my student. We're destined to live in 2 different worlds from now on. Don't bother me anymore. Get out of my house right now. These words, like a final judgment, were filled with condescending charity and arrogance. Oh. Shin Shen suddenly laughed, initially just a low laugh. Ha 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 ha. The laughter grew louder and louder, unrestrained madness and sarcasm echoing and clashing in the elegant apartment. I knew it. In your eyes, ordinary people aren't even considered human. You're a rotten, vile woman. What did you say? Qin Mu was furious. How dare a piece of trash, an ordinary person who can't even get close to becoming an awakened one, insult me like this? Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from her body.
That was the powerful pressure belonging to a high-level awakened being, stirring up the air and turning into an invisible giant wave that crushed down on Xinshen. This aura is enough to cause an ordinary person to have a mental breakdown on the spot and be turned into a fool. However, Xinshen was faster than her. Just before Qin Mu unleashed his aura, his figure blurred for a moment. Qin Mu's pupils suddenly contracted. She only felt a blur before her eyes, and the man who was just a few meters away had appeared in front of her like a ghost. Before she could react, a hand precisely and forcefully gripped her fair neck. A feeling of suffocation and a sense of danger that sent shivers down her spine came at the same time. You. Just as she was about to use her innate abilities to fight back, a heart-wrenching pain shot through her abdomen. Bang! Xinshen's knee slammed mercilessly into her soft abdomen. The force was so great that she felt as if her internal organs had shifted under the blow. Ugh! Qin Mu let out a painful groan, instinctively clutching his abdomen with both hands, his whole body arching uncontrollably, but Xinshen grabbed his neck. Her pretty face, flushed with anger, turned deathly pale in an instant, and her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief and horror. How is that possible? The excruciating pain and shock of the tsunami completely shattered her reason. She's a high-level awakened one. Her body has been tempered by energy, and its strength is such that even a full-force attack from a mid-level awakened person might not be able to harm her in the slightest, let alone an ordinary person. But now, in front of this martial arts loser in her eyes, her defenses were so easily breached. Are you surprised? A voice filled with mockery rang in her ears. Xinshen grabbed her neck and slowly lifted her body, forcing her to look him in the eye. He admired her exquisitely beautiful face, contorted with pain and shock, and said, word by word. You were easily choked by a piece of trash whose name you can't even remember. Teacher Qin Mu, how are you feeling now? Chapter 42, Qin Mu's Despair. His most promising student turns out to be an undercover agent. Teacher Qin Mu, how are you feeling now? Xinshen's voice carried a playful chuckle, like a small file, slowly and methodically scraping away at Qin Mu's proud self-esteem. How is that possible? The excruciating pain in her abdomen was like a raging storm, and for the first time, her body, which she was so proud of and which had been tempered by energy, experienced such pure and savage pain. The feeling of suffocation and excruciating pain left her mind blank. She's a high-level awakened one. It's at the very top of the pyramid in Tianning City. The man in front of her was the good-for-nothing she remembered who couldn't even get close to the basics of martial arts. This stark contrast, this humiliation of being strangled by ants, instantly overwhelmed reason and turned into a raging inferno. You're asking for it. A startlingly fierce glint flashed in Qin Mu's phoenix eyes. She struggled violently, and a powerful force far exceeding Xinshen's expectations erupted from her body. Xinshen's fingers, which were gripping her neck, were actually forced off by this force. He still underestimated the explosive power of a high-level awakened individual. The moment he broke free of the restraints, Qin Mu didn't even catch his breath. He raised his right hand with lightning speed, and a dazzling emerald green light frantically gathered in his palm. That's the power of the A-rank talent, Wine Spirit. Call out. A cyan wind blade, compressed to its limit, shot towards Xinshen's face with a shrill whistling sound as it tore through the air. Wow, so fast. Xinshen's pupils contracted slightly, his body reacting faster than his brain could process, and he suddenly swerved to the right. Sizzle! The wind blade grazed his arm, instantly slicing the cuff of his cheap t-shirt and leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound on his muscular forearm. Fresh blood gushed out instantly. Then, the wind blade, its power undiminished, sliced through the air at terrifying speed, striking the apartment door with pinpoint accuracy. There was no collision sound as I had imagined. That heavy security door, along with the several meter-thick reinforced concrete wall behind it, was like a fragile piece of tofu, silently sliced open with a smooth and neat huge gap. Beyond the gap lies the living room of room 901, which is also pierced through, and further on, the city sky is shrouded in night. Rumble! Only then did the severed building structure groan under the strain, and a huge rumble, accompanied by rubble and dust, echoed throughout the entire Mingyuan Garden community. This is the true destructive power of a highly awakened being. Having landed a successful blow, Qin Mu had no time to rejoice. The excruciating pain in her abdomen was still tearing at her nerves, but she endured the pain and prepared to mobilize more energy to completely tear this man who dared to offend her to shreds. However, just as she was about to make another move, Xinshen's expression changed. Those eyes, which had originally held a playful tone, now became incredibly deep, like two ancient wells that devour the mind. Mental domination. An invisible, domineering mental shock silently crossed the distance of space and crashed into Qin Mu's brain. Well. Qin Mu's body stiffened abruptly, as if a red-hot steel needle had pierced her temple and was being violently stirred. The intense headache made her vision go black, and the energy she had just gathered instantly dissipated. But she was, after all, a high-level awakened one, and her mental strength was far superior to that of Wang Ningyu and her ilk. She bit her lip tightly and managed to withstand the mental shock with her strong willpower, without fainting on the spot. Yue Qing! Help! She turned her head and, with all her might, sent a hoarse plea for help to Lin Yueqing, who was standing not far away and had been like a bystander the whole time. In her eyes, Lin Yueqing was her most valued student, one of her own. As long as Lin Yueqing makes a move, with the ability of her A-level talent, Frost Witch, she will definitely be able to create an opportunity for herself to counterattack. However, she did not receive a helping hand in response. Instead, it was a bone-chilling cold. Click. Click. Shinmu looked down in astonishment and saw a layer of stark white frost spreading visibly from her feet, instantly freezing her feet and fixing her firmly in place. The cold air climbed up my calves, and wherever it passed, my blood seemed to freeze. Before she could react, a dark shadow had already flashed behind her. A sharp pain shot through the back of my neck. In the final moments before her consciousness sank into the abyss, she saw Lin Yueqing's stunningly beautiful face, adorned with a cold and unfamiliar expression. At the same time, a light, casual remark reached her ears. Teacher Qin Mu, welcome to become the master's personal maid. Yueqing, you. At this moment, Qin Mu finally realized that he had been nothing more than prey being manipulated from beginning to end. She was personally led into the hunter's trap by her most trusted and promising student. The despair of being betrayed was far more unbearable for her than the physical pain. Thump. Qin Mu's tall yet supple body slumped forward, only to be caught by Shin Chen. A brief silence returned to the apartment. Lin Yueqing walked quickly to Shin Chen's side, her gaze immediately falling on his bleeding left arm, her cold eyes instantly filled with undisguised heartache. Master, you are injured. She reached out her hand, a faint chill emanating from her fingertips, intending to treat Shin Chen's wounds. Fine. Shin Chen stopped her. He glanced down at the wound on his arm, and suddenly a wisp of crimson flame appeared around him. The flame gently swept across the wound, and the seeping blood was instantly evaporated by the high temperature before it could even drip off. The flame swept across the floor at the same time, evaporating the few drops of blood that had previously splattered on the floor without a trace. After doing all this, he picked up the completely unconscious Qin Mu and gave orders to Lin Yueqing. Let's get out of here first. Yes, master. Lin Yueqing responded respectfully and moved closer to Shin Chen. Shin Chen put one arm around her waist and held Qin Mu with the other. With a sway, he quietly disappeared into the shadow cast by the lamplight at his feet. At the same time, the earth-shattering explosion in room 902 was like a signal flare. Under a bench in the community park, a little girl who was playing with her friends suddenly pointed to a spot not far away. Mom, there are fireworks. Boom! A ball of orange-red fire suddenly shot up from the flower bed, accompanied by a loud bang, blasting soil and petals into the air. This is just the beginning. Boom! 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 A series of rapid explosions rang out one after another in various corners of the community. Trash cans, under ornamental trees, at the entrance to underground parking garages. These miniature bombs, meticulously placed by Ji Tiantian, were just the right amount of powerful enough to create maximum panic without actually harming anyone. The entire Mingyuan Garden community, a usually quiet and upscale neighborhood, was instantly plunged into unprecedented chaos. It's exploded. Run! Was it a terrorist attack? Help! Screams, cries, and the piercing sirens of cars mingled together, creating a symphony of panic. Residents poured out of the apartment building like headless flies, running frantically toward the exit of the community. A petite figure quietly left the residential area, blending into the chaotic crowd. Outside the residential area, in an inconspicuous corner, Feng Jui, Huang Kersen, Yi Qingjun, and Lu Weiwei were already waiting there. Upon seeing Ji Tiantian, Feng Jui's charming face revealed a smile. Well done, sweetie. Hee, no problem. Ji Tiantian proudly puffed out her chest. Let's go back. Feng Jui and the others looked at the masterpiece they had personally directed, smiled at each other, and quietly blended into the crowd at the street corner, brushing past the police cars that were rushing by, and disappeared into the night. Chapter 43, a mysterious mature woman gets involved. Something's wrong with this case. The tranquility of Mingyuan Garden was utterly shattered. The piercing alarm shattered the night sky, and red and blue lights flashed wildly on the glass curtain walls of each upscale apartment building, casting flickering light on the residents' terrified faces. The Awakeners Guild and the city guard blocked all exits with their vehicles and set up a long cordon. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, dirt, and the lingering panic of the residents. Dozens of uniformed members of the Awakened Guild are evacuating the terrified residents and conducting preliminary reconnaissance at various explosion sites. Captain, the preliminary investigation results are in. A young team member ran up to a middle-aged man and reported quickly. A total of 12 explosion points were found in the community. None of them were very powerful and caused no casualties. It seemed more like they were meant to create chaos. The middle-aged man, referred to as the captain, frowned as he looked at the flower beds and trash cans that had been blown up and analyzed the situation in a deep voice. Detonating multiple points simultaneously to create panic, this is a common trick used by those lunatics of the Crescent Moon cult. That's right, that's what we thought too. But the young player looked troubled. The main point of sabotage was in Building 16. The commotion there was enormous, on a completely different scale. We suspect that was their primary target. Just then, a graceful figure passed through the police line and appeared silently behind the two of them. She wore a dark green, form-fitting cheongsam, her figure graceful, with that familiar, antique pipe between her fingers. Her long, shapely legs were faintly visible through the slit of her cheongsam, attracting the furtive glances of many city guards and members of the Awakeners Guild. Lord Ning. Lady Ning Yuyen. The captain's face immediately showed a respectful expression when he saw the person who came. Ning Yuyen ignored him, only glancing indifferently at the chaotic small scenes that had been blown up. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice carrying a hint of lazy mockery. It's just fireworks, a trick to fool people. After saying that, she walked straight toward Building 16. The captain and his teammate exchanged a glance and immediately followed. The closer you get to Building 16, the more alarming the signs of damage become. When they finally arrived at the door of room 902, even the guild members, who were used to all kinds of destruction, couldn't help but gasp. The apartment's security door, along with the load-bearing walls several meters thick behind it, was forcibly cut open by some force, leaving a huge, smooth gap. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been cut in two by an invisible, giant blade. Through this huge gap, you can even see the living room of room 901 across the street, which was also pierced through, as well as the deep night sky in the distance. What weapon caused this? The young team member's voice trembled. Ning Yuyen didn't speak. She slowly walked to the huge gap, stretched out her slender, white fingers, and gently, with a strange rhythm, slowly stroked the smooth-cut surface. She closed her eyes, as if sensing something. A moment later, she opened her eyes, her brows slightly furrowed. Interesting, she said softly. This power originated from inside the apartment and emanated outwards. From the inside out? The captain was stunned. You mean the attacker was in the room at the time? But why would he attack the room he was in? Ning Yuyen did not answer the question, but turned her head and asked. Who lives here? I'll investigate right away. One of the team members immediately took out a special device to search and quickly got the results. Reporting to you, sir, the owner of room 902 is named Qin Mu, and he is a teacher at Tianyu High School. Qin Mu? The captain's expression shifted upon hearing the name. Is that Qin Mu, the advanced awakener from Tianyu High School, with the A-level talent, Wine Spirit? Ning Yuyen paused slightly in the way she held the pipe. Qin Mu. Phone-ling. The information instantly connected in her mind. What I just sensed on that cut surface was an extremely faint but highly pure remnant of wind element. Did Qin Mu do it herself? Who was she fighting? That's not right, Captain. A team member who was in charge of reviewing the surveillance footage suddenly spoke up, holding up a tablet computer with a puzzled look on his face. The surveillance footage shows that shortly before the loud bang occurred, Ms. Qin Mu and one of her students had already left the residential area. As he spoke, he handed over the tablet. On the screen, a surveillance video is playing. In the footage, Qin Mu and Lin Yuqing walk side by side out of the unit door of Building 16. The two were calm and composed, showing no signs of anything unusual, and then disappeared from the surveillance range. Ning Yuyen stared at the face of Qin Mu on the screen. In the picture, Qin Mu walked steadily and looked calm. She did not look like she had just gone through a fierce battle, nor did she look like she had fled in panic.
Get the video footage of them entering the building. Ning Yuyan's voice was devoid of emotion. Soon, new video footage was retrieved. From the moment they entered to the moment they left, it took less than 10 minutes, the monitoring team member added. After they leave, is it possible to track them down? No, sir. They left in a blind spot of surveillance cameras, where there are no public or private cameras. Judging from the direction, they should be heading back to Tianyu High School. Upon hearing this, the captain breathed a sigh of relief and came to a seemingly reasonable conclusion. It seems the situation is quite clear now. The Crescent Moon cult has set its sights on teacher Qin Mu. They first created chaos in various parts of the community as a cover, and then prepared to launch a major attack on teacher Qin Mu. But teacher Qin Mu is indeed a high-level awakened one. He sensed the danger in advance and led his students to evacuate in time. The attackers finally found nothing, and in their rage, they destroyed the apartment. The logic is completely closed. The team members around him nodded in agreement. This explanation perfectly connected all the clues. Only Ning Yuyan quietly watched the video on the tablet, and suddenly chuckled softly. Have you ever seen someone who has just escaped from an assassination scene walk like this? Ning Yuyan lightly tapped the image of Qin Mu on the screen. Her gait is steady and her demeanor is dignified. Is she going to a banquet? The captain and all his teammates around him froze. And another thing, Ning Yuyan continued, her voice not loud, but clear enough for everyone present to hear. From the time they entered the building to the time they left, it took less than 10 minutes. What can you do in such a short time? Make a cup of instant coffee? Was the direction they left in a blind spot for surveillance cameras? The team member in charge of monitoring nodded subconsciously, yes, sir. Knowing there was danger, why did you take a student with you and stroll away at a leisurely pace, even deliberately choosing a blind spot where no one could see you? She withdrew her gaze, no longer looking at the flimsy evidence, her slender fingers gently stroking the cool pipe, a hint of amusement in her voice. This doesn't look like a hasty attack and escape. It's more like a play, for the blind. The entire corridor was silent. Everyone was stunned into silence by Ning Yuyan's words. Their professional judgment, which they were so proud of, was seen as a joke by others. Ning Yuyan ignored her stunned subordinates, turned around, and the slit of her cheongsam drew a cold and elegant arc in the night wind. Under everyone's gaze, her figure gradually transformed into a wisp of elusive smoke and vanished from the spot. Only a single, light, almost soliloquy-like sentence echoed softly in the hallway. Qin Mu. You'd better still be at school tomorrow. Chapter 44, The First High-Level Awakened Maid. Master, this uniform is a little small. Second floor living room of a villa in the western suburbs. Shinshen leaned back on the soft leather sofa, a slight stinging sensation coming from his arm. Lin Yuqing sat beside him, her head bowed, her expression extremely focused as she carefully tended to the wound on his arm. That was the cut made by the wind blade during the battle with Qin Mu. The cool disinfectant spray brought a slight chill as it rubbed against my skin. Lin Yuqing's movements were as gentle as if she were handling a rare treasure. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her breath carried a faint fragrance, brushing against Shinshen's arm and making it slightly itchy. Shinshen remained silent, his thoughts replaying the battle that had just taken place. He had indeed underestimated these advanced awakened ones. Qin Mu's physical strength far exceeded his expectations, and his spirit was equally terrifyingly resilient. Even his newly acquired A-level talent, mental domination, when fully activated, failed to defeat it. Since advancing to the level of a high-level awakened, he has almost always achieved absolute dominance in terms of strength, which has unconsciously made him somewhat arrogant. If it weren't for Lin Yuqing being our last trump card, allowing us to launch a fatal attack from our most trusted rear, capturing this arrogant female mentor tonight would have been much more difficult. It seems you can never have too much insurance. Shinshen moved his fingers, feeling the slight pain in his muscles, and his understanding of the world became clearer. All right, master. Lin Yuqing's voice pulled him back to reality. He looked down and saw that the wound on his arm had been carefully bandaged. At the end of the bandage, she tied a delicate little bow with her nimble fingertips, which seemed out of place with the tense and solemn atmosphere, yet carried a unique warmth. Lin Yuqing looked at her masterpiece with a satisfied smile, as if it were not a bandage but a work of art. Shinshen raised his arm, feeling no restraint, and his gaze fell on the figure that was casually thrown on the floor. Qin Mu remained unconscious, her tall body curled up on the ground, her usually cold and proud face now only showing unconscious paleness. Next, it's her turn. Shinshen's voice was soft, yet it carried a hint of barely suppressed excitement.
He raised his hand, and in his palm, a dark gold rune composed of countless intricate patterns slowly emerged, exuding an ancient and domineering aura.
He bent down and gently pressed the rune onto Qin Mu's smooth forehead.
The moment the rune touched the skin, it was like water droplets merging into a sponge, silently seeping into it and disappearing.
Ding! Exclusive servant contract established. In my mind, the system's pleasant notification sound rang out. A pleased smile finally appeared on Xin Chen's lips. His first high-level awakened maid was born. As if the power of the contract was taking effect, Qin Mu's eyelashes trembled slightly on the floor. She let out a soft groan, and slowly opened her eyes. At first, there was a hint of confusion in her phoenix eyes, but when her gaze focused on Xin Chen in front of her, her previous disgust, contempt and arrogance were completely washed away in a short moment. Instead, there was an almost manic worship, a deep-seated tenderness, an absolute, unconditional obedience. It was as if the man before her was the only god in her life, the sole meaning of her existence. She struggled to her feet, and then, under Lin Yueqing's slightly surprised gaze, she knelt down at Xin Chen's feet with remarkable naturalness and obedience. She raised her stunningly beautiful face, which had once captivated countless students, her red lips parted slightly, and her voice was so soft and alluring it could melt hearts. Oh nar.
That one word, master, completely shattered all her past pride and dignity, and also filled Xin Chen with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. The aloof goddess who looked down on everyone at school and wouldn't even give him a second glance was now kneeling humbly at his feet like a docile pet. This stark contrast, this feeling of dragging the gods down from their pedestals and wantonly desecrating them, is more intoxicating than any victory. Xin Chen lifted his foot and gently lifted Qin Mu's delicate chin with the tip of his slipper, admiring the fervent yet submissive expression on her face. A moment later, he withdrew his foot and casually tossed a set of clothes that had been prepared on the sofa in front of Qin Mu.
Put them on.
His voice was devoid of warmth, filled with a commanding tone.
Yes, master.
Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Mu nodded obediently and reached out to pick up the set of clothes. When she saw what kind of clothes they were, her fair face flushed a beautiful blush. It was a teacher's uniform with an extremely well-fitting cut, but the style was much bolder than the one issued by the school, and it came with a pair of black stockings that were as thin as cicada wings. She instinctively stood up, clutching her clothes, and turned to go into the bedroom to change.
Change here.
Xin Chen's cold voice rang out again, like an inviolable imperial edict. Qin Mu's body stiffened abruptly, her beautiful face turning so red it was almost as if it were about to bleed. Lin Yueqing behind her also looked away in embarrassment, her cheeks flushed and her ears burning. Under the watchful eye of his master, and in front of another girl, he changed his clothes. This extreme sense of shame made her body tremble slightly, but the enslavement contract from the depths of her soul prevented her from having the slightest thought of resistance. She bit her lower lip, closed her eyes, and her trembling fingers began to move.
Rustling sounds.
The slight rustling of clothes echoed exceptionally clearly in the overly quiet living room of the villa. Xin Chen crossed his legs and leaned back on the sofa with a relaxed air, his gaze undisguised as he watched the stunning costume show that was uniquely his own. The performance ended shortly afterward. Qin Mu had already changed into that brand new uniform. The tight-fitting shirt accentuated her impressively full breasts, almost bursting the buttons open. She couldn't help but tug at her collar. The tight fabric made her feel suffocated, and even breathing became a little difficult. She looked at Xin Chen, her voice carrying a hint of grievance and coquettishness.
Master, the clothes are a little small. Xin Chen did not deny it.
This outfit belongs to Feng Zhui, so it's naturally a bit too small for Qin Mu.
His gaze swept over Qin Mu without restraint.
At school, Miss Qin always wore conservative trousers, which made many male students sigh with regret in private, fantasizing about what a stunning sight she would be in a skirt and stockings. And now, Xin Chen saw it. Her legs, encased in thin black stockings, were long, straight, and had firm, rounded lines, far more stunning than he had imagined.
Time to get down to business. Xin Chen suddenly stood up.
With a short gasp from Qin Mu, he swept her up in his arms and strode toward the enormous master bedroom prepared for him. The door was violently kicked open and then slammed shut. Soon, suppressed gasps came from behind the door, followed by intermittent, melodious singing voices, some high-pitched, some melodious, and some broken. Hearing that voice, Lin Yueqing, who was in the living room, blushed as red as a ripe apple and hurriedly fled from the second floor.
After a while, the villa's door was pushed open.
Feng Zhui, Huang Kersen, Ji Tiantian, and Yi Qingjun walked in laughing and joking, followed by Lu Weiwei, who looked reserved and out of place. As soon as they entered the room, they keenly heard the blush-inducing singing coming from upstairs. The girls' laughter stopped abruptly, and a beautiful blush appeared on their faces simultaneously. Hee hee, it seems Master has successfully won over teacher Qin Mu. Feng Zhui was the first to react. She covered her mouth and let out a captivating laugh, her eyes sparkling with allure. After a while, the singing upstairs gradually became hoarse and almost broken. Just then, Shen Shen's voice, tinged with a hint of laziness and satisfaction, came down from upstairs. Come up. Those two simple words made the girls downstairs gasp for breath. It seems, even teacher Qin Mu couldn't withstand the master's pampering. Huang Kersen licked her lips, her face full of excitement and eagerness. Let's go, it's our turn. Feng Zhui smiled charmingly, took Huang Kersen's hand, and took the lead, her long legs swaying as she gracefully walked up the stairs. Lin Yueqing followed closely behind. Ji Tiantian and Yi Qingjun exchanged a glance, one shy and the other hesitant, but in the end, both blushed and silently followed. Soon, the music that had just stopped playing upstairs started playing again. Moreover, this time, it's not a solo performance. Instead, it is a grand symphony performed by several stunningly beautiful singers with different styles, which is even more crazy and decadent. Lu Weiwei was left alone, standing helplessly in the middle of the empty living room, listening to the seductive music that made her blush and feel weak all over. Her face turned so red that it almost bled, but deep inside her body, an uncontrollable emptiness and heat rose up that made her feel extremely ashamed. Chapter 45. On the first day of subduing Qin Mu, a mysterious mature woman came knocking on the door. The morning sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Shinshen slowly opened his eyes amidst a warm and fragrant atmosphere. In my field of vision, there were intertwined, snow-white limbs, several graceful bodies lying haphazardly, breathing evenly, their sleeping faces peaceful. The air was filled with the unique scent of a fierce battle. His arm was tightly cradled by Qin Mu, the once unapproachable female mentor, who was now sleeping like a child, her long eyelashes casting faint shadows under her eyelids, and a satisfied, unconscious smile even hanging at the corner of her mouth. Shen Shen's gaze inadvertently swept over the bedsheet beside him. Amidst the messy folds, a striking crimson color quietly bloomed, standing out against the snow-white bedding. As expected of a fully ripe fruit, it is much better than the girls who are still growing in every aspect. Shinshan let out a satisfied sigh. He carefully withdrew his arm and quietly got out of bed. After a quick wash, he went to the kitchen on the first floor, skillfully took out ingredients from the refrigerator, and prepared breakfast. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a figure huddled on the sofa in the living room. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the guinea pig he had forgotten, Lu Weiwei. She was curled up in a corner of the sofa, covered only by a thin coat. It seemed she had been there all night, too afraid to go upstairs or leave. Shinshan's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. He then looked around the spacious and enormous villa. This large villa needs several servants to clean it. Having her stay to clean and work as a full-time maid would be a good option. He walked to the sofa, reached out, and gently patted that fairly handsome face. Lu Weiwei groggily hummed and slowly opened her eyes. When she saw that it was Shinshen standing in front of her, she was as if she had been electrocuted. She jumped up from the sofa instantly, and without thinking, she knelt down at Shinshen's feet and buried her head deeply. Master, master. Her voice was filled with fear and awe. Shinshen gave a curt reply, then turned and walked towards the kitchen without looking at her again. Come and help me with this. Yes, master. Lu Weiwei was stunned at first, then her face broke into an uncontrollable joy. She scrambled after him, her movements clumsy but full of enthusiasm. In the kitchen, Shinshen was preparing ingredients while giving orders without turning his head. When you come home from school today, please go back and tidy up your personal belongings. After returning, I will find an empty room on the first floor to stay in. Upon hearing this, Lu Weiwei, who was washing vegetables, suddenly froze. Immediately afterwards, a huge surge of joy overwhelmed her reason, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. She nodded vigorously, afraid that Shinshen would change his mind, unable to utter a complete sentence. To be able to stay, to be able to live in this palatial villa, to be able to see the owner every day. For her, this was already an immense blessing. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom on the second floor, the rich aroma of food wafted in through the crack in the door, waking the sleeping girls. Qin Mu rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up. The cool feeling on her body made her subconsciously look down, and her cheeks instantly flushed red. She frantically grabbed the pajamas that had been thrown on the floor last night and was about to put them on. Teacher Qin Mu, wait a minute. A fair hand reached out and stopped her. Feng Zhui had woken up at some point. She walked barefoot to the bedside, a charming smile on her face, and a large men's t-shirt in her hand. "Wear this." She handed the t-shirt to Qin Mu, winked, and spoke with a hint of mockery in her voice. "This is our sister's induction ceremony." Qin Mu looked at the t-shirt that clearly belonged to Shinshan, which seemed to still have his scent on it, and her beautiful face turned even redder. But under Feng Jui's mischievous gaze, she still shyly reached out and took it. When Qin Mu, wearing only a loose t-shirt and with her long, straight legs bare, walked down the stairs with a restrained air, Shinshan, who was setting out the plates, couldn't help but look up. The hem of her t-shirt barely covered her most private area, revealing glimpses as she moved, which was even more alluring than being naked at all. "So, my t-shirt has become a regular feature?" Shinshan couldn't help but mutter a complaint in his mind. He put down his plate, wiped his hands, and walked over to Qin Mu, who was still confused about the situation. "Now that you've changed your clothes." A playful smile appeared on his face. "Therefore, the morning exercise will also be a required course from now on." Morning exercise?" Qin Mu blinked blankly. The next second, she let out a short gasp as Shinshan swept her up in his arms and strode back up to the second floor. Then, the sounds of laughter from Feng Jui, Huang Kersen, and others came from the second floor. A new day of morning exercise began once again in the morning sunlight. After a while, the villa's gate was pushed open. Lin Wuqing, Feng Jui, Qin Mu, and the other girls had lingering blushes and a sense of satisfaction on their faces as they walked lightly toward the school. It's worth mentioning that the impeccably tailored teacher's uniform that Qin Mu was wearing was something Shinshan had just retrieved from her apartment using shadow travel. Although the house was completely destroyed, the walk-in closet was intact. Today is the weekend, and also the last day of the Awakened One's training program. Time quickly passed, and it was almost noon. Tianyu High School, teacher's office building, Qin Mu's private office. Having finished the morning's instruction, Qin Mu was sitting behind his desk, organizing the materials of the trainees in this special training course. After becoming her master's maid, her mindset underwent a dramatic change. Those ordinary students who used to annoy and disdain her now seemed much more agreeable in her eyes. The whole world seemed to be filtered through a gentle lens because of the master's presence. She would occasionally drift off into her own thoughts, her mind uncontrollably filled with the absurd scenes from the villa that morning, and a sweet smile would unconsciously curl up at the corners of her lips, a smile she herself was unaware of. Just then, the light in the office dimmed slightly. A figure appeared out of nowhere in front of her desk. The woman was dressed in a dark green, form-fitting cheongsam that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. She held an antique-style pipe between her fingers, from which wisps of smoke rose, carrying a unique fragrance. It was Ning Yuyan. Qin Mu's pupils suddenly contracted, and the smile on his face instantly froze. The woman's aura made her feel extremely threatened. In an instant, she made a judgment: this woman, like herself, was a high-level awakened. Ning Yuyan did not sit down, but looked down at Qin Mu with scrutiny and inquiry in her long, narrow phoenix eyes. She brought the pipe to her red lips, took a gentle puff, and then slowly exhaled. "Qin Mu?" Her voice, languid and magnetic, tinged with a hint of doubt, echoed softly in the quiet office. Chapter 46, Two Powerful and Mature Women Clash. Qin Mu was being targeted. Qin Mu? These two words are spoken lightly, yet they carry a sense of scrutiny. The sweet smile that lingered on Qin Mu's face vanished the moment the woman appeared, replaced by utter coldness. She could clearly sense that the alluring woman before her possessed a power of equal or even greater refinement than her own. Advanced Awakener. Moreover, he's not someone to be trifled with. Before Qin Mu could speak, an invisible pressure erupted from Ning Yuyan, instantly enveloping the entire office. This wasn't murderous intent, but rather a pure test from someone in a superior position. The air in the office suddenly felt heavy, and breathing became difficult. The bookshelf behind Qin Mu groaned under the weight, and the leaves of the potted plant on the table drooped limply. Ning Yuyan was suspicious of her, suspecting that Qin Mu in front of her was a fake. In Qin Mu's view, this probing was nothing short of a blatant provocation. She is a star teacher at Tianyu High School, a high-level awakened one, and an existence that countless people look up to. More importantly, she is now the master's maid. Her dignity is her master's face. How dare they act so presumptuously? Snort! With a cold snort, a glint of emerald light flashed in Qin Mu's originally icy eyes. The next second, an even sharper and more aggressive aura centered on her, fiercely meeting her head. If Ning Yuyan's pressure was like a deep sea, then Qin Mu's aura was like a raging storm that tore everything apart. Boom! Two invisible forces collided within the small office. There was no sound, no light, but the expensive solid wood desk between the two people couldn't even hold up for a second. Countless fine cracks spread wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it had been eroded by the years in an instant. At this moment, the entire Tianyu High School seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand. In the teaching building, students who were playing around suddenly felt a tightness in their chest and dizziness. On the playground, many people froze, clutching their knees and panting heavily, completely unaware of what had happened. Everyone felt a shiver originating from their very soul, yet they could not find its source. This terrifying standoff lasted less than 5 seconds. Ning Yuyan's probing look turned into a hint of surprise, and she was the first to withdraw her pressure. Shinmu also withdrew his sharp edge, and the suffocating feeling in the office suddenly dissipated. Ning Yuyan was certain that this pure wind elemental power could not be faked. The person standing before you is Shinmu himself. Shinmu, from the unfathomable aura emanating from the other party, guessed her identity. I wonder what brings the Awakened Ones Guild's executive officer to such a small place as my humble abode. Shinmu's voice was so cold it could drop ice shards. She slowly stood up, making no attempt to hide her hostility. Ning Yuyan smiled, a smile like a blooming poppy, beautiful yet dangerous. She took off her pipe and exhaled a fragrant puff of smoke. Nothing much, just wanted to let you know your house was really lively last night. Although the series of explosions at Mingyuan Garden were just some cheap tricks to fool people, someone did manage to cut a large hole in your 902 apartment, so big you could see a view from the inside. Upon hearing this, Shinmu's face revealed a perfectly timed expression of astonishment. What? I went home to get something yesterday evening, and it was perfectly fine then. Her performance was flawless. Ning Yuyan took in her expression and asked the question slowly and deliberately. Oh? Is that so? So, where was Teacher Qin when the explosion happened last night? I was at my student Lin Yuqing's house last night, guiding her in her cultivation. Qin Mua's answer was fluent and natural. All night long? Ning Yuyan's eyes narrowed slightly. Yes. Qin Mu answered affirmatively. However, the moment she uttered that word, she couldn't help but recall the madness and debauchery she had experienced in the villa last night and this morning. Roughly picked up by its owner and thrown onto the soft bed, it heard his commanding tone of morning exercise and felt his strength as if he wanted to crush it. The intense mix of shame and pleasure sent shivers down her spine. A familiar tingling sensation surged from deep within her body, and Qin Mu subconsciously brought her long legs together, a subtle movement so quick it was almost imperceptible. But who is Ning Yuyan? She caught it. Although Qin Mu's facial expressions were impeccable, his instinctive physical reactions were something that no amount of acting skills could conceal. This Qin Mu was definitely up to something. Ning Yuyan made a decision instantly, but still wore that lazy smile on her face. She knew that she wouldn't get any more information by asking. I see. It seems I was overthinking it. She put the pipe back to her lips, as if preparing to leave. Now that Teacher Qin is alright, I should go back and report. After saying that, she turned to leave. But after taking only 2 steps, she seemed to remember something, stopped and turned around, a hint of helplessness on her face. By the way, Teacher Qin. A new void rift has recently appeared in the valley east of the city. It's quite large, and the guild is preparing to organize a team to tackle it. Anyone interested in joining us? Qin Mu frowned slightly. Your guild doesn't have enough manpower? Sigh, don't even mention it. Ning Yuyan sighed, her slender hand supporting her forehead, her posture graceful and captivating. It should have been enough. But recently, the relationship between the Chen family and the Wang family has become tense, and they have recalled all the awakened members of the family. To make matters worse, yesterday, the Lin and Feng families also called back their experts, saying they wanted to strengthen their family defenses. As a result, high-end combat capabilities are suddenly under strain. These words are reasonable and logical, leaving no room for criticism. Qin Mu neither immediately agreed nor refused, but simply replied. I'll consider it. Alright, I'll wait for your good news. Ning Yuyan winked at her, then her figure turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared from the spot. Meanwhile, the remaining smoke formed a string of numbers on the desk. Just moments later, the number turned into wisps of smoke and vanished. Silence returned to the office. Qin Mu stood there for a moment, and only after confirming that Ning Yuyan had completely left did he slowly sit down, but his tense body did not relax. Her so-called considerations were naturally not her own considerations. Instead, she wants to leave everything to her master to decide. The thought of her master brought back vivid memories of last night's brutal ravaging and complete subjugation. A surge of heat rose within her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, and her legs beneath her trousers involuntarily tightened slightly. She took out her phone and contacted the owner. The next second, the shadow behind her twisted. A tall, imposing figure emerged silently from the shadows. It was Shin-Chen. Owner. Shin-Mu immediately snapped out of his daze and respectfully got up. She dared not conceal anything and recounted in detail Ning Yuyan's arrival and their conversation. Shin-Chen's brows twitched almost imperceptibly after hearing this. The woman named Ning Yuyan specifically came to ask Shin-Mu about his schedule, which clearly meant she had discovered something. I didn't expect the Awakeners Guild to have such a perceptive woman. Shin-Chen's voice was calm. Ning Yuyan. This name sounds familiar. Shin-Chen quickly searched his memory. Oh, right. The 3 golden flowers of Tianning City. A group of bored netizens selected 3 of the most stunning beauties in Tianning City. One of them is Shin-Mu, the icy goddess teacher of Tianyu High School, who has already been recruited into her maid troupe. One of them is Chu Miaoyin, another mysterious and beautiful teacher at Tianyu High School, who is in the music department. And the last one is Ning Yuyan, the youngest and most ruthless executive officer of the Awakeners Guild. Unexpectedly, just after he had subdued one of them, another one came to him on its own initiative. That's interesting. Shin-Chen's lips curved into a smile, and he stuck out his tongue and gently licked his lips. Now that he has already picked one flower, the other 2 should naturally be his as well. This woman named Ning Yuyan seems to be even more captivating than Shin-Mu, this iceberg. If you have the ability, you should possess all the beautiful things you have. This is the most fundamental and honest desire of humankind. Chapter 47, The Underground Black Market? I'm bringing my maid squad to go on a shopping spree. Master, shall we go to this void rift? Shin-Mu stood behind Shin-Chen, her slender fingers pressing gently on his temples, her voice soft and gentle. Shin-Chen leaned back in his chair, enjoying the personalized service of a high-level awakened individual, without even opening his eyes. Go. His answer came without the slightest hesitation. A new rift means new monsters and new talents. There's no reason not to accept such a generous offer. To him, family feuds and conspiracies were nothing but child's play. Only power that is truly devoured is eternal. Power is everything. With his mind clear, Shin-Chen suddenly opened his eyes and turned his head to look at Shin-Mu behind him. By the way, teacher Shin-Mu, where can I still find Lian Bear near Tianning City? He deliberately emphasized the last syllable of the word teacher. As soon as he finished speaking, Shin-Mu's pressing motion suddenly froze. Shin-Chen could clearly feel her body tremble slightly uncontrollably, and her breathing instantly became erratic. A sickly flush quickly spread from her fair neck to her ears. He enjoyed the feeling. The once aloof and arrogant goddess mentor has crumbled because of her title. This sense of control, the feeling of pulling gods down from their pedestals and manipulating them at will, was irresistible to him. Master, master. Shin-Mu's voice trembled slightly as she tried to calm the surging heat within her body. The distribution area of the Power Rock Bear. I'm not quite sure. She paused for a moment, as if trying to organize her thoughts. However, if Master is looking for a specific demonic beast, I do know a place. Oh? Shin-Chen became interested. The Awakened One's Black Market, Shin-Mu said in a low voice. Awakened One's Black Market? This was the first time Shin-Chen had ever heard of this term. Shin-Mu noticed his confusion and quickly explained. The black market exists in a very secretive way. It is a semi-underground trading platform. Only senior awakened individuals or core figures of major forces know about the entrance. There, as long as you can afford the price, you can buy not only intelligence and monster materials, but even live monsters. That's interesting. Shin-Chen's interest was piqued. I'll go check on you after school. Yes, master. As soon as he finished speaking, Shin-Chen's figure transformed into a flowing shadow, silently merging into the ground and disappearing from sight. Shin-Mu was the only one left in the office. Her legs felt weak, and she stood there for a while before she came to her senses. She sat back down at her desk, took out her phone, and dialed the number that had no contact name. The phone was answered after only one ring. Have you figured it out? Ning Yuyan's lazy yet playful voice came from the other end of the phone. Shin-Mu's voice returned to its cold tone. Eastern Valley, what time? Ning Yuyan chuckled softly. Meet me at the entrance to the rift at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Don't be late, Teacher Chin. After saying that, he hung up the phone decisively. At dusk, the setting sun painted the sky red. The bell rang, signaling the end of the week's training course. Unlike the students who were discussing the future with relaxed expressions, Lin Yuqing, Feng Jui, and the other 7 girls hurried back to the villa the moment the bell rang. A moment later, at the villa entrance, the girls had all changed out of their school uniforms and were dressed casually, looking youthful and beautiful, each with their own unique charm. Feng Jui's tight jeans accentuated her stunning curves, Huang Kersen looked incredibly cool in her black leather jacket, while Lin Yuqing and the others were relatively conservative, yet their graceful figures, far beyond their years, were still undeniable. Xinshan was already waiting on the sofa. He stood up and glanced at the beautiful girls before finally settling on Qin Mu, who had also changed into casual clothes and whose charm remained undiminished. Lead the way. Yes, master. Qin Mu nodded respectfully and walked out the door first. A spacious black minivan was already prepared, and Qin Mu personally drove the group through the bustling city center. Heading south, we entered a completely different old town area. The buildings here are low and densely packed, with peeling paint, and the narrow streets are crowded with people. The air is filled with a strange smell of cheap cigarettes and cheap alcohol. The van eventually stopped at the entrance of an inconspicuous alley. Qin Mu got out of the car and respectfully opened the car door. As Xinshen stepped out of the car surrounded by a group of stunningly beautiful girls, all the idle people squatting or standing around the alley entrance turned their gazes toward him. Those gazes were a mixture of greed, lust, and undisguised desire. Hey, look at all these gorgeous girls. A thug with a cigarette dangling from his lips whistled, his gaze sweeping unabashedly over the girls, finally settling on Qin Mu, who had the most mature figure. Especially the one leading the group, he's really something. However, before he could finish speaking, Qin Mu merely glanced at him indifferently. There was no murderous intent, and not even any unnecessary movements. Snap! With a soft sound, the cigarette dangling from the thug's mouth was instantly crushed into powder by an invisible force. He was struck dumb, a strange gurgling sound came from his throat as if he were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. His face instantly turned a deep purplish red, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud, his crotch quickly becoming wet. A foul stench filled the air. The other thugs who had originally wanted to join in the commotion felt a chill run from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads, as if their blood had been frozen. It was an absolute crushing force originating from the level of life itself, leaving them unable to even conceive of resistance. Thump! Thump! A series of muffled thuds followed, and the thugs at the alley entrance collapsed to the ground one after another, trembling and not daring to lift their heads, like wheat that had been cut down. The entire alleyway fell into a deathly silence. Qin Mu withdrew his gaze as if he had merely crushed an ant, then turned and bowed respectfully to Xinshen. Master, please follow me. Xinshen ignored all of this and followed Qin Mu into the deep alley. This gray area, where order has collapsed, is where darkness is most likely to arise, and where opportunities are most likely to hide. He was somewhat looking forward to seeing what surprises this so-called black market might bring him. After winding their way through the streets, the group stopped in front of a rusty, dilapidated iron gate. Qin Mu stretched out his hand and tapped it 3 times rhythmically. Thump, thump, thump. 1 long, 2 short. A moment later, the small window in the middle of the iron gate slid open with a click, and a pair of wary eyes swept out. Those eyes lingered on Qin Mu for a moment, confirming her identity, before sweeping over Xinshen, who was surrounded by beauties behind her, with a hint of surprise and doubt. A dozen seconds later, the small window closed. Creak! The heavy lock turned, and the thick iron door was pulled open from the inside out, leaving only a gap wide enough for one person to pass through. A strong and complex smell instantly wafted out from under the door. The smell was a mixture of the scorched aroma of monster flesh and blood, the pungent smell of chemicals, and a rusty, earthy odor savage, primitive, and brimming with the chaotic yet vibrant life force unique to the underground world. Chapter 48, High-Level Weapons Sold as Scrap Metal? This black market is my ATM. Behind the iron gate, there was not a narrow passage, but a wide stone staircase leading directly downwards. Every few meters along the walls on either side of the stone steps, glowing minerals are embedded, their dim light shimmering and casting an intermittent glow below. As the group descended the steps, a strong stench of blood, sweat, and cheap alcohol assaulted their senses, and the noise grew increasingly clear. Suddenly, everything became clear. This is an underground space that is larger than imagined, as if it has hollowed out the entire old town. Countless stalls were scattered haphazardly, and the stall owners were of all kinds, including lone travelers wearing tattered leather armor and members of organizations in uniform. The awakened ones came and went in a dense crowd, most of them carrying a murderous aura, with their aura generally between the beginner and intermediate levels. There are no laws here, only the law of the jungle. When Xin Chen and his group appeared, the chaotic underground world seemed to be put on pause. Especially Lin Yuqing, Feng Jui, and the other 7 women, their looks and figures were like bright lights suddenly lit in the darkness of this place filled with hormones and the smell of blood. Countless gazes converged, greedy, burning, covetous, all sorts of desires intertwined in the dim light. Hey, where did these girls come from? They're all gorgeous. Several awakened individuals who were making the transaction even stopped haggling and stared intently at the girls, their Adam's apples bobbing up and down. However, when those gazes swept over the girls and finally landed on Qin Mu, who was leading the way, all the laughter and whistles stopped abruptly. It was like a bucket of ice water being poured over my head. The boiling desire just moments before instantly cooled, turning into fear and awe. No one who can survive here is a fool. They might not be able to discern Qin Mu's specific rank, but her composure and the powerful aura she exuded naturally proclaimed her identity. Advanced Awakener. In Tianning City, this is the pinnacle of society, a figure they need to look up to. And this group of stunningly beautiful girls were all following behind her, even surrounding a seemingly ordinary young man. This combination is so fucking weird. Immediately, everyone wisely averted their gaze, lowered their heads slightly, and dared not look any longer. The once noisy entrance to the passageway has now become a strange vacuum zone. This was the first time Lin Yuqing and the other girls had been to a place like this. They were filled with curiosity as they looked at the various strange and unusual things displayed on the stalls around them. Some stalls displayed still wriggling limbs of monsters, some hung strangely shaped weapons, and others displayed bottles of bubbling potions. Wow, master, look at that! Are those the wings of a vibranium butterfly? They're so beautiful. Ji Tiantian pointed to a blue butterfly wing emitting phosphorescence on a stall and exclaimed softly. Huang Kersen, on the other hand, was very interested in a giant black axe with an exaggerated design and was eager to try it out. Xin Chen ignored the girls' chatter and quickly scanned the various stalls with his eyes. What others consider treasures are mostly trash to him. What he's looking for is something truly valuable. Soon, he stopped in front of an inconspicuous weapons stall. The stall owner, a scruffy bearded one-eyed man, was leaning back in his chair, pretending to doze off and ignoring the customers coming and going. Several rusty weapons were casually tossed on the stall, as if they had been dug out of some junkyard. But Xin Chen's attention was drawn to a pair of dark purple daggers in the corner. The pair of daggers were dull and lacked any luster. They were carelessly tossed among a pile of scrap metal and would go unnoticed unless one looked closely. But in Xin Chen's eyes, the scene was completely different. Authentication. A line of small, golden characters, visible only to him, appeared above the dagger. Purple Fong. Type, weapon. Quality, high-end. Description: forged from the hardest fangs of the high-level demonic beast Amethyst saber-toothed beast, and reinforced with deep-sea silver, these fangs are incredibly sharp and possess both armor-piercing and mild paralyzing poison effects. High-level weapon. Xin Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Weapon quality is divided into low-tier, mid-tier, high-tier, epic, and legendary. In Tianning City, high-level weapons are just as rare as advanced awakened ones. Each one is priceless, and there's no market for them. He had seen it on the guild's website before even the most ordinary high-level longsword was listed at a starting price of 30 million, and you needed special privileges to buy it. And this one in front of us is being thrown here like trash? Xin Chen suppressed his inner elation, his face remaining expressionless, and pointed to the pair of daggers. Boss, how much is this? The one-eyed stall owner lazily opened one eye, glanced at Xin Chen, and then swept his gaze over the group of beautiful women behind him, making his judgment. Another rich young master, escorted by a powerful female bodyguard, comes out to broaden his horizons. He held up 2 fingers and mumbled out a number. 2 million. 2 million? Xin Chen almost thought he had misheard. This price is less than a fraction of the price of high-end weapons. This is no black market. This is practically a cash machine tailor-made for him. This stall owner has no idea what he's selling. I want it. Xin Chen's voice was without the slightest hesitation, and he was even too lazy to haggle, for fear that the other party would realize what was happening. He glanced back. The women immediately understood and almost scrambled to pull out their phones. Master, I'll do it. I'll pay. I'm the fastest. This time, it was Ji Tiantian, the petite one, who seized the initiative. She practically bumped into Yi Qingjun next to her, holding up her phone like a victorious kitten, scanning the QR code to pay with a face full of pride. A crisp notification sound rang out indicating that the funds had been credited to the account. After receiving the money, the one-eyed stall owner finally sat up a bit straighter, pulled the pair of purple fangs out of the corner, and casually tossed them onto the table. Shin Chan reached out and picked it up. It felt slightly heavy in his hand, and a cool sensation came from his palm. He casually twirled the dagger, leaving a dark purple afterimage as it sliced through the air silently, yet with a sharpness that seemed to tear through the air. Nice one! Lin Yuqing and the other girls also curiously came over. Master, these daggers look so ordinary. Yi Qingjun said, somewhat puzzled. Yes, it's not as nice as my decoration. Huang Kursen shook the decorative leather whip at her waist. Shin Shan did not explain. He is not good with daggers. The slave god seal is his strongest weapon. His gaze shifted to Feng Zhui beside him. Among the maids, she was the only one who was most skilled at close quarters assassination with dual daggers. Bamboo ripples. Yes, master. Feng Zhui immediately stepped forward and bowed her head respectfully. Here, take this dagger. As Shin Shan spoke, he handed over the purple fang in his hand. Feng Zhui suddenly looked up, her charming face first showing astonishment, then being overwhelmed by immense joy. The owner actually gave her the weapon he had just bought. Thank you for the gift, master. Her voice trembled with a coquettish charm as she tiptoed without hesitation and planted a strong kiss on Shin Shan's cheek. Then, she carefully, as if handling a priceless treasure, took the pair of daggers from Shin Shan's hands. The moment Feng Zhui obtained the purple fang, her body trembled. As the owner of the A-level talent, enhanced refinement, her perception of objects far surpasses that of ordinary people. She could clearly sense the terrifying sharpness contained within these seemingly ordinary daggers. This is definitely a high-level weapon. Good heavens! Her master actually bestowed a high-level weapon upon her so casually. Feng Zhui was so excited that her body was trembling. She gripped the dagger tightly and looked at Shin Shan with eyes full of unwavering infatuation and fanaticism. This is not just a weapon, it is a gift from its master. Lin Yuqing, Huang Kursen, and the other girls standing to the side all wore undisguised envy. Huang Kursen, in particular, looked at the pair of daggers in Feng Zhui's hand, and then at her own flashy but impractical leather whip, and for the first time felt the difference in their abilities. The one-eyed stall owner was completely dumbfounded. His one eye was filled with shock. Having been involved in the black market for so many years, he's seen plenty of gigolos kept by rich women. But damn it, this is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. It's so outrageous. A delicate young girl paid for something, and he immediately gave it to another woman with a hot body. The most outrageous thing is that the person who paid was not unhappy at all. On the contrary, he was full of envy, just like everyone else. What kind of godlike operation is this? Just who is this kid? Shin Shan enjoyed Feng Zhui's admiration and the envious glances from other girls. To gain deeper loyalty and adoration from the maids at a minimal cost, this deal is incredibly worthwhile. Having tasted success, his interest was completely piqued. His gaze shifted from Feng Zhui's fervent face, swept over the other girls' longing expressions, and finally settled on Huang Kursen and Yi Qingjun. Among the maids, besides Feng Zhui, only Huang Kursen and Yi Qingjun need weapons for close combat. A slight smile played at the corners of his lips. Kursen, Qingjun, it's your turn next. Chapter 49, Black Market Sweep. You dare to rip me off? I've emptied your warehouse. Shin Shan's appraisal talent is practically a human treasure hunting machine in this chaotic black market. To him, the antiques covered in thick dust and touted by the stall owner were nothing more than a pile of data-driven garbage. Rusty iron sheet. Description: it really is just a piece of rusty iron. Unidentified animal bone. Description: bones from common wild animals. Perhaps they can be used to make soup. As I walked along, I saw a dazzling array of goods, but 99% of them were useless. Shin Shan stopped when he passed a weapons stall. His gaze fell on a pair of unremarkable, even somewhat worn, black knuckle dusters in the corner of the stall. Shattered stars. Type: weapon. Rank: high. Description: forged from the hardest part of the shell of a high-grade demon beast shield turtle, it can greatly amplify the user's instantaneous explosive power and is especially effective against hard objects. Nice one. Shin Shan casually picked up the pair of brass knuckles and tossed them to Huang Kursen behind him. Your. Ha? For me? Huang Kursen was stunned for a moment, then quickly caught it. The brass knuckles felt heavy in her hand, with a strange, cool texture. She looked at it over and over, but couldn't figure out what it was. But since it was given to her by her master, it must be a treasure.
Thank you, master. Huang Kursen happily put on the brass knuckles, swung her fist, and felt as if her strength had increased. This thing is heavy and looks very handy. She can't wait to find something to test its power.
The surrounding stall owners and passers-by watched with envy, but no one dared to say anything. This group of handsome men and beautiful women, especially the mature woman next to the man in the center, had such a strong aura that they were clearly not someone they could afford to offend. After wandering around for a while and finding a few more unremarkable but valuable materials, the group finally arrived at their final destination.
The House of Monsters.
This is a huge shop that occupies 3 entire floors, with a grotesque monster skull specimen hanging at the entrance, which stands in stark contrast to the other low and dilapidated shops. As soon as Shin Chan and his group stepped into the store, a fat man with a big smile on his face immediately came to greet them.
Oh my!
It's such an honor to have such distinguished guests at our humble establishment. The boss's gaze lingered greedily on Qin Mu and Lin Yuqing and the other women before finally settling on Shin Chan, his smile growing increasingly fawning. Shin Chan was too lazy to waste words with him and got straight to the point.
A powerful rock bear?
The boss's smile froze, then he put on an extremely regretful expression and slapped his thigh.
Oh dear. You're really unlucky, sir, you're a step too late.
Just 2 days ago, I received a cub of a power rock bear. Its appearance and vitality were amazing.
What a pity, it was bought by an adult who has awakened his talent for taming beasts.
Shin Chan's eyebrows twitched slightly.
Do you have any information about the power rock bear? For example, where can you find it?
The boss rubbed his hands together, looking troubled. Guest, you're putting me in a difficult position.
The monsters here are all captured and sold to me by those awakened individuals who risked their lives outside. How would I know where they caught them?
He abruptly changed the subject, lowered his voice, and leaned closer mysteriously.
However, since you're looking for a powerful demonic beast, I've just acquired a truly top-quality item.
Oh? The boss's voice was full of temptation. Alive, Lord-level hidden lizard. It just arrived this afternoon. That guy is elusive. If we hadn't used a specially made electric cage, we wouldn't have been able to keep him in.
Lord level.
Upon hearing these 3 words, Qin Mu's expression clearly changed.
Shin Chan also became interested.
What's the price? The boss's face was bulging with fat, and he slowly extended one large, fleshy hand.
50 million.
The air fell silent for a moment. Just then, Qin Mu leaned close to Shin Chan's ear, his voice filled with suppressed anger.
Master, he is killing you.
She knew perfectly well that the fat man was trying to take advantage of Shin Chan's youth and the fact that he was with so many beautiful women.
Shin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he smiled at the boss.
The price is good, I'll think about it. After saying that, he turned around and led a group of girls out of the beast house.
All right.
Take care, sir.
Come back anytime you've decided.
The boss called out enthusiastically from behind, his fat face full of a determined smile as he watched Shin Chan's back. In his view, young people who come out to spend money with a group of stunningly beautiful women are the most concerned about saving face, and also the easiest to rip off.
50 million, and they will definitely come back. After leaving the monster's house, I came to a deserted alley corner.
Master, the highest price for that Lord-level hidden lizard on the market will definitely not exceed 20 million. Qin Mu's voice returned to its usual coldness, but a chilling flame burned in her beautiful eyes. In her opinion, this fat man's attempt to deceive his master was a heinous crime deserving of death.
What?
How dare he betray his master? I'll go kill him. Feng Zhui raised an eyebrow, twirled the dagger in her hand twice, and revealed her murderous intent.
That's right. It's outrageous. We can't just let this go.
The girls were all indignant. They could tolerate disrespect from others, but they could not tolerate anyone plotting against their master.
All right.
Shin Chan waved his hand casually, interrupting their chatter. He wore a playful smile, which the girls who knew him well understood meant someone was about to be in trouble.
Since he's trying to scam me, then don't blame me for being ruthless.
Shin Chan glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then looked at the women.
You guys, cover me here.
The moment the words left her lips, the women immediately understood their master's intention. They quickly dispersed, surrounding Shin Chan in the center. They appeared to be chatting casually, but in reality, they were all tense, watching the slightest movement around them warily. Meanwhile, Shin Chan, who was at the center, had already silently blended into the shadows on the ground.
Shadow crossing.
The underground warehouse of the Beast House. The area is heavily guarded, with dozens of high-definition cameras monitoring every corner without blind spots. However, a completely transparent figure walked openly and legitimately under surveillance. Shin-chan activated transparency and leisurely strolled around the warehouse, with cages containing demonic beasts passing by him one after another. The air was filled with the distinctive stench of demonic beasts and the metallic scent of iron cages. Soon, he found his target deep inside the warehouse. It was a huge cage made of a special alloy. Blue-purple arcs of electricity flashed across the cage bars from time to time, making a crackling sound. In a corner of the cage, the air distorted slightly, and a lizard, over 3 meters long, covered in gray-white scales and almost blending into its surroundings, appeared and disappeared. Its eyes, like 2 upright amber beads, revealed cunning and ferocity. Lord-level hidden lizard. Shin-chan did not hesitate at all. Shadow crossing. His figure passed directly through the electric grid and alloy bars, appearing inside the cage. The lizard was clearly startled by the sudden turn of events. It turned its head sharply, its vertical pupils filled with vigilance and ferocity. However, it saw nothing. The next second, an irresistible, terrifying will from the depths of the soul descended upon us. Mental domination. The lizard's struggle lasted less than a second before its ferocious vertical pupils instantly became empty and confused. Slavery. Decompose and strengthen yourself. The whole process was quick and smooth. The once arrogant lord-level demonic beast didn't even have time to let out a mournful cry before its massive body suddenly collapsed, turning into billions of golden light spots that formed a dazzling torrent of light that poured into Shin-chan's body. Ding! Talent of the same origin enhanced. Rank B talent, transparency, has been promoted to rank A talent, hermit. A new sense of power flooded his mind, and Shin-chan stretched his body with satisfaction. A level, hermit, is not only invisible and able to conceal their aura to the greatest extent, but can also hide energy fluctuations and be immune to most detection methods. Shadow crossing combined with hermit is simply a divine skill for assassination and infiltration. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the cages in the warehouse filled with all sorts of monsters, a cold smile on his face. Since you're trying to trick me, then I'll make you bleed a lot. As soon as he finished speaking, he strode into the warehouse with a leisurely air. Slavery. Break down. Slavery. Break down. One after another, the demonic beasts silently transformed into the purest energy. There were ferocious fanged tigers, camouflage-skilled chameleons, and heavily armored rock beasts. They didn't even have time to make a sound before they became part of Shin-chan's power. Lin Yuqing, Feng and the others, who were designated by Shin-chan as recipients, felt streams of warmth appear out of nowhere, constantly flowing into their bodies and strengthening their limbs and bones. At the entrance of the alley, a faint light occasionally shone from within the circle of girls. Ji Tian covered her mouth in surprise. She felt as if some kind of vitality had been injected into her body, and her strength was growing rapidly. Huang Kursen and Yi Qingjun were also shocked. They could clearly feel their bodies becoming stronger. Feng Zhui and Lin Yuqing exchanged a glance, both seeing the ecstasy in each other's eyes. The feeling of being fed power by their master and becoming stronger while lying down filled them with excitement and happiness. They could feel that their power as intermediate awakeners had advanced another step. Just a few minutes later, Shin-chan's figure re-emerged from the shadows, and he patted non-existent dust off his hands. The women quickly surrounded him, looking at him with adoration and fervor. Not far from him, in the beast house, the once impregnable beast warehouse was now completely empty. Chapter 50, Killing Someone by Breaking Their Spirit. We'll empty your warehouse, then ask you if you're willing to sell your goods. Let's go back. With a faint smile playing on his lips, Shin-chan turned and walked straight toward the beast house. Master, what is this? Lin Yuqing was stunned for a moment, then understood what was going on, and a mischievous smile appeared on her cool face. Hee, this is going to be good. Huang Kursen was the first to react, excitedly rubbing her hands together. I bet that Fatso's face will look even uglier than a pig's liver later. Feng Zhui licked her lips, her eyes filled with seductive allure. I'd rather see him fall from heaven to hell. That would be spectacular. The girls chattered excitedly, following Shin-chan with light steps, each one like an audience member about to attend a grand performance, filled with a mischievous yet pure anticipation. They couldn't wait to see what kind of interesting expression the oblivious fat boss would make next. As soon as the group returned to the shop entrance, the obese owner sprang out from behind the counter like a ball of flesh, his face piled high with fat, almost squeezing his eyes into slits. Oh! Distinguished guest! I knew you would come back.
So, have you made up your mind? That hidden lizard is definitely worth every penny. He rubbed his greasy hands together, his gaze lingering uncontrollably on the curvaceous figures of Qin Mu, Lin Yuqing, and the others, his greed growing ever more intense. In his view, the deal was already a done deal. Yes, I've thought it through. Xin Shen nodded, his expression indifferent, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. 50 million is nothing, just a small amount of money. He casually waved his hand, his posture elegant. But let me see the goods first, right? What if the goods are not as described, or there is any damage? Wouldn't I lose money? Of course. Of course. Upon hearing this, the boss's fat face trembled with laughter, and he nodded and bowed repeatedly. Don't worry, it's absolutely a top quality, lively specimen. I'll take you to the warehouse to inspect it right away. 50 million. This kid won't even haggle. He really is a rich kid who's never seen the world and only knows how to throw money around. The boss was overjoyed, as if he could already see the 50 million in cash piled up like a small mountain. He looked at Xin Shen as if he were looking at a fat sheep that had been cleaned and was ready to be slaughtered. He eagerly led the way, guiding the group through the shop and towards the underground warehouse at the back. Lin Yuqing and the other girls followed behind Xin Shen, each of them barely suppressing their laughter, their shoulders trembling slightly, almost to the point of internal injury from holding it in. The owner is so mean. But they love it. Click. The boss opened the heavy metal door of the warehouse with his key, a fawning smile on his face, and turned to the side, gesturing for him to enter. Distinguished guest, you see, my warehouse has top-notch security, 24/7 surveillance with no blind spots, ensuring. He stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence. That fawning smile froze on his face, his mouth still stretched into a comical arc. He seemed frozen in place, staring intently into the doorway. Immediately, as if struck by an invisible whip, he jolted awake and staggered inside. What comes into view is a vast, empty space. Those iron cages that were originally filled with all kinds of monsters are now completely empty. There are no monsters left inside, not even a single hair. The entire warehouse was so clean it looked like it had been licked by a dog. A deathly silence. The fat boss's breathing became heavy, and a hoarse sound came from his throat. He couldn't believe his eyes, and his obese body trembled violently. Where are my goods? Where the hell are all the goods that filled my warehouse? A piercing, distorted scream suddenly rang out in the empty warehouse, echoing repeatedly. The fat boss went crazy, scrambling to the monitoring console and pulling up the previous recordings with trembling hands. The screen clearly displays the scene from a few minutes ago. Inside the warehouse, the monsters remained safely in their respective cages. However, in the very next second, a miracle, or rather, divine punishment, descended. In the scene, the body of a tiger with fangs begins to disintegrate without warning, not in a bloody tearing, but in a holy yet eerie decomposition. It transformed into countless golden specks of light that danced in the sky, and then vanished into thin air. Next up were the chameleon snake and the rock beast. One monster after another was wiped out instantly as if by some unseen god. In just over 10 seconds, all the living things in the warehouse turned into a dazzling rain of light and disappeared without a trace. Throughout the entire process, there was no fighting, no intruders, and not even a trace of energy fluctuation was left behind. This was beyond his comprehension. It was practically divine punishment. Thump! The boss's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, his face turning from red to white, and finally to ashen. It's over. It's all over. All his wealth and all his hard work vanished in just a few seconds. Just then, a calm voice sounded behind him. Boss, what's wrong? What happened? Xin Shen walked in slowly, followed by a group of girls with different expressions. He seemed not to notice the empty warehouse at all, with a just right look of confusion on his face. My lord Shadow Lizard, could it be in trouble too? This question became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The boss turned around abruptly, looked at Xin Shen's innocent face, opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word, and forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Guest, no. Excuse me. He shakily got up from the ground and spoke incoherently. The shop, there's a really big problem, we're closed today. Xin Shen raised his eyebrows slightly, a look of regret on his face. That's such a pity. After saying that, he ignored the dejected fat man, turned around, and walked out with a group of girls. Just as they stepped out of the monster house gate, behind him, a heart-wrenching roar, filled with endless resentment and madness, suddenly erupted. No matter who you are, I will find you and tear you to pieces.
The sound echoed throughout the underground black market, drawing the attention of countless people. However, the instigators are long gone. After turning a corner and confirming that no one was around, the laughter that had been suppressed all the way finally burst out. Ha 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 ha. Huang Kersen laughed so hard she almost fell over, slapping her thighs without any regard for her image. Did you see his face? It looked like he'd swallowed 100 flies. That was so satisfying. Serves him right. Who told him to dare to mess with the master? Ji Tiantian laughed, her face turning red. Feng Jui wiped away the tears of laughter, her charming face full of joy. This is just a small lesson. If it were me, his neck would be broken by now. The girls' laughter was crisp and melodious, filled with undisguised schadenfreude. Hearing their laughter and commotion, Xinshen felt much better. The feeling of effortlessly manipulating the enemy and bankrupting them is indeed quite satisfying. The group wandered around the black market for a while, but found nothing worth selling, so they left and returned to the villa. Night fell. The villa was brightly lit, and the girls were chatting and laughing as they started preparing dinner in the kitchen. Lin Yuqing and Feng Jui were in charge of the main dishes, while Ji Tiantian and Huang Kersen were in charge of washing and chopping the vegetables. Yi Qingjun helped out from the side and occasionally offered professional advice on how to cut some ingredients. Xinshen leaned back on the large sofa in the living room, watching the women busy in the kitchen. Their laughter and chatter filled the entire villa with life. These sounds, this atmosphere, were like the spoils of war that he had inspected after the battle, a supreme enjoyment unique to the victor. He casually turned on the LCD TV on the wall. On the television, a news interview about local student recruitment in Tianjin City is being broadcast. In the picture, 3 distinguished elderly men with white hair and beards are sitting side by side, talking eloquently. They are the principals of 3 top universities, Kyoto, Shanghai, and Laming. Our purpose in coming to Tianjin City is to discover those overlooked geniuses. Talent should not be limited by geographical location. Xinshen looked at the 3 familiar faces on the TV and fell into a brief moment of thought. Going to college? With his current strength and endless methods, traditional university education seems to have lost much of its meaning for him. But then I thought about it again. These 3 universities are located in some of the top megacities in China. The resources, intelligence, high-level monsters, and broader platform there are incomparable to those of the small city of Tianjin. Instead of groping around like a headless fly, going to university to systematically absorb knowledge and access higher levels is undoubtedly a shortcut. The advantages far outweigh the disadvantages. Just as he made his decision, a pair of soft hands gently placed on his temples and pressed down with just the right amount of pressure. Xin Mu appeared behind him without his noticing, carrying a faint fragrance from her bath. Master, the exploration time for the new void rift has been set. Her voice was gentle and soft. Xinshen's gaze remained fixed on the television screen as he casually asked a question. When? Ning Yuyan sent word that we'll meet at the entrance to the rift at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Xinshen leaned back in his chair, enjoying the thoughtful service, his eyes slightly narrowed. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. He repeated it, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. It looks like it's going to be another bumper harvest. Chapter 51, Feed the Maids and Head to the Void Rift. Under the crystal chandelier, the long dining table was laden with sumptuous dishes, and Lin Yuqing and Feng Jui's culinary skills had improved considerably. The girls' laughter filled the entire villa with a vibrant atmosphere. Xinshen leaned back in the main sofa chair, while Lu Weiwei, dressed as a maid, carefully poured him a glass of red wine. She kept her head down, even her breathing was very soft, not daring to overstep the bounds in the slightest, which was a stark contrast to the sisters at the table who were chatting and laughing. Xinshen picked up his wine glass, the scarlet liquid swirling gently inside. His gaze swept over the youthful and beautiful faces on the table. I will go to the new void rift in the Eastern Valley tomorrow. He spoke calmly, his voice not loud, but it instantly drowned out all the laughter and noise. As soon as the words were spoken, apart from Qin Mu, who already knew the truth, the other 5 women's faces instantly lit up with excitement. Master, can we go too? Huang Kersen is the type who can't keep secrets. She leaned forward slightly, her tone full of anticipation. There are new monsters to hunt. Feng Jui licked her red lips, her eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light. Although Lin Yuqing, Yi Qingjun, and Ji Tiantian did not speak, their bright eyes betrayed their inner desires. The new void rifts mean unknown challenges and opportunities, but also the ability to stay by your master's side and fight alongside him. However, Xinshen's next words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing all their enthusiasm from head to toe. Except for more, all of you stay. He leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the table, making a dull sound. A completely new rift, the dangers within are unknown, and the types and levels of the monsters are also unknown. His gaze swept over the girls again, and the scrutinizing look made them unconsciously straighten their backs. You are still too weak. Too weak. These 3 words struck Lin Yuqing and the others like 3 heavy hammer blows. The atmosphere, which had just been filled with excitement, froze instantly. The excitement on the girls' faces quickly faded, replaced by a look of sadness. They lowered their heads, their hands gripping the chopsticks tightening unconsciously until their knuckles turned white. Yes, the master is right. They had only recently advanced to intermediate awakened beings and were far from being able to face high-level demonic beasts, let alone explore a completely new rift full of unknowns. Going there would not only be of no help, but would also become a burden to the master, slowing him down. This realization left them feeling a deep sense of powerlessness and shame. Seeing their disappointed looks, Shinshin didn't say anything more to comfort them. Weakness is the original sin. What he needs are weapons that can fight for him, not vases that require his attention to protect. This kind of tapping is necessary. After finishing the last bite of his food, he stood up and looked down at the people around the table. Lu Weiwei trembled with fright and lowered her head even further. Shinshen's gaze passed over her and landed on Lin Yuqing and the other girls. His tone was calm but carried an undeniable command. Get ready. Tonight, I will feed you all thoroughly. After saying that, he stopped looking at them, turned around and walked straight towards the bedroom on the 2nd floor. Boom! These suggestive words exploded in the girls' minds. A captivating blush instantly spread across their dejected faces, even their ears turned red. The group looked at each other, and in each other's eyes they saw shyness, and a hint of, an even more fervent determination. The master didn't bring them along because they weren't strong enough. But in another aspect, they can serve their masters to the greatest comfort and satisfaction. They must use everything they have to please their masters and provide them with the best service. The villa lights stayed on all night. Apart from Qin Mu, who needed to conserve his energy and prepare for exploring the rift tomorrow, the other 5 women dedicated themselves to the utmost. Flight attendant uniforms, nurse uniforms, black stockings, white stockings. They brought out all their treasures, and in the manner most favored by their master, transformed themselves into the sweetest offerings, presenting them to their gods. Even Yi Qingjun, who is usually the most serious and shy, shed all pretense tonight, displaying an unprecedented submissiveness and charm with her imposing figure. Shinshan reciprocated their enthusiasm and dedication. The next day, early morning. Shinshan opened his eyes as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room through the gap in the curtains. He got up feeling refreshed and not tired at all. He glanced at the girls who were sleeping soundly, sprawled out on the bed, their beautiful faces still flushed with satisfaction. Shinshan didn't disturb them, and patted Qin Mu's shoulder beside him. Moore, wake up. Qin Mu's long eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her hazy eyes. When she saw Shinshan, the sleepiness in her eyes vanished, replaced by tenderness and affection. Oh nar. Her voice, slightly hoarse from a hangover, was exceptionally alluring. The two got up quietly, dressed, and washed up. They left behind the girls, still fast asleep, after leaving this enchanting battlefield. They quietly left the villa. East of the city, in the valley. This is a remote place outside Tianning City, and awakened ones who go out hunting don't usually come here. But today, the place is bustling with activity. Dozens of off-road vehicles and armored vehicles were parked at the entrance of the valley. In the center of the valley, a huge, irregular black rift floated in mid-air, like a hideous scar, constantly radiating chaotic and violent spatial energy. Hundreds of awakened individuals have gathered around the rift. They gathered in small groups, some talking in hushed tones, others wiping their weapons, each face bearing a solemn expression of anticipation. Exploring new void rifts is a feast where danger and opportunity coexist. When Shinshan and Qin Mu arrived, there was still some time before the agreed time of 9 o'clock. His appearance at this moment is completely different from his original self. Using his transformation master talent, he transformed into a middle-aged man who looked to be around 40 years old. He was strong and had an ordinary face. He was wearing a durable tracksuit and was the kind of person you wouldn't notice if you threw him into a crowd. Qin Mu remained her usual aloof and sophisticated woman, dressed in a sharp black bodysuit that perfectly accentuated her stunning figure. The moment the two appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of many people. Especially Qin Mu, with her stunning looks and hot figure, it's hard not to attract attention. Isn't that Mr. Qin Mu from Tianyu High School? She's here to participate in the raid too?
A high-level awakened one. That makes the team even stronger. Who is that man next to her? He looks unfamiliar.
Just as everyone was discussing this, a familiar figure walked towards them with graceful steps.
It was Ning Yuyan.
She was still wearing her signature dark green cheongsam today. As she walked, her fair and slender legs were faintly visible through the slit, causing a chorus of swallowing sounds to rise from those around her.
Teacher Qin, you finally arrived.
Ning Yuyan greeted Qin Mu with a lazy smile on her face. However, after her gaze lingered on Qin Mu for a moment, it was immediately drawn to the middle-aged man beside her.
Because Qin Mu's current demeanor was quite unusual.
She actually reached out and affectionately took the middle-aged man's arm, almost pressing half of her body against him. Her face showed a petite and dependent demeanor, completely different from her usual aloof and arrogant image. A sharp glint flashed in Ning Yuyan's beautiful eyes.
Who is this man? When did Qin Mu get such a close relationship with a man?
She had no recollection of such a person in Qin Mu's social circle. Ning Yuyan's gaze fell on the man's unremarkable face, and a warning bell rang in her heart. She spoke again calmly, her tone tinged with a hint of probing.
Teacher Qin, aren't you going to introduce the person next to you? Chapter 52, He's my man. Ning Yuyan's suspicion.
Facing Ning Yuyan's beautiful eyes that seemed to see through people's hearts, Qin Mu did not back down at all. Instead, she puffed out her already full chest and held the middle-aged man next to her even tighter, making no attempt to hide her intimacy and possessiveness. Meeting Ning Yuyan's gaze, her face radiated in unprecedented happiness and pride. Her red lips parted slightly, and she clearly declared, word by word,
"He is my man."
These 4 words, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirred up ripples among the surrounding crowd.
Countless gazes were cast in unison, filled with astonishment, confusion, and envy. When did Qin Mu, the ice queen of Tianyu High School and a famous aloof beauty in Tianing City, get a man? And this is such an ordinary-looking middle-aged man?
For the first time, Ning Yuyan's languid smile froze slightly. Of course, she had heard all sorts of rumors about Qin Mu and knew the woman's arrogant nature very well. The man who could make her act so intimately in public and introduce her in such a boastful tone could not possibly be simple. Qin Mu seemed to thoroughly enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention, especially in front of Ning Yuyan, where the smugness in her eyes was almost overflowing. She leaned gently against Shinshan's arm and added, "Like me, a high-level awakened individual with wind elemental talents.
Advanced awakener."
The moment this identity was revealed, the surrounding gazes, which had initially been scrutinizing and disdainful, immediately turned solemn and respectful. A highly awakened individual is a powerful being worthy of respect, no matter where they go. No wonder she won over teacher Qin Mu's heart. Ning Yuyan's surprise lasted only a moment before her brain began to work at lightning speed.
Wind-type talent. Male. Advanced awakener.
She combined and filtered keywords one by one in her mind. She knew the entire list of registered advanced awakened individuals in Tianing City by heart.
However, after searching the entire area, no one's information matched the ordinary-looking man in front of them.
As if seeing through her doubts, Qin Mu spoke up again, her voice carrying a hint of consideration for her man.
"My man is not from Tianing City."
She turned her head, looked up at Shinshan, and, through their mental connection, could easily see through his disguise. She spoke softly.
"Didn't you say you were short-handed this time? So I asked him to come and help out."
So they were outsiders. Ning Yuyan's doubts were half resolved, but the other half only deepened. Her smile returned to its alluring charm, and she proactively extended her slender hand, the sleeve of her cheongsam slipping down to reveal a section of her snow-white wrist.
"So you're teacher Qin's partner. My apologies. I am Ning Yuyan, the executive officer of the Awakeners Guild in Tianing City." Shinshan reached out his hand and gave her a brief handshake.
Ning Yuyan's hands were soft, her fingers were long and slender, and her touch was delicate. He sensed a faint wariness emanating from her palm, and a barely perceptible smile curved his lips.
"Sure, how?"
Shinshan's voice was deep and magnetic, with a touch of Shanghai's unique accent.
"From Shanghai." Shanghai. Upon hearing those 2 words, Ning Yuyan's expression changed once again.
That's one of the top megacities in the Dragon Kingdom, the heart of the awakened world. A high-level awakened individual from Shanghai comes to a small place like Tianing City to participate in a regular new rift exploration.
This is utterly unreasonable.
But she didn't press further, only giving Qin Mu a meaningful look and a charming smile. "So you're a master from Shanghai." Then we'll have to rely on Mr. Sure a lot for this exploration. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ning Yuyan turned and gracefully departed, citing the need to coordinate with other teams. But the moment she turned around, the smile on her face vanished completely. The man named Sure Hao had very little expression throughout, but his eyes were extremely aggressive. It wasn't like looking at a stranger, it felt more like scrutinizing a collectible she was determined to acquire, making her extremely uncomfortable. Xin Chen's gaze followed Ning Yuyan's departing figure. The dark green cheongsam swayed gently in the wind, and her long, slender, snow-white legs were faintly visible through the slit. Every step she took carried a unique rhythm, enticing everyone's gaze. As expected of one of the 3 golden flowers of Tianing, her body is truly exquisite. Xin Chen's lips curled into a smile that only he could understand. He was determined to have this poppy. In the following period, several more teams of awakened arrived. Most of them were members of various families or small awakened teams in Tianing City. Each of them carried their own equipment, and their faces were filled with anticipation and tension for the unknown rift. Xin Chen observed these awakened individuals without making a sound. Apart from a few intermediate awakeners with profound auras who are close to the threshold of advanced awakeners, most of them are just intermediate awakeners. Such a team does seem somewhat weak when it comes to exploring a completely new void rift. After confirming that everyone had arrived, Ning Yuyan walked to the open space in front of the crack, clapped her hands, and signaled everyone to be quiet. "Everyone, it's almost time." Her voice was clear and penetrating, instantly silencing all the noise. "The guild will provide full support for this void rift raid. But I believe everyone is aware of the dangers inside. Safety should be the top priority, and everyone should act within their capabilities." She paused, her gaze sweeping over everyone present before finally settling on the vanguard team composed of guild members. "Awakened Guild First Squad, follow me into the rift to investigate its interior and establish a preliminary safe zone." "Yes." The guild team members responded in unison, their spirits soaring. Ning Yuyan said no more, and with a swift movement, she rushed into the constantly twisting black rift. Her figure blurred for a moment at the edge of the crack before disappearing completely. Immediately afterwards, the guild team members filed in one after another. Seeing this, the other awakened teams no longer hesitated and, in their own teams, rushed towards the void rift at their own pace. For a time, figures appeared in front of the crack, and energy fluctuations rose and fell. Xin Chen and Qin Mu didn't rush in. They stood at the back of the crowd, Xin Chen sensing the chaotic spatial fluctuations emanating from the crack, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Qin Mu nestled close to Xin Chen, trusting him completely. "Let's go." Xin Chen whispered something, took Qin Mu's hand, and stepped towards the crack. The 2 figures were swallowed by the distorted void and disappeared into the valley. Shortly after Xin Chen and Qin Mu entered the crevice, a group of figures wearing dark red cloaks suddenly appeared at the entrance of the previously empty valley. Their cloaks were all embroidered with a strange crescent moon pattern. The group moved swiftly and silently, gathering around the outer edge of the void rift to form a semicircle. They numbered over 30, and each of them exuded a twisted fanaticism. The leader was a tall man whose entire body was shrouded in a cloak. He slowly raised his head, his face hidden in shadow beneath the hood, revealing only a pair of eyes that gleamed with a scarlet light. He let out a low, hoarse laugh, his voice like the hooting of an owl, carrying a chilling madness. He. Using the flesh and blood of so many awakened as nourishment, I really wonder what kind of monster we'll evolve and transform into. His words, like venomous snakes, coiled in the air, filled with cruelty and evil. Upon hearing this, the crescent moon cultists behind him shone with fanaticism in their eyes, raised their hands, and let out deafening roars. For the great evolution. The crescent moon evolution cult, eternally immortal. Long live. Their voices echoed through the valley, carrying an ominous premonition, as if they were cheering for the impending bloody feast. The void rift seemed to grow deeper and more dangerous amidst their frenzied shouts. Chapter 53, Top Squad wiped out instantly. The Enchantress's bloody slaughterhouse. The moment he passed through the void rift, Xin Chen felt a slight spatial distortion, as if his whole body had been kneaded, before his feet touched solid ground. Suddenly, everything became clear. This is an underground cavern larger than anyone could imagine. The surrounding stone walls are inlaid with countless crystals that emit a faint glow, giving this pitch-black world a somewhat eerie outline. The air was filled with a damp, mineral-smelling odor. The cave has a complex and intricate structure, with several bottomless, dark passages leading to unknown destinations. Besides the glowing crystals, the surrounding walls were covered with countless holes of varying sizes, making one's scalp crawl. Shinshen looked up at the nearest glowing crystal and a thought crossed his mind. Light-emitting crystal. Description: a fragile crystal with no other use besides emitting light. Identifying talent is indeed a divine skill for exploring unknown environments. Master, there is no one else around. Shinmu cautiously looked around, and only after confirming that it was safe did he report to Shinshen in a low voice. Shinshen responded, and a strange fluctuation surged from his body. His original image as an ordinary middle-aged man around 40 years old quickly dissipated, and he reverted to his own young and handsome appearance. Just then, a series of dense rustling sounds came from all directions. Suddenly, countless milky white, fleshy caterpillars emerged from the holes in the stone walls. Like a burst dam, they cascaded down from the walls and the cave ceiling, converging into a nauseating white wave that writhed toward where the two were. The sheer number of them is enough to make any person with trypophobia break down on the spot. White-haired worm. Level: beginner monster. Talent: none. A pile of worthless garbage. Shinshen's expression remained unchanged. He simply uttered a few words indifferently. Clean them up. Yes, master. A hint of excitement flashed in Shinmu's eyes. This was her chance to shine in front of her master. She took a step forward, and emerald green wind elemental energy erupted instantly. Dance of the wind. Countless wind blades, refined to their ultimate form, appeared out of thin air, intertwining to form a deathstorm that howled and swept away. Sizzle. Wherever the storm passed, the white-haired worms didn't even have time to let out a complete cry before they were cut and torn apart by the violent wind blades, turning into white slurry and bits of flesh that splashed everywhere. In just a few breaths, the swarm of insects was completely wiped out. A nauseating, fishy stench filled the air. Shinshen didn't even glance at the mess on the ground, and led Shinmu into a random passage. The environment inside the passage remained the same. Along the way, they encountered several more waves of insect swarms, but Shinmu annihilated them all with even greater speed and ruthless methods. After cleaning up the insects again, a slightly larger caterpillar covered in black spikes appeared in front of us. Caterpillar. Level: intermediate monster. Talent: spike steel needles D. Shinshen paused for a moment, then continued forward. A D-level talent isn't even worthy of his second glance. The caterpillar sensed the threat, its sharp spines taut, ready to attack. But Shinmu was even faster. A silent wind blade struck first, precisely slicing through its body. This newly arrived, gifted monster didn't even have a chance to demonstrate its abilities before it turned into a worthless pile of rotten flesh. Let's go deeper. Shinshen's tone was completely calm, as if he had merely crushed an insignificant ant. Meanwhile, in another passage deep within the cave, a 5-person awakened team was resting on the spot, surrounded by more than a dozen monster corpses, clearly having just experienced a fierce battle. Following Brother Chang was definitely the right decision. We've only been here a short time, and we've already made so much progress. A tall, thin young man took a sip of water and smiled excitedly. Yes, Brother Chang is one of the top-tier awakened in Tianing City. Another female awakened one, with a slightly chubby face, looked at the man at the head of the group with eyes full of admiration. The burly man, called Brother Chang, scratched his head sheepishly and gave a simple, honest smile. Their team, consisting of 1 advanced awakened and 4 experienced intermediate awakened, can be considered one of the top combat forces among all the teams participating in this exploration. After a short rest, everyone packed up their equipment and prepared to continue their journey. Hiss. A very faint sound, like fabric being torn, made one of the awakened individuals at the back of the line turn around alertly. But behind him, there was nothing but a deep passage and flickering light and shadow. Hey, have you heard any strange noises? He couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, one of his companions, who was walking ahead, burst into laughter. No, Xiaoqi, you're too nervous. You're even hallucinating, ha ha ha. However, her companions did not hear Xiaoqi's response and turned around in confusion. The next moment, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints. All that could be seen was Xiaoqi, who was walking at the back. His head had been gone, and the cut on his neck was perfectly smooth. Blood gushed upwards like an out-of-control fountain, staining the crystals on the cave ceiling blood red. Xiaoqi. The leader, Brother Chang, had eyes wide with rage and let out a loud shout. The others also snapped out of their shock and were about to assume a fighting stance when they were horrified to find that they couldn't move their bodies at all. Damn it! I can't move. Why is this happening? My body won't obey me. Panic spread through the ranks. Ah! Changgu roared furiously, his muscles bulged, and the powerful aura of a high-level awakened being exploded. He actually managed to break free of the restraints on his body. Before he could even take 2 steps, an even stronger force surged from all directions, pinning him firmly to the spot once more, rendering him unable to move even a finger. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Brother Chung struggled frantically, veins bulging on his face. With the help of the crystal's faint light, he finally saw it clearly. The air around them was filled with countless threads finer than a hair. These nearly transparent threads crisscrossed, forming a net that trapped them all within it. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed slowly from the depths of the passage they had come from. A figure slowly appeared in their field of vision. She was a stunningly beautiful mature woman wearing a purple, form-fitting cheongsam and with an elegant, high-bun hairstyle. She walked with elegant steps, as if strolling in her own backyard. Her right hand slowly rose, and her slender fingertips, painted with a bewitching purple nail polish, gently touched a silk thread and casually flicked it. As expected, controlling a high-level awakened one without a preset trap is still a bit of a stretch. She spoke with a light laugh, her voice alluring and captivating, yet it sent Chenggu plummeting into an icy abyss. He stared intently at the woman, his face drained of color, and squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. The Crescent Moon Sect. Spider Silk Ziwunshan. Upon hearing this name, despair instantly filled the faces of the remaining bound team members. Ziwunshan turned her head to look at them, a smile that could captivate the world blooming on her beautiful face. Her slender, pale fingers gently traced a line on the silk thread. Hiss, hiss, hiss. There were no screams, only the dull sound of a sharp blade cutting through flesh. The 4 bound people were instantly cut by countless invisible threads, and then with a whoosh, they scattered on the ground like building blocks, turning into hundreds of uniformly sized pieces of flesh. Blood and entrails instantly covered the entire ground. The scene was extremely bloody. Ziwunshan acted as if she had only done a trivial thing, slowly taking out a fist-sized, wriggling ball of flesh and casually tossing it to the ground. The moment the fleshy ball touched the flesh and blood on the ground, it expanded rapidly as if it were alive, sprouting countless tiny tentacles that devoured all the bits of flesh and blood. A moment later, apart from a few backpacks stained with blood, there were no other traces left on the ground. Ziwunshan bent down, picked up the fleshy ball that had returned to the size of a fist and was now a bit brighter in color, and then turned and disappeared into the darkness of the passage. A top-tier awakened squad in Tianning City, including its captain, was completely wiped out.